Shalom, shalom, Shabbat shalom to the brothers, sisters that support the Source Gang, 7 Gang. You know how we rocking, man. Happy Shabbat shalom. Uh, to the family abroad. We got the internet on fire, man. We did about 1,000 views last week on a particular video dealing with genetics. So I said, let's continue to deal with genetics and bring out this research. Today, I want to touch on Esau, Edom, Europe, and white skin and association of white skin because there is a schism in the quote unquote Israelite community, right? Schism. You surprised that there's a schism in the Israelite community? There's like a million of them, right? So we even dealt with one last night about this, forced veganism, but there's a schism about who Esau is. And I'm going to give a strong hypothesis with evidentiary proofs and evidence to, establish that, to show you why I posit that Esau is connected to Europe. Esau is connected to and associated with white skin. Are they the only people with white skin? No, that's not what this presentation is going to be about. Are they the only Europeans? No, this is not what this presentation is going to entail. Not at all. So we're not stating that. I'm not stating that. My model doesn't state that. But they are associated with white skin of quote unquote fair skinned peoples, and they are associated with Europeans. And it's funny, and it's going to be a theme I'm going to bring out. If you're saying that E1B1A are Jews, and many of the community has came out and stated, then you have to admit that we have a brother clade, and within that brother clade, within E1B1B, E3B, or what have you, you have EM215, you have EV13, and others, right? And these clades have and consist of what you would call white European males. We are directly related to white European males. This is a theme that has been pushed early on in the Israelite community, the relationship between Jacob and Esau being brothers, sharing common male ancestry within within Isaac and Abraham, but these two different groups could very well have went on in subsequent populations to look different. One maybe consisted of what you would call dark skin, the other consisted of white skin, or there's a mixture of both in both of them. Never get caught up in phenotypes, never get caught up in white and dark skin. It's a false dilemma, false dichotomy, and a black and white fallacy. All humans come in a very or array of shades and colors, and we understand that. And we can go on and on and on. We showed that I knew people last time. I knew people are very light skinned people. People say, well, the only ones are the dark. No, that's a lie. They're not all dark skinned. They're not ubiquitous. They're not uniform as a people, and they don't have a uniform phenotype or look. Same thing as our people. We don't have a uniform or ubiquitous form that goes across everybody within our genome, within our ancestry, within our genealogy. That is just a false claim, and I will continue to drive that point home and try to erode the redneck scientific racism out of this community with every ounce and fiber of my being. With no further ado, before we get started with the presentation today, I would like to start off with a good introduction song. Very fire song. Big Business is called by, I believe his name is Paisley the Hebrew. Excuse me if I butchered your name, brother, but it's Paisley the Hebrew, featuring Darak Ibar. Many of y'all may know who Darak Ibar is, but I like to open many of my videos with a song, and I love to close them with songs too. Give a little flavor to the video before we dive into the meat and potatoes of today's show. All right, with no further ado, let's play the brother song.
Big business. SK, let it play, boy. When I tell them I'm an Israelite, it's big business, nothing miniature. Serve the same thing as minister. Kill the flesh, how to finish them. These commandments, they'll sustain you. I'm surrounded by these angels. I ain't worried, I'm protected. From seen and unseen dangers. When I tell them I'm an Israelite, it's big business, nothing miniature. Serve the same thing as minister. Kill the flesh, how to finish them. These commandments, they'll sustain you. I'm surrounded by these angels. I ain't worried, I'm protected. Seen and unseen dangers. I wake up and serve me a prayer. Brush my teeth, babe, then I throw on some threads. Wash my face, grab a cup, pour me some yarn. Put on my backpack, then I'm off to the man. I eat these devils for breakfast. Gotta be careful. Whole lot of blood being shed in the streets. World is so wicked, I weep for the living. I drop a free cheer for the dead. All my white friends in my pocket, or either they loaded onto this black card that I swipe. Say every time that I drop it, diversity hitting more harder than problems of life. Rich, I collected 2 pennies from every person that willingly gave me advice. Being afraid can't exist in my spirit. I'm fearing no man but the Father in Christ. I put in work with the brothers. We stood on them calls and 10 like 9 at night. Teaching our people the gospel, equipped with a camera, some posters, some speakers, and mic. Every time that I see mama, she telling me, son, you gotta walk in the light. Christ, the bread of heaven, keep feeding my spirit, and I wanna low, not a slide. When I tell them I'm an Israelite, it's big business, nothing miniature. Serve the same thing as minister. Kill the flesh, how to finish them. These commandments, they'll sustain you. I'm surrounded by these angels. I ain't worried, I'm protected. From seen and unseen dangers. When I tell them I'm an Israelite, it's big business, nothing miniature. Serve the same thing as minister. Kill the flesh, how to finish them. These commandments, they'll sustain you. I'm surrounded by these angels. I ain't worried, I'm protected. From seen and unseen dangers. When I tell you I'm an Israelite, tribe of Judah, don't you take it personal. Bleed the blood on these demons, we purging them. Don't entertain Jezebels, we be curving them. Hey, I got a ribbon, she virtuous. In person, this blue life ain't virtual. I can't forget when I heard the truth. I got cut with that word, it got surgical. Conviction can lead to repentance. I pray these verses encourage you. We repented, now we on the vertical. Judah rising, see Isaiah 32. Big business, nothing minuscule. I picked up that pen back in middle school. Guard your light and take heed who you listen to. Watch your mouth and your ears and your vision too. How Shaitan and Shao Kahn won't finish you. In Mortal Kombat, this war is not physical. Gird your loins up and follow the general. Christ, Messiah is coming, that's scriptural. Yeah. You gotta starve your flesh. The real war ain't even started yet. This look like a setup for a second exodus. I'm trying to be where the water at. Let's get it. When I tell them I'm an Israelite, it's big business, nothing miniature. Serve the same thing as minister. Kill the flesh, how to finish them. These commandments, they'll sustain you. I'm surrounded by these angels. I ain't worried, I'm protected. From seen and unseen dangers. When I tell them I'm an Israelite, it's big business, nothing miniature. Serve the same thing as minister. Kill the flesh, how to finish them. These commandments, they'll sustain you. I'm surrounded by these angels. I ain't worried, I'm protected. From seen and unseen dangers.
Listen up. The soap you share.
All right. So yeah, man, big business by I believe the brother's name is Paisley or Paisley. I don't know how to say the brother's name, so y'all know the brother. Correct me in the comments. The Hebrew featuring Darak Abar, very influential music, powerful music. Sonically, these guys are on point. It's very modernized, and I believe that they can do something with that type of sound. And it's great for the Sabbath, Israelite music, Israelite theme music. I support it. If you got any Israelite music that you want to be played on the channel, hit me up on Facebook or send me an email to HebrewJedi@gmail. I will play it on the channel, and as long as it's PG-13 clean for the family, I will share your music on here. With that being stated, let's get into the crux of the issue here, the meat and potatoes of the issue here. We deal with genetics here, we deal with science to build and articulate our models and our argument for the peopling of the earth and certain different groups that we find in the biblical literature. We base this stuff off of the biblical paradigm. So what amazes me, that people that claim they don't believe the Bible, they will watch these videos listen, this is from a biblical paradigm perspective. If you don't believe in the Bible, I don't understand why would you waste your time watching something you don't believe. But that's neither here nor there. If you're here, welcome. We will be going into this material. I actually debated someone uh, about a year ago. Was it a year or 2 years ago, somewhere around that time frame, about who was Esau or whatnot. And I brought some of this information out then. Um, upon further research, I've been able to even strengthen that argument. I still see evidence for Esau in Europe, Mesolithic Europe, and so on and so forth. And I see evidence for Esau being associated with white skin and light skin. A lot of people are like, oh no, how can Esau have to be black like everybody else because he's the twin brother of Jacob? Wait a minute. The scriptures say that the whole earth was populated. If you go on according to the biblical paradigm, the whole earth was populated by three men. We're talking about all the Y chromosomes that come from three men: Ham, Shem, and Japheth. So that would mean all variations of skin color, phenotype, and what have you would have to come from these brothers. So that don't even make any sense from that standpoint. I know that angers people because in the Israelite community, many things are sacrament to people. It's a sacrament, or sacrosanct. If you say anything against it, it's sacrilegious, you're a devil, you're wicked. I don't have, like I stated last night, I do not have to agree with everything you say just because you're an Israelite or you think that you're inspired or you feel that you're inspired, rather. You don't have to agree with everything I say. I don't understand this dogmatic fascist mind frame that is circulating the community. We have to get away from that if we're going to be, one, scientifically minded, two, very pragmatic in our approach to building arguments and models. We have to erode that type of behavior because it stunts growth. I was a part of an organization where they were about stunting growth and, just continuing with, the same old, and keeping these different dogmatic axioms that could not be broken. Listen, all knowledge is subject to change. We might come into some new information that might break our models, may break our understanding, and then we have to start over or rebuild models. That's just the nature of the thing. Nothing's going to remain the same, intact. When you look at my journey and where I started from, where I am now, a lot of my understanding shifted and changed once I did research and available evidence came to light. So you just got to remember that these things can be subject to change. That's the danger of being super duper dogmatic and axiomatic, where you feel as if, well, I'm saying is the truth regardless of whatever evidence I see. Then it's not evidentiary based. We should be able to prove our points through evidence. You understand? Not through axioms or dogma. So I warn people to steer away from that thinking, that mode of thinking, because it can stunt your growth. With that being stated, today's topic is Esau, Europe, and white skin. I'm going to be dealing with who I posit as being Esau, or a cluster of people that include Esau, rather, and their association with the European continent, the migrations, the expansions within and throughout Europe, and dealing with their association with white skin, because a lot of people believe Esau can't be white skin. They can't have white skin, they can't have pale skin. I'm going to prove that that's a farce, because if you're stating that E1B1A consists of Jews and they come from Jacob, you do understand E1B1A has a brother clade, E1B1B, and EM215, V13, I believe V22 is one of them as well. All of these groups, ancestral groups, their descendants, a lot of the descendants are what you would call Caucasian European, white European male, etc. So, for example, Lyndon B. Johnson, one of our presidents, was E1B1B. Einstein, we always bring up Albert Einstein, Adolf Hitler. These are all white Europeans, we can go on and on and on that. Nicolas Cage, white Europeans, E1B1B. We are related to these people through our ancestry and genealogy, connected through E1B1A, E1B1B. We both descend from a population cluster that consisted of EP2. These are male ancestors. We all come from these male ancestors. And the Bible focal point when it deals with genealogy is always from a male perspective. For example, Shem created Shemites, Ishmael created Ishmaelites. These are males creating males. So it should behoove you to trace Y chromosomes, because the Y chromosome is transferred from what? The father to son. And that's how we trace this genealogy, and we make these arguments. Okay. So again, if you're claiming E1B1A is an Israelite haplogroup, then you would have to accept that E1B1B is related to E1B1A, and E1B1B consists of white skin or European males. There's no way around that. This is scientifically sound and concrete. All right. Sometimes you can't appeal to emotion. You just have to deal with the evidence that's before you. And we do know Y chromosomes are transferred father to son, which you can trace that line all the way back in time to our most recent common ancestor. And our most recent common ancestor we share with E1B1B is what we are calling EP2. And if you go any further back, EM96, and you go any further back, you're going to go to DE, which is a parahaplogroup that split into D and E. D went east and went into Asia, went into China, went into Japan. We had someone come on the show the other day saying the Japanese are not Shem. Well, if you're saying that E is Shem, E comes from DE, then you would have to, that would deduce logical deduction that DE would have to be Shem as well, because it fathered, what we call the E haplogroup. And who fathered the Shem? Who fathered Jacob? Who fathered Ishmael? Who fathered these people? We'll have to say Shem. So this is how we built that model and came up to the conclusion that DE is Shem, according to our research. Okay, so if DE is Shem, then all of the clades, the subsequent clades, the children, if you will, the progeny, the posterity of DE would all have to be considered Shem, because again, the Y DNA is transferred from the father to the son. This is how we know this, and this is how we infer this on a genealogical scale. All right. So again, that would encompass and include the Ainu of Japan. 40% of Japanese are of the haplogroup D. Okay. The Qiang people of China, haplogroup D. The Tibeto-Burman people of Tibet, haplogroup D. The Annamese Islanders, haplogroup D. And again, take note, all of these groups don't look the same. They look very different. Very different. The Tibetan people can look sometimes like Polynesians. The Japanese, the Ainu, look like other Japanese people. East Asian phenotype, if you will. You understand? Epicantic eye fold, the cheekbone structure, the brachiocephalic skull, all of it, they have it the same. The jet black hair, they have those characteristics. So again, this is why I forewarn people: do not judge groups of people or ancestry, for that matter, solely based on phenotype and how someone looks today. I saw a lot of comments in the last video we saw, well, these people ain't Negro, they ain't Negro. And so what? And then, some people will say, well, we looked up these people, they were white. So what? They have our genetic information in them. We can show a connection through phylogeny, right? Through our genealogy to these people. That's the point. We share a uniparental bioelectric marker, which is haplogroup E in a lot of cases. And if we go any further back, haplogroup DE, which shows that we are related to these people. We share the same male ancestors. Same thing we see in the Bible, male ancestors. Judah making Judites, Ishmael making Ishmaelites, Assyrians are Ashurites, Ashur making Ashurites. We can go on and on and on recounting these things. And this is how we build and construct our model. Hey, Shalom, James, what's going on? I guess the brother can't hear us. All right, so with that, you know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
shalom, Mark. I was just, tuning in, catching the vibe of what's going on. That's all, man. Hearing you going over these haplogroups again.
Yeah, going over the haplogroups because it seems to be some confusion with some of the new viewers. They're not understanding, fully what's going on here. Because when we talk about ancestry and who we're related to, they're only willing to accept genetic relatedness to people that they think look like them or Negroes. It don't work like that.
Yeah, appearances ain't everything, man. I got cousins that look straight white. You would never guess we were related, but they E1B1A all day. You know what I'm saying? They got people in Yorkshire, England, been there since the 4th century Common Era. Look like a typical white person. Paternal marker E1B1A just like me and yours. You know what I'm saying? So appearances don't mean nothing. We're talking about what their ancestry is, not what they look like.
Facts. All right, man, we're gonna get into it, man. Esau, Europe, and white skin. Are these things? Do these things correlate? Can we associate these three things? White skin with Europe, Europe with Esau, Esau with Europe, and white skin. We're going to go into the information and articulate this argument. All right. So I'm going to open up my PowerPoint presentation. Shalom to everybody in the building. You viewers have been awesome within the last week. Like I said, we did 1,000 views last week on one video, and we've been getting consistent viewership. So I just want to take this time out and appreciate y'all that support the source and come out to every video. Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, share these videos on the various social media platforms, and we'll continue to feed you with content, diverse content at that. Watch this. All right. So this is my presentation, Esau and Europe, a connection between white Europeans and Edom. All right, let me go to view. And let's go to reading view. All right, let's get started. So first, I want to give a quick introduction, a brief introduction. Most Israelites in America teach that the American Negroes are descendants of Jacob. If this is to be true, then the descendants of Edom should be related to American Negroes. I mean, this is common sense. If we're saying that E1B1A, the American Negroes, are in fact of Jacob, then their brother Esau would be related to them, right? Logic and reasoning. There are some who contest the hypothesis that Edom could represent white people, but this is due to a lack of understanding of phylogeny. If you are postulating the American Negro as being descendants of Jacob, you must come to the conclusion that Black Americans, E1B1A, are related to white people, E1B1B. These E1B1B descendants have a history within the continent of Europe. So this is what we're going to be talking about today. E1B1B, their connection to Europe. And again, if you're saying that E1B1A is in fact an Israelite haplotype, then you would have to pretty much acquiesce to the fact that E1B1B is the brother to E1B1A, and it consists of and encompasses what you would call white European males, which would kill the argument that, oh, well, Esau can't represent white people or his descendants can't represent white people because he's the brother of Jacob. But wait a minute, if you understand phylogeny, which is dealing with the phylogenetic tree and genealogy, right? Then you would understand that E1B1B consists of white people and is akin to E1B1A. It's related to E1B1A. Okay? They share the same male fathers, which was in the cluster EP2 group. All right? Before we go any further, I want to explain our model, our genetic model, genetic table of nations, if you will. Shem is the DE lineages. And when we say these lineages, the DE, of course, we're dealing with Y-DNA. We're dealing with the paternal side of genetics. The Shemite lineages would consist of Ainu, which is in Japan, the Bantu speakers, which is in Africa, Natufians, which is in the pre-pottery Natufian Neolithic, pre-pottery Neolithic Levantine area. We find those Natufians. Those will be Shemites. These are one of the earliest inhabitants of Levant, and they dominated the Levant for thousands of years. The Epipaleolithic to the Neolithic times, all the way to the Bronze Age. That's very important to note, because we would expect to see Shem's descendants in the Levant for that period of time, because the Shemites should be the predecessors of that land, if we follow the biblical narrative. The Tibeto-Burman people also are from Shem. They come from DE, because we're denoting that DE is Shem. And the Qiang people in China are also from the DE lineage. Okay, and then we have Ham. AB lineages, according to Y-DNA. You have the Khoi people. This is many of your South African people come from the Khoi people. They speak the Click language. The Sun people, also in South Africa. Some of them are in the Sudan area. Also, the Kadruka population, which is in northern Sudan, and the early now. This is the early now population called the Kadruka population, and many of the pretty much most of the specimens from this time period that they lived, which is before 3000 BC, they were of AM13. Okay, so the original inhabitants, those people that came and settled and colonized Africa at first, would be considered Ham in our model, and they come from the Kadruka population. All right, the Bushmen would be the B lineages, what we used to call the Pygmies. They fall within this lineage as well. See, this is another thing that our model points out. It's clear. All of these African groups are not the same. Many of E and A and B lineages inhabit Africa together, but they have different paternal lines, as we can see through the Y-DNA. The early Nilotes have a lot of A and mostly A and minor B lineages within them as well. Okay, the last is unleashed. The Japhetic lines are the CF lineages. Many of the Dorian Greeks come from the CF. You got like G, J. Some individuals may have I. The early Turks have J. They come from the Japhetic line. The Han Dynasty in China, which is primarily O, haplogroup O, which is a descendant of CF, they come from Japhet. The early Europeans, they come from Japhet. That's mainly our basis for who, dictating who is Japhet. Those people that colonize, the first early Europeans that colonized the continent. In the Pacific Islanders, these would be your Negrito peoples, your Philippines, your Hawaiians, and so on and so forth. Many of them are like Q, K, M, and N haplogroups. They fall under the lineage of Japhet. And they are the biggest. CF is the biggest, has the most descendants, the most haplogroups out of any other lineage. They have the largest percentage of representation on the planet Earth. Now, that seems to echo the sentiment that's found in the Bible about Japhet, that he shall enlarge Japhet. All right, so this is our genetic model based on the biblical paradigm. DE being Shem, Ham being AB, and Japhet being the CF lineages. Before we get into this, I want to establish that the world was brown in the past, meaning majority of people was a variation of brown skin. There were no what you would call pale white skinned people during this time period. All right, so my sources will always be on the left side of the screen. It says, imagine a world where everyone had brown skin, tens of thousands of years ago that was the case, says scientists at Pennsylvania State University. So how did white people get here? The answer lies in that tricky component of evolution known as a genetic mutation. So, okay, the early Earth, the early populations would have all been brown skin. We just established that. And white skin would have came through a genetic mutation. And the source is how genetic mutation led to the white race by Nadra Karim Nittel, ThoughtCo as the website. It was published July 4th, 2020. White skin introduced to Europe. If something's being introduced to a continent, that means it wasn't originally there at first, right? Okay, so most notably, a large effect variant of SLC2485, that's the allele that is responsible, the gene rather, that is responsible for skin whitening or skin lightening, right? Was introduced to Europe by migration of Neolithic farming populations, but continued to be under selection post-admixture. This study shows that the response to selection for light skin pigmentation in West Eurasia was driven by a relatively small proportion of the variants that are associated with present-day phenotypic variation. So some key points to point out here. The migration that carried these genes was known as the Neolithic farming populations, and we're going to show what groups fell into that category. So the source for that is the evolution of skin pigmentation associated variation in West Eurasia by Dan Ju. BioRxiv is where you can find an article, and it was published May 8th of 2020. Now watch this. A sole individual responsible for white skin, according to geneticists at Penn State. It says a skin whitening mutation appeared randomly in a sole individual, according to a 2005 Penn State study. If you understand genetics, a random mutation is rare, so it's likely not to happen across 1,000 people at one time. That mutation or that break in that genetic code it's more likely to happen in an individual and then spread to subsequent populations when he hybridizes or he breeds with that population. Okay. It's easier to contain a mutation and spread a mutation in smaller populations. So if you got a group of 10 people and one of them has a rare mutation, it's more likely that that will spread versus one individual with a mutation in 1,000 people in a group of 1,000. It's going to be hard for his mutation to spread. All right. So let's keep going. Fair skin obtained by E3B first. This is E1B1B. The various sub-branches of E1B1B have been found today in the highest numbers in the Horn of Africa and in North Africa, but also in lower numbers in the Near East and Europe. It most likely found its way into Europe with the spread of agriculture. Remember, we brought out the early farmers. This is why I pointed that out. These early farmers that went into Europe carried these genes like SLC, the light skin gene, right? Carried these genes. It says, look, it most likely found its way into Europe with the spread of agriculture via Spain and the Balkans around 10,000 years ago. Although E1B1B represented the last major migration out of Africa, E1B1B individuals arriving in Europe may have been among the first people to have acquired the alleles for fair skin. Now, again, E1B1B is related to E1B1A. Many of you people say E1B1A. E1B1A is from Jacob. Now, we know he's related to E1B1B. We know E1B1A is related to E1B1B, and E1B1B is postulated to be the first ones to have acquired alleles for fair skin and spreading this into Europe. So this echoes the sentiments that have been stated for years, actually, that Esau would represent a white population. Does he represent all white people? No, I'm not stating that. But we can make an argument that it did consist of what we call white people. And according to this, they may have been the first ones to attain those alleles. All right, and that's the source is Famous Faces, linked by Y DNA haplogroups by Lee Reamer for ancestry, genealogy, and DNA. Abroadintheyard.com is the website to find this. Europeans that belong to the E haplogroup. The genetics, it is indeed ironic that those with what can be called the stereotype African facial morphology and very dark skin are precisely those with the European haplogroup. So, real quick, you have dark-skinned people that come from the European haplogroup. For instance, the Chadic people that you find in Africa. These people come from European haplogroups. These people would be considered Japhet. They have haplogroup R, some have J, some even have T, and they look just like sub-Saharan Africans. They share morphology, meaning form, facial form, and shape. They have the same skin color, skin tone, and hair texture, but they descend from Japhites. They are not related to you and I. Reading on, it says, while others who phenotypically more resemble Europeans are often predominantly of the E haplogroup. So these people that look like Europeans, hair texture, morphology, facial forms, noses, what have you, blue eyes, okay, they are related to us. A lot of them are related to us. And this is Genetics of African Populations and Health and Diseases by Muteza Ibrahim, page number 38. I know statements like this make you pro-Africaners quiver and shake because you have pushed the scientific racist lie that all black people are the same, and that's not true. Reading on. So to recapitulate, we covered that the white skin mutation came from a sole individual. We covered that the first bearers of these fair skin genes spreading into Europe would be from E3B, aka E1B1B. We covered also that phenotypic white European males, a lot of them belong to haplogroup E. A considerable amount belong to haplogroup E, which is the same haplogroup that we're saying is responsible for the Israelites. So if that haplogroup is responsible for the Israelites, then they must also be responsible for the Edomites. Let's go. How did Europeans develop pale skin, one may ask? The versions of genes primarily responsible for lighter skin pigmentation in modern Northwest Europeans arrive in Europe on the back of two waves of migrations thousands of years after Cheddar Man died. Who was Cheddar Man? Cheddar Man's population was primarily dark skin. His population would look nothing like the population that we see today that dominates Western Europe. And that's due to the fact that many of them were dark skinned, many of them were melanated, many of them were heavily melanated, right? So his generation didn't see that. It came much after his time and much after his epoch, the epoch he lived in, the Mesolithic. It says one associated with the Near Eastern farmers. Remember, we brought out early that the early farmers coming in and carrying in those genes, and we also brought out who was a part of those early farmers carrying those genes, E1B1B. All right, so it says one associated with the Near Eastern farmers and another with pastoralists from the Pontic steppe 10 through 12. I also want to make a mention about time frames. Well, they got these astronomical time frames. Well, we understand we're dealing with a biblical paradigm which may not conform to that. So what we do here is we deal with relative dating, meaning what happened first. We're dealing with things and events that happen in sequential order. We focus more on that rather than something saying 26,000 years ago. You understand? We're just dealing with what happened first, and we try to build a chronological steps in between that in sequential order. Let's keep going. Cheddar Man's population's pigment. So we can just, drive this point home. We were able to extract enough information from Cheddar Man's DNA to run it through a forensic tool that predicts differences in the level of skin pigmentation in modern world populations. The results indicated that Cheddar Man's skin pigmentation was most likely in one of the two most highly pigmented of 5 categories: dark or dark to black, and definitely not in the lightest categories. So again, Cheddar Man's population, Cheddar Man himself would have not been considered a white European male. He would have been highly pigmented according to the scientific findings. Is this a surprise finding? No, not really. Previous studies of DNA from Mesolithic individuals recovered from Spain, Luxembourg, and Hungary associated with reduced skin pigmentation in modern light-skinned Europeans. We found that Cheddar Man belonged to the same populations as these individuals, usually referred to as Western European Mesolithic hunter-gatherers. So in that context, his pigmentation is not unusual. Let me read that again. Cheddar Man's pigmentation is not unusual. In context, if you're saying all these individuals from Hungary, Luxembourg, Spain, Western European would have been similar to what we see in Cheddar Man. This is why they said this finding was not surprising. However, we did predict how dark Cheddar Man's skin was by examining variations in a wider range of genes relating to skin pigmentation. So again, he was very dark. The population he belonged to was very dark. You did not have this white skin variation during this time. It came thousands of years after Cheddar Man, according to the geneticists. In that population, to carry these genes very well, the first population to carry these genes could have been E1B1B. Okay? So again, what is the title? Esau, Europe, and white skin. We're showing that there's a correlation. We're showing a correlation between white skin. We're showing a correlation with the migrations and expansions within and throughout Europe. Japhetic lineages, i.e. the early Europeans, these would have been those groups that would have had the dark skin along with Cheddar Man. So again, these are F lineages. Remember, the F lineages, according to our model, would denote Japhites. The FM89 population represents the main out of Africa migration of our species. Descendant populations of the FM89 group terminate in the following mutations: N423, the Balkan I group; M26, the Sardinian I group; M223, the Central European I group; M253, the Scandinavian I group. And why is it important? How much did y'all miss? I was down 5 minutes. Jeez. I had no idea I was going into. I was in. Oh man, I've been down for 10 minutes. I just been reading and reading and reading. I'm sorry, y'all. Um, man, I don't like that. We got 10 minutes of dead air here. I had no idea. Uh, we have trouble streaming to Facebook. Let me go. Let me look at some of these comments. That's why it's good to have a co-host. I had no idea that I was down. It says 153. The brother said audio went out, and the brother said audio was out. Man, I apologize to everybody. I had no idea. I was in the middle of reading the presentation. I have a nonstop actually, and I don't know where we left off at. But to recapitulate, Higher Be Praised says, so our brother is responsible for white people. Exactly. The question, AJ said, the question is whether or not Eliphaz had many descendants in Europe. It doesn't matter if you have many descendants in Europe. You don't need large populations to influence subsequent generations. You just need small populations that later go through population booms and impact those what we call modern population density. I left off with Cheddar. This is BS. You know how far ago that was? I pretty much was reaching the end of the presentation. I had no idea my internet fell down, man. Had no idea. Let me read some of these comments and I'll try to recapitulate and get you guys up to speed. I'm so sorry. I had no idea that the internet, pretty much blipped on me. And I was just blabbing on, thinking I'm talking to y'all. I'm not. Okay. 143. Shannon Porter said it's making sense. I'm glad it's making sense. I'm trying to, drive these points home. The biggest thing, the biggest thing that I want you guys to leave with is, for one thing you have to understand is our genealogy consists of black and white people. You can't get around that. It consists of black and white people. We see that with the E1B1B, EM215, etc. These people carry genes and genetics that show and prove that these people are white skinned. And today, modern population density, many of them do have white skin. Let me read some of these comments. You know what I'm saying? I had no idea I was down. What's AJ talking about? AJ funny as hell. He said if his sound come back in 30 seconds, he is an Israelite and it's proven. If not, then the sign is he's wrong. Y'all funny, man. Y'all, it's very dogmatic. RA says my audio cut after he mentioned the Scandinavians and others carrying light skin gene mutations. Okay, that's what part we cut off at 10 minutes ago. Man, damn, this is not going to make this rewatchable. Nathaniel Jeanson spoke of how small populations quite take over in a part 4 or 5 of the 25 Hey, man, I just want to say I appreciate y'all, man. All of you guys stayed here for 10 minutes with no audio, no nothing. My internet just went out again. And what I'm doing to circumvent that, I'm using my hotspot on my phone. I'm using my hotspot on my phone. So hopefully that solves that issue. We're down on Facebook. We're down on Facebook as well. Hopefully I can solve that, but we're still live on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know why. It looks like it's not giving me an option to bring back up the stream. But okay, that shouldn't be an issue no more. We're on my hotspot with my phone. I got the S21, so we back. Man, I'm sorry, man. This has been so distracting. Let me get back and let me read the rest of what you guys said to get some momentum built again and go over this information with y'all. Okay, the Scandinavians. REA says the original Scandinavians were a population with similar phenotype as Cheddar Man. This was reported on the Swiss TV documentary. Exactly. The Scandinavians are not, again, the Scandinavians at this particular time did not have white skin like people try to say. You could postulate that, but there's no evidence behind that. But the evidence shows that many of these Mesolithic individuals, the Middle Stone period, if you will, these people would have been heavily melanated, just like Cheddar Man. And I just want to appreciate everybody that stuck through, through the technical difficulties. But we're still here. We're back on, and I'm going to go back to those slides and reread them. Like I said, I was just reading those slides as if we were still live. I don't know what Shannon Porter. Many require fish oil to survive. That is not natural. I don't know what that means. RA says, in regards to light skin gene mutation having different genetic markers in different populations, I wonder if the Gehazi also passed on a light mutation among Israel. Maybe, I don't know. Gehazi came way much later. He came in the Iron Age, so that's way much. That's a lot later. What else? Shannon Porter said that is true. The genetic mutation spreads. They do it to protect the offspring from UV rays. That's what they say. To be honest, I don't agree with that. Because I've read scientific articles that actually in colder regions you're exposed to more UV rays than you would in some instances than regions close to the equator. She said the Dans were originally brown. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these people were originally brown. The whole world was originally brown. So, the mutation for white skin came in and altered through a sole individual populations that came after. All right, I think I read all of the comments, at least the relevant ones. Again, I apologize for the technical difficulties. I had no idea at all. Let me open up this presentation and try to go back to, according to y'all, I should be around the time we're talking about the Scandinavians, right? I should be around there somewhere. Can you guys see my screen? Can my stream be seen? No, it cannot. Come on, man. There we go. All right. Let's get back on track. I might have to re-record this and just upload it individually on Genesis 49 so you guys can get it with no interruption. Man, 10 minutes. That's a bummer. Spread of ancient farming. Did we cover this? All right, so this is Cheddar Man's population pigment. I believe this is where people are saying I cut out. So I'm going to read this slide, go back to the StreamYard, then come back and make sure I'm not having any more problems, right? So again, the natural history of UK under the Cheddar Man fact portion. It says we were able to extract enough information from Cheddar Man's DNA to run it through a forensic tool that predicts differences in the level of skin pigmentation in modern world populations. The result indicated that Cheddar Man's skin's pigmentation was most likely in one of the two most highly pigmented of 5 categories, dark or dark to black, and definitely not in the lightest categories. Is this a surprising finding? No, not really. Previous studies of DNA from Mesolithic individuals recovered from Spain, Luxembourg, and Hungary identified they also lacked the versions of genes that associated with reduced skin pigmentation in modern light-skinned Europeans. So they didn't have the genes to make them light-skinned during this time period. Then the Mesolithic in Europe and Spain, Luxembourg, Hungary, these people would have been dark-skinned Europeans. We found that Cheddar Man belonged to the same population as these individuals, which includes Scandinavians, because early Scandinavians have haplogroup I, and Cheddar Man, if you look up his Y DNA, is haplogroup I. They share the same most recent common ancestors, most recent male ancestor. These people are the same. Initially, these people would have been dark skinned, very dark, very, very dark. You understand? It's important to teach stuff like this because also it erodes the ideas of colorism and racism. What is colorism and racism? Predicated upon that race is dictated upon skin color, and white is superior than black. Black is a inferior race, and these people were made to be slaves. Yada yada yada. This kills that because all of these European groups that are, primarily white today were not in the past. Since we found that Cheddar Man belonged to the same population as these individuals, usually referred to as Western European Mesolithic hunter-gatherers, so in that context, his pigmentation is not unusual. Cheddar Man's pigmentation was not unusual. It would fit the run of the mill. He would have looked like every other individual in Europe during this time period. However, we did predict how dark Cheddar Man's skin was by examining variations in a wider range of genes related to skin pigmentation. Japhetic lineages, i.e. the early Europeans, FM89 populations represent the main out of Africa migration of our species. Descendant populations of the FM89 group terminate in the following mutations: M423, the Balkan I group; M26, the Sardinian I group; M223, the Central European I group; M253, the Scandinavian I group. Scandinavians, they're high, they're haplogroup I. Why is that important? Cheddar Man was haplogroup I. The population he belonged to was haplogroup I. These people were dark-skinned people. JM172, Near Eastern J group, which is relating to the Turks, some of the early Dorian Greeks. Okay, GM201, the Caucasus G group, NM178, the Baltic N group, RM269, Western European R group, and RM17, the Eastern European R group. These are all Japhetic clades. Again, according to our model, Japhite would have produced all of these early European groups. According to Josephus, the early inhabitants of Europe would have been Japhet. Hey, shalom, James. I needed you, brother.
Hey, shalom. Hey, man, I had to take care of some family stuff. I apologize.
No, you good, but like, damn, like I didn't even know my internet went out for 10 minutes. I want to just, salute the viewers. Do you know these brothers stayed in the video for 10 minutes without me saying nothing?
Hey, that's love right there. That's real love and support, man.
Yeah, man. I thought my viewership would have died. These brothers are still in the comments, chatting it up and everything. I'm like, man. So really, I was at the end of the presentation. I had to wheel it back and reread because I was just reading slides and I had no idea that I didn't have an audience. I didn't know my internet went out. All right, so I'm gonna get back into this. Again, these groups would have been Japhites, and important to note, The Scandinavians were of the haplogroup I, which is the same haplogroup that Cheddar Man came from. These people have been likely dark-skinned people originally. And the source for that is
the brother haplogroup, the J.
Yeah, that is the brother haplogroup to J, which will make J what? Japhet.
Exactly. maybe they the priestly lineage of Japhet, man.
Right. They the priests, man. They the shamans of Japhet. Source Germanic origins from perspective of Y chromosome by Michael Robert St. Clair, and that's from Berkeley. This is published spring of 2012. The spread of farming in ancient Europe. Farming was established in Central Europe by the LBK culture, a well-investigated archaeological horizon which emerged in the Carpathian Basin in today's Hungary. However, the genetic background of the LBK genesis has not been revealed yet. Here we present 9 Y chromosomal and 84 mitochondrial DNA profiles from the Mesolithic, Neolithic star Sivo and LBK sites, 7 to 6 millennium BC from the Carpathian Basin in southeastern Europe. We detect genetic continuity of both maternal and paternal elements during the initial spread of agriculture and confirm the substantial genetic impact of early farming southeastern European and Carpathian Basin cultures on Central European populations of the 6th and 4th millennium BC. So why is this important? Because the spread of farming is relative to E1B1B. They were involved with that as well because they were agriculturalists. Haplogroup E is famous for introducing into the world agriculture and agrarian society. They're famous for that. So you get the Neolithic Revolution, where many of these Natufians were bringing in agriculture, which changed the world, which changed everything and introduced civilization because it took men from hunter-gatherer status, where they were spending most of their time chasing animals to survive and try not to starve, to go into a society where you had a surplus of food. You didn't have to worry about where your next meal was coming because you knew you had a surplus of food from agriculture, and you were able to focus on other things like science, infrastructure, construction, building, expanding, inventions. You were able to sit down and think. You was allowed to think. You understand? Early European migrations. Again, we understand that early European farmers were part of this migration. So our comprehensive Y chromosomal and mitochondrial DNA population genetic analysis demonstrate a clear affinity of early farmers to modern Near East and Caucasus, tracing the expansion from that region through southeastern Europe and the Carpathian Basin into Central Europe. Our results also contrasting patterns for male and female genetic diversity in the European Neolithic, suggesting patrilineal descent system and a patrilocal residential rules among the early farmers. Edom mingled with Japhet. So again, we know E1B1 and E1B1B would have been a part of those early farmer groups. All right. So this has implications on Edom mingling with Japhet. It says, considering the entire set of 32 published NRY records available for Neolithic Europe thus far, the low paternal diversity is indeed quite remarkable. G2A is the prevailing haplogroup in the Central European and Carpathian Basin Neolithic and in French and Iberian Neolithic data sets. There are only 2 exceptions, namely one E1B1B V13 individual from the Avalancer cave in Spain, 5,000 to 4,500 BC, and 2 I2A individuals from the Trailes, France, 3,000 BC. So E1B1B was a part of this early migration into Europe, Neolithic Europe, right? And of course, we see mainly G2A, which is early Europeans. We expect to see that because we expect to see primarily Japhet in these regions. But we also see a Shemitic line migrating into Europe, which I posit consisted of what we call Edomites in this as well. And the source is tracing the genetic origin of Europe's first farmers, reveals insights into their social organization by Anna et al. Et al. Just means and others. BioRxiv, published September the 3rd, 2014. All right, let me check on the StreamYard.
I have a question.
Go ahead, brother.
Question of my personal curiosity. You putting where you putting Edom at here right now? 'Cause, I mean, I'm personally trying to figure out what your timeline look like. Your secular.
Oh
timeline.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to touch on that on a later slide. Most of this stuff happened much recently, with less than 5,500 years ago. From my studies and my research. Now, I know they would say 10,000, 12,000 years ago. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think those dates are skewed. But I got something to show some evidence towards that as well. I haven't got to that slide yet.
Bet.
I read it when the internet went down, but I'm about to get to it here in a minute. All right, so let's get back to it. All right, so in conclusion, if anyone considers E1B1A as a genetic marker for Israelites, they have to consider the brother clade E1B1B, which consists of white European males. This would mean that Jacob, the putative ancestor, would be related to black people and white people. Examining the evidence of these E1B1B ancestors, we witness a migration into Europe and a assimilation with a foreign people, i.e. Japhet, according to our model, which replaced older lineages during the Yamnaya expansion from the steppes in the Bronze Age. This early group of E1B1B bearers may have been responsible for introducing Europe with alleles for white skin. E3B introduced to early Europe. Recently, it has been proposed that E3B originated in sub-Saharan Africa and expanded into the Near East and Northern Africa at the end of the Pleistocene. E3B lineages would have been introduced from the Near East into Southern Europe by immigrant farmers during the Neolithic expansion. Again, that's why I keep bringing up the farmers. Why? Because it shows that haplogroup E introgressed into Europe. All right. The source for that is phylogeographic analysis of haplogroup E3B. Y chromosomes reveal multiple migratory events within and out of Africa by Fulvio Crisani, and that's in the American Journal of Genetics. And this was published in 2004. The E3B dispersals. In conclusion, we detected that the signature of several distinct processes of migration and or recurrent gene flow associated with the dispersal of haplogroup E3B lineages. Early events involved the dispersal of EM78. So that just recapitulates what we just read. These people spreading out and dispersing into Europe. We know that this haplogroup was there. Now, here we go, James. This is the point. Less than 5,500 years ago is when this occurs. And I think this will answer your question. This is from Wikipedia. Written by Massiamo I believe that's how you pronounce that. Published in 2018. It says, in fact, it has been calculated that EV13 emerged from EM78 some 7,800 years ago, when Neolithic farmers were advancing into the Balkans and the Danubian basin. Furthermore, all the modern members of EV13 descend from a common ancestor who lived approximately 5,500 years ago. And all of them descend from a latter common ancestor who carried the CTS 5856 mutation. That ancestor would have lived about 4,100 years ago during the Bronze Age, almost immediately afterwards. CTS 5856 split into 6 subclades, then branched off into more subclades in the space of a few generations. Why is this huge? Why is this important? Because it puts this timeline of this particular group that did all this expanding into Europe within less than 5,500 years ago. And it also showed you that subclades for haplotypes and haplogroups don't take 100,000 years to develop. It don't take 10,000 years to develop. It can form within the space of a few generations. That's scientifically observable. All right. So again, in just a few centuries, that very minor EV13 lineage, someone asked in the questions, how many people was it? It don't take that many people. All you need is a few individuals. And with agriculture, what does agrarian societies do? They induce population boom. Why do they induce population boom? Because majority of your people that's there are not dying from starvation when they can't find any damn live animals to hunt. They have a surplus of food. They're multiplying like rabbits. Okay, and in a lot of it's evidence. A lot of these early groups were practicing polygyny. When you look at these different grave sites, it's more women than males. Okay, so a lot of these men could have been with a lot of women and producing a lot of children. So you don't need too many people to induce this population boom. Okay, so it says in just a few centuries, that's only a few hundred years, this very minor EV13 lineage had started an expansion process that would turn it into Europe's most widespread paternal lineages and reach far beyond the borders of Europe itself, also spreading to the eastern edge of the Mediterranean, the Caucasus, the Kurdistan, Iran, and even Siberia. All of this occurred less than 5,500 years ago. They share a common ancestor that lived around 4,100 years ago. That puts them in the Bronze Age. And this is my argument for these people being related or considered or encompassing Edomites. All right. Let me go check the StreamYard. Now I'm nervous. Every time I get to talking and going on a rant for a while, I got to check the StreamYard, make sure I'm still live. And I am live. Shalom to everybody. Brother David said, great work, fam. I try, brother. I try. So this would put that into perspective. A lot of this stuff did happen within recent modern times. According to my research, anybody's willing to challenge it. My brother James willing to challenge it. Tell me I'm wrong. I'm open to hear it. Okay, so let's keep going. Same article. This data suggests that the fate of EV13 was linked to the elite dominance of the Bronze Age society. Excuse me. The geographic distribution of the 6 main branches show that EV13 quickly spread to all parts of Europe, but was especially common in Central Europe. The only Bronze Age migration that could account for such a fast and far-reaching dispersal is that of the Proto-Indo-Europeans. At present, the most consistent explanation is that EV13 developed from EM78 in Central Eastern Europe during the Neolithic period and was assimilated by the R1A and R1B Proto-Indo-Europeans around the time that they were leaving the Pontic steppe to invade the rest of Europe. Why is this important? This happened in this period right here happened in the Bronze Age. When Europe was overtaken by the R haplogroups, that took place during the Bronze Age. They came in and population replacement happened. A lot of those old lineages that Chinaman belonged to, IG and so on and so forth, was replaced by R1A and R1B Proto-Indo-Europeans that came from the steppes during this time. And who was right along with them, assimilating with them? EV13. This population, according to our model, according to my research, would have encompassed Edomites. This population was said to carry the alleles for white skin, connecting Esau, white skin, and Europe. We see the migration. We see them as the early farmers. They had agrarian society going into Europe. They had white skin, okay? And they were a part of a population replacement event that happened during the Bronze Age. They assimilate themselves with Japhet. And we see this also articulated. This might have a historical parallel with what we find in what we call the Yasapon, which is an ancient Jewish recounting of history, where they say that Esau, descendants of Esau, came into Europe, okay, and intermingled with the Japhite people. We even have archaeology to back up that statement. I've done videos on this. The grave sites of Idiomenus, which was reported and purported to be on the island of Cyprus. All right. So again, this all correlates, according to my hypothesis, that these people would have encompassed Edomites. The Edomites assimilated with Japhet. Same article says, what is surprising with EV13 is that it is as common in R1A dominant as in R1B dominant countries. What does that mean? They are associated with what we just read, the expansion and invasion into Europe. R1A Indo-European tribes are associated with the corded ware culture, which span across Northeast Europe, Scandinavia, and the northern half of Central Europe. R1B tribes invaded the Balkans, the southern half of the Central Europe, and joined up with corded ware people in what is now Germany, the Czech Republic, and Western Poland. If EV13 was found among both groups, it would have needed to be either assimilated in the Pontic steppe or very near from it. So they're saying they this group was assimilated in the steppe, spread into Africa. Spread into Europe with the R1A, R1B clades and groups from Eurasia. This is that Yamnaya population coming into Europe. Okay, bringing in these haplogroup E clades with them. All right. So many people are arguing that these E3B dispersals are sort of happening much prior, a lot earlier, deeper into the Mesolithic. They're saying that this happened in the Bronze Age. Okay. It says, if EV13 was found among both groups, it would have needed to be either assimilated in the Pontic steppe or very near from it, or at the junction between two groups in Central Europe around, for example, EG means, for example, around the Czech Republic. Haplogroup E, the Mesolithic epoch, the FM89 represents the main out of Africa migrations as reflected by figures 4.1 and 4.2. Unlike the other Y chromosome haplogroups discussed in the dissertation, haplogroup E did not participate in the main out of Africa migration about 45,000 years ago. Instead, most European men with the haplogroup E chromosomes are the descendants of a more recent out of Africa migration that occurred in the beginning of the Mesolithic. So E started going into Eurasia, Near East around in the beginning of the Mesolithic. We just explained around the Bronze Age, there's evidence that EV13 started spreading through Europe, accompanying many of the haplogroup R clades of the Yamnaya culture. Okay, and this was a population replacement event that got rid of a lot of the old European haplogroups such as I, G, K, H, J, so on. All right, so we're at the end of this thing. Before I conclude, I wanted to touch on this chart here that I created for our understanding. A lot of people say, oh, well, one lineage has to be E1B1A, the other lineage has to be E1B1B. One is Isaac, one is... Here's the problem with that. And I created this chart to try to demystify that and delineate that up. Okay, so the different outcomes of EP2, we agree that Jacob, the Israelites, would have to come from the EP2 cluster of people. If you see the chart to the left, the top is the progenitor and the bottom is the descendants. I want to explain to you something. That's why it's dangerous to sit here and try to say that everybody from E1B1B is Esau and everybody from E1B1A is Israel. Okay, so the top would be the progenitor, EP2. These would be the ancestors, right? The bottom rows, bottom columns, the four bottom column rows would be the descendants of those progenitors. Okay, so the far left, EP2 descendants is EP2. Then the next generation is EP2. Next generation E1B1B, E1B1A, excuse me. And the next generation after that would be E1B1A. According to what I have here, again, this is all hypothetical. I'm just doing this for explanation purposes. So, okay, that's normal. 4 generations, all of them maintain E1B1A. But what happens here in the second column? You can have a progenitor EP2 produce another EP2 generation, and then they produce E1B1B, and then they produce E1B1B the following generation, and then the fourth, what we call the fourth generation, would be EP2. Now, how would this happen? No, that's impossible. This could happen because the descendants would have to, let's say the women that came after them married into those EP2 lineages you see to the left. They married men from those EP2 lineages. Then their children would still be EP2. They still all descend from EP2. Why is that important? EP2 can produce E1B1A lineages and E1B lineages. This is why I say you can't, it's not a blanket statement. Genetics does not work like that. It's not cookie cutter. Look at the third example I made up right here. Again, all hypothetical. EP2, 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 then produce E1B1A, and then again, a back crossing event can happen, and the women could back cross into EP2. They can marry EP2 individuals and still produce EP2 individuals. EP2 can create E1B1A, E1B1B. It can go either way. EP2, E1B1A all the way through EP2, E1B1B, monophyletic. All of them, all the descendants produce E1B1B. But what happens if they back cross? They move backwards. They can go back to EP2 and start the process all over again. We know that this happened and took place because you still have EP2 individuals today. In Ethiopia, you have EP2 individuals. Okay? And further presentations, I am going to draw up things so you guys can understand that this can happen, very well happen, which will shake up your understanding on, saying that everybody that E1B1A is the same or E1B1A is Jacob or what have you. We all come from the EP2 cluster, which can create either or. All right. So I just wanted to share that because I've been seeing that being confusing to some people. But the crux of this presentation was to connect Esau, Europe, and white skin and show the association between these three concepts. We've seen that Esau spread throughout Europe, and we've seen that we have proof that EV13 that that's happened within the Bronze Age, which will put them in close proximity to the peopling of Esau and Edom, so on and so forth. We showed that it was a small group. We also showed that these people may have been responsible for spreading fair skin alleles into Europe. Because before those particular times, they would have been the main European population, according to Chetterman and other ancient specimens that were analyzed, would have been dark-skinned people. Okay, so those would have been early Japhites. They would have been black. An event happened where a migration came in and introduced a mutation into Europe, and it spread that way. All right, so I'm going to start reading some questions and comments and see what you guys are saying. All right, let's see. We got a lot of comments, man. I appreciate every one of you guys supporting me. Even when my internet went down, you guys were still here, man. I appreciate you guys. I love you, brothers, and I love you, sisters. And without y'all, the source wouldn't be here. Okay. Indio Negro da Terra says there is Africans with blue eyes. Yes, that is true. William the Slayer says, I got blue eyes and yellow hair. Yeah, I wonder what your Y DNA is. Then we can say what group you belong to. Because we here at the source, we understand genetics cut across, genealogy cut across phenotypes, modern races. It cuts across that. You can be related to somebody and look completely different. Blue eyes, blonde hair. It can be related to someone with what we call kinky hair syndrome, or what have you. Dark skin, wide nose, what have you. Right. So it doesn't matter how you look. A higher praise says, and all those haplogroups come from haplogroup F. Yes, the early European settlers would be I and G2A and things of that nature would have came from F. And why is that important to our model? According to Japhet, the early inhabitants of Europe would have had to come from Japhet. Haya says, I guess he's saying why they stayed around is that's because we love the information. All praises, but all praises. I try to make this top notch information for you guys. AJ says, how are Native American Hebrews then if they have a Japhetic Y DNA haplogroup Q? Great question. Native Americans that have the haplogroup Q are not Israelites. They're not. They're not Shem. They would be from Japhet. Now, I am open to haplogroup E having an ancient presence in America. It is very possible. Why do I say that? Because a lot of times we examine people with haplogroup E and we automatically assume it's a result of the slave trade. That's being scientifically racist. We don't even open up to the possibility that these people could have been the original Mayan culture. They could have came from there. Do we need more study and research on that in that subject? Yes, we don't have the evidence to back it up yet as far as genetics and genomics relate to. But I am open to that idea, and hopefully one day we do find a specimen with haplogroup E. But at this point, we don't have it. And to answer your question again, to reiterate it, those with the Y DNA haplogroup Q are Japhetic. Olive Pepper says Ephesians 2:14. Brother David says, Shalom, people. Great work, fam. I appreciate that, brother. I try. Ahaya Be Praised says they agree GHIK are all Japhetic haplogroups, but J, which is right in the middle of those four haplogroups, they want the world to believe is Shem. If we believe that, then Japhet was Shem's father, which makes no sense. Exactly, brother. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Japhet can't be Shem's father. It's separate paternal lineages. If J is Shem's haplogroup, then Japhet is Shem's father and not Noah. The J haplogroup is too young to be the haplogroup of the Shemites. Exactly. Amanda Bernice Washington says, I agree with almost everything that was said here today. I do know that I was never raised to identify myself as being black because my father read a lot. He saw that black was a negative term of being sad and gloomy. And if swarthy and black are used in the same sentence, and they do have different meanings, no one can possibly be physically white, because to even be human with hue, color, and tint color, you have to have hue, blushing through the skin under the sun. Pink is not white. And okay, all right. Shalom, sister. That was long. Olive Peppers, our believers, body of Christ, commissioned to spread the God. We are. Nathaniel Jeanson also stated, RA says, Nathaniel Jeanson also stated that there were less people on the earth as we go further back, so people are more interrelated on certain populations, meaning the mutation would spread quickly. Yes, if you have a smaller population, a random mutation that may occur amongst that smaller population is more likely to spread in a few individuals than a large amount of individuals, because it's easier for the other. Like when they reproduce, it's easier to retain that mutation. For example, if let's say Drake was around 5, let's say there's a group of 5 people and Drake was one of the paternal fathers there. Let's just use Drake. He has mixed ancestry and he has a child, and his child, blonde hair, blue eyes, and the other 4 individuals in that group are black. It's more likely if he reproduces with a female from that group to retain those light-skinned alleles. It's harder for him to retain those light-skinned alleles in a group of 100, because it's easier for what they call positive selection, to select the other alleles that create dark skin and other physical traits over his, since he's only 1 out of 100. But 1 out of 5 is more likely. So that's how you think of that, right? RA said that supports the polygamy point you just made also. Yes. I believe you would have one man um, procreating and breeding with multiple women. We see that with the Bantu expansion as well. And that population boom would ensue after that. Indio Negro da Terra says, look it up for so culture people. They are the purest Arabs and they are black J haplogroup. I agree. You do have black J haplogroups there, one of them being a part of the Rimba or the Lemba people as well. Um, Esau is the white man, not Japhet. So I wouldn't say period because again they assimilated, they carried it is we can posit that they carried those genes to create fair skin and fair skinned peoples. But we also have to keep in mind that that also spread to Japhet as well. He said he coming at Sionlex's neck. The EV13 reflects the Jasher account of Zepho and his brethren he sent for the whale. Yes, I do agree. Now, I believe that that's mythos, but I believe that that mythos reflects actual history of these Edomite people spreading into Europe, as you says, through EV13 with the Yamnaya culture. A hybrid praise says it is only natural that the original carriers of the haplogroup J should be the black people since its brother I, Cheddar Man, was the black man. Yes, they were black. They would have been dark skinned until a sole individual, according to scientists, introduced that mutation into their populations. William the Slayer says, so I am black. I mean, if you want to use that terminology, I guess if you have a what we call African haplogroup, but I would rather you say that you come from this ancestry of whatever haplogroup you came from. A higher be praised says, I believe Esau acquired the white skin mutation from Neanderthal hybrid Horite he mingled his seed with. That's possible. That could have been the case. You know, some people say Hor denotes white or white bread, so that's actually feasible. Still Learning says, thank you for sharing. And that's the end of the comments. So, again, I apologize again for my technical difficulties. I had no idea I was off air, but I'm glad you guys stuck through it and we were able to finish it. So, again, these are my reasonings for Esau, Europe, and white skin, how they correlate and the association between the three groups. The time thing, I answered that with that a lot of this stuff happened within the last 5,000 years. And again, I'm not beholden to these astronomical time dates anyway, because I understand that these things are blown out of proportion to fit human evolution. You know, our Australopithecus and so on and so forth, saying we came from apes. That's mainly why they support these larger estimates that have large intervals, by the way, large confidence intervals, meaning there's gaps within these dates as well. So, again, I'm not beholden to no large date system. I bring out the date system and I try to try to order things in sequential order and use relative dating when we're discussing many of these astronomical dates and fitting it into the biblical paradigm. And again, if you don't believe in the biblical paradigm, I don't know why you're reading it. I don't know why you're watching this. This is based off Shem, Ham, and Japheth. That's a biblical concept. Esau and Jacob, biblical concept. And we're building our models from there. Again, a lot of these old astronomical dates are blown out the water from the fact that if you go back 100,000 years, the strength of the Earth's magnetosphere will be so strong that it would rip the iron out of your blood. And we know this because we have a decay rate of the magnetosphere. In the magnetic field, we have the decay rate, and if you go back, if you use that math and you go backwards in time, eventually it'll get so strong it will rip the iron out your blood, killing all life on Earth. So we know that's not even possible. Another thing that kills these long astronomical timelines is the fact that we find biomaterial in the ground. Now we know biomaterial shouldn't last that long. We find dinosaur muscles, vessels, blood cells. Blood cells should not last that long. We find keratin, which is in your skin. It will not last that long. It will not last 67 million years. You understand? They pulled a dinosaur out the water, and they said, "Damn, this thing looks like it was just walking yesterday." Okay, this thing has all of its keratin, all of its armored plates on its back. It looks fresh. They're finding soft dinosaur tissue that kills these large dates that these scientists try to impose. Because again, they're just using the dates so they can what? Enforce their model. It fits their model. So I use my dates to fit my model. And what's powerful about the EV13 information and also correlate with the Yamnaya culture, that lets you know that it happened within the last 4,100 years.
So you blame Edom for being the heads of the battle axe culture?
When was the battle axe culture? Wasn't a Yanaya, right?
I think it's the quarterer wear culture that came right after them.
Oh well, I'm not blaming them. They were assimilated with the Yamnaya.
Okay.
Mainly, Yanaya was still mostly Japhet, but we can see that their DNA correlates with the
Yeah,
expansion.
with the E1B1B bringing the agriculture, and then they swept through Europe, pretty much annihilating everything in their path.
Right, right. Getting rid of a lot of those old lineages, G. A lot of those old lineages in Europe were replaced by R. That's why you see today, primarily Western Europeans are like 60% R. And we can still see E lineages there, like in Bulgaria, Hungary. We see high percentages of E lineages there. What Arya just said. I agree with Ahaya be praised on the Neanderthal hybrid point. The DNA results in Neanderthal findings in the Liechtenstein cave support that. Arya also says they traced the Neanderthal bones to direct descendants in a village at the foot of the mountain. Stray Mail says, I haven't checked again. Is the Evernote linked up on Lions Forum video? I have not posted it on that video, but I will do that today. I'm so sorry. I went to sleep after that and went to work, and the rest is history. Lion Forum says E1B1B is Ishmaelites. I don't say that in particular. Some of them could be Ishmael, but I don't believe they all have the same. Here's the thing. I just explained at the end of the presentation. I don't believe it's as monophyletic as you guys are trying to make it to seem like. Oh well, one clade has to be nothing but Ishmaelites. Oh, the other clade E1B1A has to be nothing but Jacobians. Let me share my screen to try to articulate that point, and maybe I need to find better ways to convey this point. But let me show you this.
Where do you put Abraham on the phylogenetic tree?
EP2.
So do you have EP2 all the way down through Israel, or does it?
Yes. I believe that cluster produced all of the children of Abraham, and then later on they would produce E1B1A and E1.
Diverge.
Yes. Yeah. That's how I look at it.
Then that leaves it open that an Israelite could be E1B1A or E1B1B.
Yep.
And vice versa with the Ishmaelite or Edomite.
Right.
Okay.
That's just how I look at it because it makes more sense to me, in my opinion. Trying to make all E1B1B Esau or Ishmael, I just can't make that make sense with the evidence. You know what I mean? I can't make it make sense. Maybe someone else can show me, right? The error of my ways. Maybe someone else can show me. But I need someone to show me through evidence, All right, so let me share my screen. Lion Farm. I'm gonna show.
But while you're doing it, I'm gonna say this. I do think that something is being hinted to about the two nations in thy womb point. You know what I'm saying? If it's gonna be two nations, two different manners of people, and they're male, I would expect two different Y chromosomes to fall from that personally.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's how I looked at it too, and that makes sense from that standpoint. But I don't know. I can't marry those ideas with everything that I'm reading. That's what I'm having a problem with.
Yeah, because mine kind of expand a bit because I don't think like Abraham would have been the only one walking the earth carrying EP2. You know what I'm
Me
saying? Like
neither.
so other people still have the possibility of later their descendants falling into one of these branches of E1B1A or E1B1B. So that's where I figure it's not, so straightforward. Um, but I don't know. I think there should be some type of split between Esau and Jacob to a degree where it would fall on the Y chrome. It's just me personally. I don't mean, I ain't arguing I'm right. It's just my view.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think that it is generally that statement is true because I do see evidence for Esau being EV13, which is the E1B1B clade, and I do see evidence for us being E1B1A. So I can see some truths in it. I just don't see it being all around, like you said, foolproof, where you can have an EP2, someone from that cluster, produce these same clades and have different origins. For instance, I believe some of Ishmael descendants are E1B1B, but are they from the same progenitors that created Esau? I don't think so.
Correct.
That's my opinion.
Yeah.
And this is why. Right here. So the top column is the progenitors, EP2, that cluster, that community of EP2. And then we can see various, this is all, of course, this is all hypothetical, right? Various examples of lineages. So the far left column, 2 EP2 generations, and then E1B1A proceeds. You'll say, okay, that's normal. That's what you expect. Second column, EP2, same cluster, right? Produces EP2, then they produce E1B1B, E1B1B, and then EP2. It's like, how the hell did that happen? You can have that lineage from the left column reproduce with the females or the daughters of these E1B1B population and produce EP2 again. Why am I bringing it up? EP2 can produce E1B1A or E1B1B. This jumbles up the ancestry. This is why I say it's not clear. This is what geneticists call back crossing. They back cross into an older lineage. We know this happens because we still have older lineages. If it happened like some people depict it to happen, we should only see the younger lineages in populations, but we don't.
Yeah. I can see that. Okay.
As some people are saying. And that's why I said when I look at this evidence, I'm like, nah, I can't really say everybody with this clade is either or. And that's my argument for that. Let me look at the comments. Lion Form, I'm not going to just trust you, brother. Show me that it's demonstrable. You understand? You can come on the channel and show everybody your information. You can disagree with me. I do not care, as long as it's evidentiary based. I don't know what Amanda's talking about. She says Caucasians should all be blonde hair with light blue, green, or gray-eyed people, like Hitler himself really wanted to be. He was angry that his mother was a dark-haired, dark-eyed Jew. That may be true.
You talking about that creating the Uber Mitch, man? The superior man?
Yeah, I think that's what she's talking about. The Aryan race?
Yeah, well, the Aryan race, yeah.
Stray Mail says, how many branches are found off of the E1B1C branch that lion form brought out? His chart looks scientific, spiritually concrete, but you are saying they can be mixed. What I'm saying is that if EP2 can create E1B1A and E1B lineages, and we know that a cluster and a population of EP2 existed in times past, how could you say one lineage is strictly Ishmael and the other is strictly Jacob and the other is strictly Esau? And this is not nothing to do with lion form. Many people have that inclination. A lot of people think that way. And I don't find that in my genetic studies at all. It can be a varied outcome.
And I read an article from 2011. I don't know, because it may be something more recent that would negate this, but they were saying that E1B1C is really just another branch of E1B1B.
Yeah, I read that one too.
Yeah, so it's not really its own branch over there.
Stray Mail says, I will give you the link line form in a minute. Stray Mail said, I like line form to substantiate that the haplogroups are solidified. You are saying they can still backfill. Are there examples of this? There are examples of this because we still have the older lineage. That's how the older lineages survive. Even 180, EP2, they wouldn't wash out.
A00 in Georgia.
A00. There we go.
We got that in Georgia. Let's see, you got D0 in Nigeria.
Yep.
I think you got DE in Nigeria as well. So these are old, archaic, Y chromosomes that they were trying to argue shouldn't exist anymore. But we still have them to this day.
Yep. So there's plenty. Those are your examples. Even in I believe in Asia, you have DE. EM180, EM96. It's Arabs with EM96. It's Jews with EM96. That's the first lineage after haplo. That's what introduces haplogroup E, EM96.
Yep.
So I'm not, again, Lion Farm, I'm not disagreeing that Ishmaelites can have E1B1B. I'm disagreeing with saying the whole clade is Ishmael. That's what I'm disagreeing with. All right. Make that clear. All right. You got the link so you can come in and bring forth your strong reasons. The brother said on that image, I misread it. Brother, I made the image. What are you talking about? I made that graph in PowerPoint to exemplify my point. All right, here my brother is right here. What's going on, Lion Farm? Said on that image, I misread it. Brother, I made the image. What are you talking about?
Okay.
I made that graph in PowerPoint. You in the show, brother. Find my point.
Oh, hold on. Let me pause my phone. So let's look at it. Let's look at the line of Abraham. Let's go to the E line, right? And let's take a look at the E line. And what I'm gonna do is we're gonna look at the E line and we're gonna just see if we can see if it's connected to M2, right? I just want to see from your point if we can get to M2 from your point, because remember it splits off to 10, and we verified that from family tree DNA. So I just want to see if we can get to M2 where it splits off to 12 tribes. That's all I want to see. We'll be able to do that.
Yeah, you can share your string, but I want to clarify, my argument is not against EM2 and it diverging into different mutations. My argument is that we all come from an EP2 cluster of people. It's not as simple as saying one person existed with the EP2.
Pause that camera.
You see what I'm saying?
All right, okay, but I'm gonna show you something, because I also know I hear what you're saying, but let's just look at it and then I'm gonna show you. So I got my screen share on. If you can click that.
Yeah, I got you. You got it.
All right. It's all love. So now this is the line. This right here, obviously, is the design that we found out that worked, because M2 is where it splits to 12 tribes from M2. And if we go back just one, we got V38, and V38 is going to be your E1B1A. This M2 is actually E1B1A1. And then if you go back, so M2 breaks off from V38, V38 breaks from P2. So they actually let us know no matter what, the end point is at M2. No one's M2, but we all are a branch of M2. And we get that from family tree DNA when it tells us that we ourselves are children of 12 original people that break from M2. Right? That's important to know, because if we look at because when I sent a message to Family Tree DNA, I already knew the answer, but I wanted to make sure that I was right. So I just basically asked. I didn't ask about M, because if I said I want to know if I'm M2, then they would say okay. But if I went back an extra one, I would have knew that they would add a little extra information. So I said I want to know if I'm E1B1A, because I know E1B1A is before E1B1A1. And then so they answered and said, thank you for contacting Family Tree DNA. We won't predict you to E1B1A. I wanted to hear that exactly, which is also known as EV38, which is EV38, which we've seen there. However, we will predict you to EM2. So EM2 is right after EV38. So E338 or E38, for the sake of understanding, brings forth M2. So M2 is going to be our 12 that's going to send from there. And that's how we actually know that the understanding of this is right. Now, if we're going to start at here, if this was Abraham and his E1 is his E1B1, his son, right, he's going to have Isaac. So the only other branch we got there is Ishmael. That's the only other branch we got there. We got to work with what we actually see in the scriptures, that Abraham brought forth Isaac and Ishmael, and then he brought forth Jacob, and that brought forth the 12. And remember, only E1B1A is the only line that bring forth original 12 tribes, and that's how they know it comes from M2. No one today is M2. No one today is V38, and no one today is P2, E1B1, which we find in the Natufian in the land of Israel.
But Lion Farm. That's an untrue statement. You do have people today that are EP2. They're largely found in Ethiopian population. Like 18% of the Ethiopian populations do carry EP2, and you do have people that are EV38.
You said that. You said that what? P2.
You do have individuals today in modern population density that carry EP2.
If you can show me one haplogroup test with real P2. Now they can say it's P2 from a branch of P2, but if they say that they are P2, the ancient branch of P2, you got to grab that DNA test and look and see if they actually are showing the subhaplogroup on there. You got to look if they're not summarizing it. If they're summarizing it, then that's one thing. But if they're actually showing the true haplogroup all the way to its final root, then we actually can look at that. But for someone to say that they're P2 unbroken from any mixes, then think about that. Think about that alone. Even if we was to go back, let's even run with that idea. Let's say if we was to go back to all the way to the original people, right? That would mean that they themselves, if they was P2, they're not just. Let's go to the real one, on the one that you say it is, just as the sake of understanding, so we can look at a chart that's just like it. I want to go over here. I'll just notice some other stuff.
Real quick,
that makes sense.
Real quick, brother, I got you. Now, you mentioned the Natufians. The Natufians is a group of people. That'll be a cluster. Okay, a lot of them would be EP2.
No. A lot of them would be E1B1.
Okay, so that would mean you can't make E1B1 be one individual, brother. That's what I'm trying to get you to see.
No. E1B1 is not one individual. I never said it's one individual. Remember, Abraham had brothers. He had family. There's a lot of different family he would have had in that area. We know that. What I'm saying is this. If you said, now, where would you start here? If you had to start somewhere, where would you start here?
Abraham. Go ahead, James. You want to say something?
I was just going to say, my issue would be the just assumption that Abraham's sons have a different Y chromosome than he does. I would
No,
need
they're the same
reason.
haplogroup group. They're the same Y chromosome. The same haplogroup group.
No, 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 no. Abraham is said to be E1B1.
Sorry, what's your
Isaac
word?
is said to be E1B1A, which means Isaac has a
What
mutation.
by?
I want to know, and then Ishmael also has a different mutation. What would be the cause of this mutation?
The
Like
woman. The
I can
woman. The
see a
woman will cause the
hold on.
mutation.
Let me say one more. I can see a reason for Esau and Jacob to have that mutation because God says they're going to be two different manner of people. But Isaac and Ishmael, there's nothing that says that.
Yeah, it said Ishmael will have 12 princes. Remember, it said he's gonna be a wild man. Every man's hands will be against him.
Why would that make him E1B1B
Why would
instead
that
of
make him E1 B1
E1B1?
B? Because Abraham is E1 B1. Now, if
Yeah,
we let, I'm trying to
it's
find out
more likely that
what's the
he gives
brothers.
his son.
Where do you start for Abraham? I want to know where you start for
Well,
Abraham.
let me make this one last point, and then you can and then he can answer. His son would most likely have E1B1 just like his father, without a reason for the mutation. So
The woman would mutate that. The woman would mutate. Now, listen, the Y chromosome actually it goes through recombination. The recombination actually happens at this ends. There is 95% of the Y chromosome that doesn't go to recombination, but there is going to be 5% that does go to recombination with the X chromosome. So the
okay,
Y chromosome is actually what we're looking at, but the mutations, these are subgroups that break off from the main group. And these are actually going to be because of mutations of the X chromosome. So a different mother, especially knowing that the mother of Ishmael would be a Hamite, that would be an
uh-huh.
A or a B. So of course we'll have a B there. And then you have obviously this mother being of Shem, and it's just continuing on.
Okay, well, let me say to that. I can see then Ishmael by that logic because the mitochondrial DNA can cause a mutation to the Y to alter it. So let's say yes on Ishmael. I wouldn't see it on Isaac though because the female line and the male line come from the same progenitors.
Of
So
course,
since
but that would still cause
let me just
mutation.
say the last part. Let me just say the last part. And since that is true, they should reproduce the same. So if Abraham is E1B1, his son should be E1B1.
If Abraham is E1B1. Abraham is E1B1.
Hmm.
And then his sons is going to be E1B1 because of mutation. The subgroup is going to be mutated by the female.
But what
And
I'm
that's how
saying,
you get subgroups.
there is
Remember, there's
no.
12 tribes that come out of here. Each one comes and have their
I
own
get it, but I
subgroup.
think
Each
you're
one has
missing
their
my
own
point.
branch.
You kind of missed my point. If the Y, they are paired, right? Like there's a natural pair for a Y lineage to a mitochondrial lineage. Like for instance, uh, E DE goes back to basal L3, right? They're paired together. So where you see one, you would naturally see the other, and then they would naturally recreate that of the same without a climatic change or different climate or something like that to cause a mutation. So with them being in the same area that Abraham was that time, I'm trying to figure out, and the lineage being the same because Sarah comes from the father's lineage, from the father's house. So I don't see why that mutation would take
Okay,
place.
but Sarah doesn't have the same exact genetics as Abraham. As remember what Abraham said? He said that we have the same what? The same father, but a different mother. So a different mother causes another X chromosome in the female. She has an extra X from
But we
another
don't know
line.
if that mother is from a different
Of course,
mitochondrial lineage. You would have to
right, but that's
show.
another X. That's another X in the woman. That's an extra X. That's why there's mutation.
I
Mutation
understand,
because of
but
multiple X's.
there's a main mitochondrial lineage, just like there's a main
Okay, let me go to a picture.
Y chromosome lineage. There's a main one. So,
Okay.
say for instance, if they're from the same house and we have no evidence of a marriage to a Hamite or a Japhite, it's natural to assume that the mitochondrial is from the same lineage. We shouldn't bring an outside lineage, and that
Okay.
mitochondrial would reproduce. It wouldn't give a mutation that would cause a change to the Y like that.
Okay, I'm just gonna make this clear and simple. So where you see the blue right here, this is where it does not recombine. Everything outside of it, where you see this pink, this is where it recombines. It doesn't matter what type of woman it is possible for it to recombine. Now it's gonna be different depending on the woman, yes. If you have an Israelite woman, you're going to get more similar combinations. But if you get a whole totally different woman from the line of the male, yes, you're going to have different combinations. That's why we get haplotype groups. Different haplotype groups have different markers on them. That's actually what you look for. They call them socks. You find the socks on the Y chromosome, and then you match that to the haplotype group, and they connect them to their haplotype group. So yes, from the line of Israel, we do have a similar haplotype group. Yes, and we have from Ishmael a different haplotype group. So yes, we do have different haplotype groups because one is from a Shemite and one is from a Hamite. Yes, there's two different mothers. One you're going to see signs of Hamites, and one you're going to see signs of Shemites on it.
From the Shemite, I'm saying if the Shemite is a male Shemite and a female Shemite lineage, it guess there's going to be a recombination, but it wouldn't cause a mutation to the extent that it would
Why
be.
would it not cause a mutation?
Brother, I didn't I'll let you finish, bro.
Okay, go on.
To the
I'll
extent
listen.
to where we would be going to, oh, well, just in one lineage, we go from EP2,
I'm glad you said that.
E1B1A without a cause. I understand the outside
Okay.
lineage from the
You're
Hamite.
probably wondering how
Let
you can
me
have a fast
finish,
mutation in one lineage.
brother. I'll tell you when I'm done.
Right.
I understand when you spoke about Ishmael because his mother Hagar is a Hamite. So yes, I can see that recombination causing a mutation that could either bring forth E1B1B or E1B1A. Very reasonable. No one's going to
Yes, because it's actually a paper out.
I got, bruh. But when it comes to Isaac, I don't see a cause. What would be the cause?
How
I'm saying, what would be the
old was
outside
Abraham?
cause?
How old was Abraham when he had Isaac?
So age causes it.
Yes, there's actually a paper out that actually proves that a higher age of a male actually causes faster mutations. Nathan actually even goes over this paper himself.
But what would be the different mitochondrial lineage that would come in and introduce it to cause that
Obviously,
mutation?
understanding the mutation, it doesn't matter if it's from Shem. It's not like if you get someone who's a Shemite and that mates with a Shemite and you don't get a mutation. You're gonna always have a mutation. That's just gonna happen.
Just for clarity,
example
in that paper, real quick, just for clarity, in that paper, does it substantiate multiple mutations coming from the same individual over a 14-year span?
No, this is actually letting you know right here is actually letting you know that the higher the age of the individual, the more likely of a mutation.
So what you're reading doesn't answer what I just asked.
No, it does answer it. It does answer.
Okay, what I just asked.
Wait. Which one is you? Are you the one that's asking me of the mutation that happened really fast?
No, I'm the one that asked you if what you're reading substantiates one individual creating multiple mutations within a 14-year span, as in the story of Isaac and Ishmael.
From Isaac, understand, we're not talking about a age from the difference of Isaac and Jacob. I mean Isaac and Ishmael.
Right. Abraham was an old man when he had both children.
Woman. Ishmael is born from a female who is an Egyptian.
Okay, did you understand the question? Did you understand the question?
The mutation, the difference of the A and B is because Ishmael is born from an Egyptian woman, and
did you
Isaac
understand the question?
Yes, that's the answer to the question.
I don't think you understood the question. Like, so the question was, it does the paper that you're citing. This is a yes/no question.
It's not a yes or no question. Is you can't put a red herring on it because you got to understand that what you're saying.
I'm not trying to refute you. I'm trying to understand the limitation of information in the document you're citing.
This paper. Okay, look. Let me make it clear. Let me just make this clear first before you proceed.
He wants to ask.
Look, let me just make this clear first. This paper is just illustrating that when someone is older, there's higher mutations. But the difference of Ishmael and Isaac is because of Ham and Shem.
Did you read the paper or did you just clip out a picture?
No, I know the paper. I already read the paper.
Okay, so let me ask you a quick yes/no question about the paper. So if you read the paper, I'm not trying to refute you, brother. I'm trying to understand what the paper says.
Okay, ask me yes or no. Okay, as long as we remember remember, we're talking about.
Yeah, I got you, bro. I'm not trying to refute nothing you're saying. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Does that make sense?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so in the paper you're citing, does it talk about is there anything that refers to an individual giving multiple mutations in a short time span?
Yes, there's a higher difference. You can see from the
more than one, like so one individual producing more than one different multiple. Hold on, real quick. One individual producing more than one mutation, like so, not just one difference, but two. Does that make sense?
Look, Ask it one more time, so I can hear you. What?
Let me just do it like this, like just so I can understand.
Just ask it. So ask it so I can get a clear, so I can answer you directly on what you're asking.
He may not
I want to know what you're asking. Because if you're asking me what this paper is about, it's just about that someone that's older is going to have more mutations.
Okay, let me do it. Let me do it like
I guess for clarity, I think what Orthodox Moore is trying to figure out is this paper saying that one individual can create multiple haplotypes. For instance, you're saying that Abraham created E1B1A and E1B1B.
Yeah, by different women. By women, one woman that's Ham and one woman that's Shem. That's what I'm saying.
Now,
I'm saying this also played in it. This also played in it. This also played in it that Abraham was older. This also played in that Abraham was older. But the main thing is that the two women.
Hold on, line form. You got to let people finish their sentences. So you're saying that, but he's trying to figure out, does the paper support that idea? That's what he's trying to figure out.
And if not, do you have another paper that does? I'm just trying to figure out where the paper.
I'm telling you that what this paper does is just let us know that the older the male is, the more possible for him to have mutations.
So that answers no.
Got you.
I have a question then, because that answers. What about the kids by Keturah? Do they have a different haplogroup?
Thank you. Brothers? That was my next question, bro.
Go ahead. I'm taking my son upstairs.
What that question? Oh, well, when you come back, I'll ask it again.
Yeah, because inquiring minds definitely want to know.
Because I was about to say, then all the haplogroups taken up, the A, B, and C gone. Right.
Yeah, because either they're EP2 like Abraham, or they're something, you know what I'm saying, or they have a whole set of mutations on their own.
Beloved brothers, let's do this right so that everyone can see. Let's show me where I want to see what you understand. Show me where Abraham is on this chart.
Wait, hold on.
Hold on. My brother just asked you a question though.
Yeah,
but he asked like 15 questions.
No, it's just one.
He just asked one.
Yeah, okay, ask the question.
If the children of Abraham by Keturah, do they have a different haplogroup than Ishmael and Isaac?
I don't 100% know.
Okay.
And we can't really find out because we had an incident in the Bible where a lot of his sons were killed, and a lot of them were actually absorbed into the Ishmaelites.
You can proceed. I would like to know, So what is causing? So are you saying? Because I'm confused. Because Keturah comes from the same household.
Right? Keturah comes from I believe, an Egyptian as well.
No, Keturah came from what you call
a Shemite. She came from a Shemite. Amen.
That was his brother's daughter or granddaughter. I don't know, something.
Well, we know that
Keturah has an unnamed lineage in the Torah.
We know that the Midianites, all the males were slayed.
Wait, hold on one.
Her name would assume something like a Sabian lineage or something like that, which can also be assumed by some names that come later on in her grandson's lineage, like Sheba and Dedan, which is like a replaying of some Sabian names.
Right. So now my question is, where do you guys put Abraham?
I have no genetic material for Abraham.
Okay. Does anyone have genetic material for Abraham?
I don't think anyone has any actual genetic material from Abraham.
So what about answers? What about Genesis 49ers? The brother, he said that he put them somewhere up here.
I put them in the EP2 population. So in the
right
EP2,
here?
Yeah, I put him in the EP2 group, but I'm not saying he is the EP2 mutation. Yeah. He's in that cluster.
Then if he's in this cluster, then this only breaks off this way.
Okay, listen to me.
Go straight.
Yeah, it can be EP2, and later on, hold on, listen, brother. You asked for my answer. I'm trying to answer you. Then later on, his descendants will divulge into those groups. That's the problem I have.
Okay, so I would agree that E1B1, we do have multiple, we do find multiple people with E1B1. I'm not saying he's the only one with E1B1. That's what I'm saying, because we found E1B1 in the Natufians. I'm saying that his descendants most likely had E1B1. Abraham's family had E1B1 because they most likely, because obviously Abraham was up here. When Abraham was walking around, he came up here. He had settled in these areas,
I'm
and we see.
saying the same thing.
Our,
It's
Amen.
just
our difference
I
comes
agree.
when you
I
start
completely.
labeling his sons to
I
certain
agree. I
haplogroups.
agree with that.
Yeah, our difference comes when you start labeling his sons to certain haplogroups. I don't know if that's
Okay, so
necessarily true.
now
You know what I'm saying?
this is where the history comes in. So why do I say that Ishmael is E1B1B? Right? Because we do see a lot, a lot of people say that this is Ishmael. Now, obviously, taking this as Abraham, even if he was this, we also have to consider that he does break off this way, because we're all going to be connected to M2. We're all going to be connected to M2, so we all going to be breaking off like this. So it's going to show us that descent
I'm not
to where we
into.
are. And if for E1B1B, I want to show you something. I'm going to show you something
I'm
because
E33. I'm not into.
let me see. Right down here, because I think it's one thing just to get genetics, but that's why I think history is important too. So the Moors that went into Spain, they actually found DNA of the Moors in Spain, and the DNA of the Moors in Spain that they call Moors, they know they were dark skinned and they were Arabs. They were actually the original Arab. They were actually the original Arabs, the ones who were actually moving around. If you actually let me go right here, and you can see how high their genetics is. But let
How
me
do
go
we
and show
know
you,
they're the original?
because I'm going to show you. The way we know they was original, because we know J is the Turks. We know that for a fact. First, I'm going to show you this historical quote. Then I'm going to show you how they were interacting with the Turks. So right here, it just talks about the Arabia Felix and everything, how they moved the Arabians into the place called Libya, right? And Libya was Africa. And so they went down, they named it Africa and whatnot. And then watch what it says right here. It says, they talk about how the Moors were saying that they suppose, right here it says, the prince of the Moorish tribes pretend to trace their descent. And they says right here, but then he goes and says, but without enlarging upon these ancient statements, let it suffice to say that nearly certain grounds exist for the belief that the original Moors were Arabian. Because he's connecting this person actually is later on. He's actually quoting Flavius Josephus. That's actually who he's quoting here. This person is actually a book from, I think, the 1800s or something like that. Let me make sure I can actually double check, as the book is right here. And I believe that it is indeed 1841. So this book is 1841, quoting Flavius Josephus, saying that the Moors were indeed the original ones. But now let me show you a different one, because I actually don't have it on this note, because I had to make a part two. Let me show you this one now. And remember, those are the Moors in 1492 that got kicked out with the Jews. Those were the original ones that got kicked out, and we all left together.
Hey,
And they were saying that
line form. I agree. I agree that E1B1B encompasses Ishmaelites. That's not the disagreement. My disagreement is E1B is the all they are and all they can be is Ishmael. That's what I disagree with heavily.
I think that the only way they can be, because they descend, because remember, E1B1B is connected to E1B1, and we know that that's going to be Abraham. And
no,
how do you know that? Just so I understand that. What are you using?
Okay, so we know that genetics can't change. But look at this history. No, now if you know, when the Seljuk Turks came in, the real Muslims were fighting against them. Now we actually find traces of that battle and all that stuff in their DNA, because we can see them in the same area. The J lineage is going to be the Turkish, and the E lineage is going to be Ishmael. Now watch what happens here. Whenever you see a high J, right, 65% right here, you see a low E. Now 18%, 65% is low. And if we see a high E, you see how it's a 62% here for a high E, we see a low J. that shows signs of mixing, and we see that throughout them all. A low 8.3, and then we see a high J, 50% right there, and we can see what's going on there. These are going to be the Ishmaelites that were actually in the land. These are Arabs.
What's the blend in Yemen?
Huh?
What's the blend in Yemen? Because there's multiple J's and multiple.
The blending in is different, like groups.
No, what's the percentage blend in the country of Yemen?
What do you mean?
Like, so you're showing countries there, right? I see Egypt. I see Iraq. I see Jordan. I see Kuwait, Oman. What's the blend in Yemen look like?
Yemen, let's see. Right here, Yemen. Let's see. We got actually mostly Turks. They're actually 12%, and they're mostly Turks.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You differentiate between the J1 and the J2, or you just consider it all just the like?
Let me see. Let me make sure this is, because I myself do make a difference of J1 and J2, but most likely they're adding the two together to get a total, as they're putting these right here. So
got you.
Yep, they're counting all the subgroups together, most likely.
Alliance form, the column before E1 B1B where it says EX E1 B1B, you do know what that's denoting, right?
This one right here.
Yeah.
Well, I don't 100% remember. Let's double check.
If it has an X,
isn't this E1A, E1B1A? If I recall, more common going back, this must be E1B1A. Yep, this is going back. These are older.
Yeah, older E lineages, which also do what? Encompass what? What's older than E1B1A?
What's older than E1B1A? Well, we got E1B1.
No, what's older than both those clades? P2.
P2. Okay. Wait, P2. Let's wait.
Hold on, brother. Listen.
P2 is right here.
I know. This is, so I'm trying to get you to see this.
Go ahead.
If individuals live with P2 today, 400 years from now, because we know within centuries mutations can happen. I read the article today.
Now, do you have evidence to show me someone with P2?
Yes, I do.
Can I see that real fast?
You just showed everybody unknowingly, and you already acquiesced to the fact that the Natufians were a group of EP2 carriers. You just said
I'm talking someone that's E1 B1 P2. That's someone that's got a large portion of E1 B1 P2.
Yes, the Ethiopian Jews. 18% of the Ethiopian Jews are EP2. Now, 400 years from now, hold on, listen. 400 years from now, their children, look up the genetic matrix of the Ethiopian Jews. Most of them are A. But 18% of them are EP2. All right. You can go to Wiki for this because Wiki is backed by the ISOGG.
I know. I trust Wiki on this when it comes to this because I know they're actually connected with the medical when they're getting this information.
Right. So go down.
Right here?
Down. Yes.
So 18% of 88?
88 Ethiopians that they tested.
That's okay. So that is going to be a small portion.
Got you. I'm not even arguing portions. Now listen to this. You see that EP2 right there? It says X what? M35 and what? XM2. Right. That means that haplogroup can produce either or.
Okay, so what are we got to understand what we're looking at. Are we talking about a main line or are we talking about a mixed line? Because we can't have two Y haplogroups.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to show you. Obviously, you do. If they have children that produce the mutation for M35, they're going to be E1B1B.
Wait, brother, look, I know. Look, let me just say this real fast.
Go ahead.
Okay, so this is how we know the Y haplogroup test goes male to male, right? We know that for a fact that it goes male to male, right? I just want to use a design just to make it clear what we're looking at here. Just because I understand what we're looking at. That's possible for people to have ancient DNA. That's right. But we're talking whatever the main largest line in the people, that's the main line, whatever the largest one is, because the other ones that's going to be there is actually from the female, because it always goes father to son, 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 We can't have someone of the past just directly have someone from now. You're going to actually have a small percentage of ancient DNA. Yes, it's possible. That's why we got A00. Some of us have A00 and other different DNA that's ancient. It's possible for us to have ancient DNA that came from the progenitor, from the person from who we came from. So that just means that they came from that person and then brought forth. Because if we look there, it will either have 100% or a small percentage, and the smaller percentage.
Exactly. That means they came from the ancestral group that was EP2 that you and I both agree Abraham belongs in. He's not
Amen.
the only one that had it. He's not hold on, listen. He's
Amen.
not the only one that had it. So since other individuals had EP2, they could have produced E1B1A and E1B1B lineages that are not related to Abraham. That's what I'm trying to get you to see.
No, they can't. They can't because that's saying this. That's actually saying this. If we look at this, that's saying that someone, like for example, if they're P2, amen. They're in the line right here. They're in the line right here. But for Abraham to have this one, it also is with the woman that he got E1B1 for this E1B1 brought forth E1B1A, right? For him to bring forth E1B1A, he had to also have that woman with him, because otherwise he bring forth a different mutation. Because it's not just as simple as a letter change. It's a complete, totally different change on the snap, which is ancient. The snap is actually
on the
snip, yeah. Snip, exactly. And that's actually a ancient thing. That's a really ancient thing. And if we have a small percentage, it's just because we see that trail of that ancient man up before. That's what we actually seeing. We're not seeing 100% P2. Otherwise, we got the same original descendants from the time of Abraham. And then they just kept on just producing their cells. That's just like cloning. But we don't have nothing like that. We have where people are born after their father and get a small percentage and get their son, and he gets a small percentage from his father to his father, and a small percentage to his father and his father. And that's how we can follow those SNPs, because we actually see that mutation and the percentages from the previous mutation on the next generation that will proceed forth. So that when we get the final son, we have a percentage from, we probably can find percentages of the original ones. We can probably find some older percentages.
I got a question. What was Abraham's father's Y chromosome?
I don't know.
Y chromosome.
I have no clue. It could be in the there's another side, if I remember. In fact, I was thinking about that the other day. It could be.
Would it be the same as Abraham or the one that precedes it?
Because if Abraham's right here, he could be over here. He can easily be here too. He can be over here or here. He can be a different branch from here.
Those branches represent clusters of groups. It's not individual. I'm trying to get you to see that. Those are clusters.
There
was a progenitor that created
sub branches. These are sub branches that's going to lead to different groups.
Line form. Those groups are clusters of groups of people. Yes, the line started. Hold on. Yes, the line did start with a sole progenitor. We understand that, but that became a population, and then that population had children, and later on, they divulge into these different groups.
Yes, exactly. That's why we got haplogroups.
So again, EM96 is not our FACSAD. It's a group of people that were related to our FACSAD. You understand? Then they had children. They divulge into different DNA haplotypes.
Different sub haplogroups.
Right.
Okay. So if we say a haplogroup, then we're saying a whole other letter.
Well, it adds a mutation to the end of the SNP.
Yes,
so P2 will be the last mutation. M2 will be the last mutation. So on and so forth.
Yeah, exactly. Then you get the 12.
Let me ask it a different way real quick. Okay.
Go ahead.
Abraham's brother, what Y chromosome did they have?
So look, this for the sake of understanding. I know for a fact as family tree DNA confirmed, M2, they said this themselves. M2 is the last branch before you break off the 12 branches.
Yes, sir.
So that's the reason why I know that if M2 is right here, B38 is right here, and then P2 is right here. I also agree that E1B also had other people that were E1B. I agree. I do believe that there were other individuals with E1B, but I believe that the Lord had chose Israel from there and then showed the sign written in the blood.
If you have other individuals with E1B1B, they have children, they can mutate into E1B1A and E1B1B. That
No,
will be
it's
outside.
so,
Yes, they can, brother. That's a
wait,
fact.
you said someone being E1B1B can make an E1B1A?
I mean E1B1.
Oh,
Excuse me.
yeah, my bad. It's okay. Yeah, I agree. You're right.
So that would be
With
if
that way,
Abraham.
yes.
That would be outside of the people that you listed. This is why, from my understanding, my research, I put the Abrahamic population EP2, his children EP2, and they later all his children would later divulge into these different groups that you're bringing up: E1B1A, E1B1B,
Okay,
B13.
but let's talk about that real fast. Let's just talk about that. So from this line here, from Abraham, we have a middle part, right? We got to have Isaac next. We have to have Isaac because that's who he had that brought forth Jacob, right? Because we can see from Isaac there's going to be and because we got to choose, either we can say that this is Isaac and this is Jacob too, then we got an extra problem because we either got to say that this is Abraham and this is Isaac and this is Jacob. But if we say that this is Abraham and he's also Isaac and then this is Jacob, then we got a space. Then we got a space, and then we got to make who this is that brought forth the 12. You see what I'm saying here? See, this is Abraham, this is Isaac, and this is Jacob, and then he brought forth the 12. Is what I'm saying there. Now, I believe
how many subclades of
E1B1B
are there?
Hold on, brother. I believe there's other people with E1B1. I do believe that too. I agree. I believe that there's other people with E1B1, but I think that the Lord chose Abraham, and his lineage is the one that we find today that have the 12.
Let's pressure test what you're talking about right quick. Can you go back to so the very, very, very first picture you showed had a bunch of E1B1B on the left and it had the E1B1A on the right.
E1B1B and A1A. A different picture?
Yeah, it was like the very first one that you showed.
Let me think about this. I think this is the first one, but let me go a little over. Just let me know if you see it. I know it's not these females. Those are the females.
I will definitely stop it. Nope.
Was it this? Not that this one?
No, okay. Hold on. Go back to the one that said Shemline right quick. I think that's it. Can you blow that up again?
Yep, I could. Amen. Stress test it because remember, once you get the genetics foundation right, because remember, I'm not glorifying myself, but once this is right, it's a 10,000. Once it's 100%, it's 10 billion odds of being wrong. 10 billion.
Go down just a little bit. I want to focus on the M215 right quick.
M215, yeah. M215, right here.
Got you. Now, so. Well, let's pressure test this. I can make the claim that I'm saying that that Abraham's some form of EM35 or 215, etc. whatnot, right? I can make that claim based upon the 215 DNA as well, because we got a couple different groups of there. We have the EP2, but we also have the the upward plate of 34 and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Can I touch on that claim? That claim would not have any grounds because remember, it also is a mutation from the mother. The person would have to have, of course, the same Y chromosome and the same mother.
Okay, so let me tell you why scientists are currently making the claim. I'm not. This isn't my claim, but I'll make the argument real quick. So they're making the claim that they have the EM34 in the upper clade thereof, the one that you find in the Natufian DNA. There's some scientists making the claim. They're trying to zero in on Abraham's DNA, right? What's his possible haplogroup, etc. Right? You got some people talking about the J, some people talking about other ones. There's some that are talking about EM34 in the upper clade thereof, based upon the fact there's some Koheens that have that gene, and also some Sayyids. Sayyids are people in the lineage of the Prophet Muhammad, who's also in the lineage of Ishmael, etc. Right?
You talking about the J?
No, I'm talking about EM34.
Are they? You saying the scientists are considering looking at it? Hold
on, real quick. You see EM34 in the center left of the left box right there.
EM34.
It's after M35 and M123.
M34 right here.
Go left.
Left.
Well, you can stay there. No, yeah, you can sit there. That there, I got you. Yes, right there. EM123, EM34, right?
Yeah.
Right around there. You know what I'm saying? They're talking about that being the DNA, etc. Whatnot, right? So they're saying based upon the fact that they have people that claim to be descendants of Ishmael and people that claim to be descendants of Isaac. Oh, you gotta let me finish what I'm saying.
Oh, go ahead.
On both sides, with the EM34, not just anybody, but people that are claiming in the priestly clan. Like, so for instance, there's Ethiopian Jews that have that. There's Yemenite Jews that have that. There's a bunch of Afro-Asiatic that have that particular clade with there, along that are next to the J people, right? At the same point in time, you also have people in the lineage are called Sayyids, right? Sayyids are, again, these are people in the lineage of the prophet, right? It's the same kind of a concept of being the lineage of like the Levites or something like that, right? Okay. So they're saying that on both sides, you got people claiming from Ishmael and from Isaac having the EM34 clad. That
because they're liars.
It's
because they're liars.
You got at least, they could be lying, but you at least got to let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
They're making the claim that because both sides have that in the priestly clans, etc., whatnot, that it's a possibility that Abraham was of EM34, and you also have it in Canaan, etc.
They're liars, and the way that we know they're liars, because they don't want it to be E1 B1. That's why they don't want it to be E1 B1, because E1 B1 harmonizes.
Okay, so that they're lying based upon the information, though.
So this is how we know they're lying. One, Abraham, we know for a fact that Abraham was a descendant that was chosen by God that would be a descendant over many descendants, and 12. There's no 12 that comes from there. You can't, even if they start here, let's say if they said it was Abraham, where is Isaac? Where is Isaac? They're obviously going to have a problem. I mean, if they said that this was it, if they said that this was Abraham and this was Isaac, where's the 12?
This is where you run into your issue, though, correct? Like, so my brother asked you earlier about the children of Keturah, etc., right? So she has 6 sons. Of them come the Midianites, etc., right?
Right, but we got to
hold on. I'm not even close to being done. I'm going to take off, and then I'll let you know when I've landed. Okay.
Go ahead.
So, based upon the current understanding of how paternal haplogroups work, to where like so, for instance, I'm EM33. My joint goes back 56,000 years, fam. Like, so it's possible for haplogroups to exist for a very long time, right? And my gen, trust me, my lineage has gone through a bunch of different females, nations, and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And stayed EM33. You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to see where EM33.
Go close to the EP2.
I don't see it. EM33.
I don't see it either, which is kind of telling in a sense.
Yeah, no, this is just something else. I can go deeper into it. I can find it.
Okay.
But let me see. Because remember,
look at EM33. You can look at EM132.
After a branch after a branch after a branch.
Right. So I come before the split of E1B1B and E1B1A. I'm E1. I'm E1A.
Wait.
I'm E1A.
No, you're not. You're not only E1A. You're also something else in there. Yes, there's some other haplogroup groups in there. You must have got a the what's that, the 37? Let me see. Where is it? So let me see. Let me get up the one with the larger one. Let me see. Okay, it's over here then. I'm just making sure I get that larger one so we can see that whole picture. So you say you have this in you? Oh wait, no, not that. Where is it? What?
I'm right before the split of E1B1A and E1B1. Go up, see hold on, see EM132? Right above Abraham, where it says E1A, EM132. That's me. That's the upper clad of M33.
You're E1A?
Yes, sir.
That's a different branch before Abraham. No, because look, watch. E1 brings forth E1.
Cool. That's it. Okay. So I'm before Abraham. Okay, that substantiates my point, right? So I'm saying that it's very possible, and I'm proof thereof, that Y DNA can exist through long stretches of time.
You're proof for another family tree from Abraham's, like a cousin. You're like a cousin. You'll be like a cousin to Abraham.
All right, so let him make his point.
You gotta let me take off and land, fam.
I just understood what you were saying. I understand that you said that you have E1.
You know, I'm gonna tap out. I'm gonna tap out. Y'all got it.
Come on, like you gotta let
Hey,
people speak,
lion
bro.
form. The scripture says, "Let a man answer, man."
I
Don't
was letting
interrupt
him. I let him answer, and I understood what
But
he was
that don't
saying.
mean
That
you
he
get
was
to cut them
saying
off soon as you feel like you understand.
that he's from E1A.
But we want to know all of what he's saying.
Hey, yeah,
not
sure.
just
You mind
the
if I
bit
clip
that
this
he
up
got
and
to say.
do a commentary on it later?
Yeah, you got it. You got it,
All
bro.
right, no worries. I'm gonna tap out. You good?
All right.
I'm gonna keep it peaceful. It's still my Shabbat. You know what I'm saying?
If you want to go on, I'm letting you know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. That's what I'm saying. I know that you're saying that you're from E1, and then you're from E1A, and I'm saying yes. That is a family member of Abraham. That's not from Abraham, but I'm sure that you probably have E1 B1A in you. I'm sure you have a larger percentage of E1 B1A in you.
You can't have a percentage of a Y DNA haplogroup, brother. You can't have a percentage.
You can't. No, I'm saying. Look. You do have percentages at the tip. You have percentages at the tip.
Not of a why.
Like for example, like how you see right here, the percentages. The larger percentage is actually what you are, and the tip is because the female.
No.
The
Stop.
female don't
Stop.
carry
Stop.
a why, brother.
No,
Hold on. Stop.
these are from the. Go ahead.
Lion form. Let's read this correctly. That percentage is not talking about an individual. That's talking about a group of people. So when it says 18% E1B1B,
You went out to shoes.
I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, we couldn't hear nothing after 18% E1B1B. All right, well, pretty much what he explained it to you is this is talking about whole groups of people,
thank you, James.
not
I'm
just
just cut out.
not just one individual person. So
I know
out of
that.
this group of people, that percentage of people carried E1B1B.
That's right. I understand that the haplogroup group. I understand how it is, but it's also mixing. We're looking at the Y chromosome. We're also looking at a mix on them because when an individual gets
How
their
do the
own,
Y's mix? Explain that to me. How do two Y's mix together?
this is not because you're not looking at two Y's mix. You're actually looking at, for example, let me go to a picture here. On the Y chromosome, you get a.
You
Let me
get a
show you.
portion of DNA from the female,
Right.
but that's not Y's mixing.
It is the Y. See, so what happens is you see the female's line right here. It does like a kiss. It like bends and it basically kisses it,
But
and it
is the
basically
female a Y? No, she's an X.
she actually alters the X. She alters the Y
But
chromosome. It's
she
just,
is an X. That's my
but
point.
she alters the Y chromosome though.
Lying. I think you're missing my point. The DNA that he gets from the female is not Y chromosome DNA.
Of course. But this
Okay,
when they
it's
do that, when they're
mitochondria.
pulling up that test, they're not just looking at like when you get the obviously you're getting haplotype groups. Yes, you're getting a group of people that have that haplotype group. But you got to also remember that when we look at that information, it's because a lot of those people actually are mixed in. A lot of those people are actually mixed.
Okay, they carry
Let me see what is
different mitochondrial DNA, but I don't see how Y's could possibly. A Y is going to be from the branch, and we're going to be able to track that back to his father, to his father, to his father. It's not mixed with any different percentage of a Y chromosome.
Let me show you something because it's important to know that the Y chromosome does go through a recombination process,
No one's
and
arguing that,
that's
brother.
actually what they're testing when they test these things. They when they get the Y chromosome of you, they actually look on the ends, and that's why you have multiple. You don't have multiple Y chromosomes. Yes, you don't have multiple Ys, but they look at your Y chromosome, and when they see these stripes on there, they see who you mix with. They know who you mix. Like if you're a E1B1A, and if a female was actually going to be like from JFib and she's like had R or something, and she's gonna have a female line, but that's gonna alter on you as an R. It's gonna be that's why when you see someone with
So
a.
that
No,
automatically
lion
mutates
form.
the
That's
Y.
not how it works, bro.
Does that automatically
Okay, so tell
mutate
me
the
how
Y?
someone can get a Y chromosome test and then it says they have 80% E1B1A and then some R in it.
Because the autosomal DNA.
There, Did I cut out again?
A little bit. Go
Why?
ahead.
Hold on. Listen, line form. I think I cut out again, but listen. You're not going to get a test that says you're 80% E1B1A. What you're referring to is an ancestry estimate that has nothing to do with Y chromosome, X chromosome, or sex chromosomes. That's dealing with autosomes.
I understand that test. I understand, but when you get,
line form, you're still missing the point.
I know what that is. I understand the autosome. I understand those things. But I also know that the Y chromosome gets a mutation on the ends of it. And that's what they're counting when they're looking at it. That's why those percentages are like that.
All right. So, brother, this is what I'm going to do to solve this. Give me and cite a source that states what you just said.
Okay. I'll send a message to what I'll do. I'll send a message to Family Tree DNA and I'll wait till the message come and I'll show you the message.
No, you should be able to find an article dealing with Y chromosomes.
I can. I have them right here. I can play a video if you want me to.
No, brother.
Can you give an example of a DNA company that gives out a test that shows a result that says you're so much this Y, so much that Y?
That's why I'm saying. That's why I just sent a message to Family Tree DNA so you can see the answer.
I'll take that.
That's what they're doing. That's what they're gonna. That's what they do when they get your Y chromosome. They give you the information because there's mutations on your Y chromosome. I'm not gonna. I can type and look for a Family Tree DNA test.
So, for instance, like I've dealt with the family tree and the Y and all that type of stuff, right? So when you do that, they don't give you your test back and say like your Y is X% this and X% that. You just get one.
Okay, I'm gonna show you. Gotta see.
And if you can show me the breakdown on your Y, and real quick, you can just show me the breakdown on your Y chromosome right quick from Family Tree. You can show where it says that you're multiple.
I didn't get one from. I'm actually still ordering it because I didn't have enough money.
All right, you want me to show you mine? Hold on. Let me go to 23andMe. 23andMe, and I did Ancestry.com.
Yeah, I know my 23andMe didn't give me a percentage on my Y DNA. It just said that I'm this and that I came from that.
You're never gonna get a percentage of Y chromosome. I'm trying to explain to this brother that's not how it works. You're gonna whatever your Y chromosome is, it's just gonna be that E1B1A, so on and so forth. Mine's EU290, which is a clade of E1B1A, right?
I gotta find the little test so you can see, because they do tell you if like for example, I'm gonna go to Family Tree DNA and show you there's a kit where you can get that information, and that's what they actually use. The ones that we get are called basically consumer samples. We get a lot of consumer samples, but let me see this. No, this Ancestry. I don't want Ancestry. I want Family Tree. Let me see. I want you to see little packages on Family Tree. What? Let's see. I'm gonna go to the Y chromosome one. Oh, right there. So they got this like package that's like, it's called a Big Y, and it gets like all your information from your thing right here. This one, you're gonna get like a whole bunch of SNPs. And what they do, they actually look at the ends. A lot of them don't look at the ends, but these ones look at the ends. You can look at the SNPs and you can get more detailed on it, and you can see what's all on there. But that's much more.
All right, brother. I'm actually taking the test. So I'm going to show people what this looks like, right?
Okay, I'm going to see.
All right. Let me go to, it's been a minute since I've been on this website.
Amen.
And I don't want to show my personal information, so let me make sure I got my ducks in a row before I open this up.
And remember this Y34, this Y37, it says examines 37 short-term, is it repeats of your SNPs. It's not going to be pretty much your whole Y chromosome. It's not going to tell you all the details in your Y chromosome. Like 37 compared to 700 and 200K SNPs on your Y chromosome, that's no comparison. You're not gonna get anything besides probably one piece of paper that's saying that it's gonna tell you your middle one. It's gonna tell you your middle line and nothing else. It's not gonna tell you your mutations.
But it's not gonna change your Y DNA.
No, it's not gonna change your Y DNA. And I know that. That's why I always tell people when you see those percentages.
Brother, if you know that, why are you sitting up here saying that you can be a percentage? You just told this brother he got.
No, I didn't say that. That's not what I said. I didn't say that they are a percentage of another male. I said that they are showing percentages of the previous male of the past.
Brother, you just told this brother that's E1 that he was going to be. He's probably a large percentage of E1B1A. You told him that live.
I said that he has cousins from there. Because he said that he has that line, so he's a cousin of Abraham. And that's what I said. I said that if he's E1A, I'm just saying that, and you know it. I know you know it. If he's E1A, then he's not Abraham. Because even if you make him P2, then he's not Abraham because he's over here. You can't say no. Because if he had a sheet that said he was E1A, and Abraham's over here.
Hey, look at the stream, right? This is my genetic phylogeny. DN145, the EM96, EM180. And then look, EU290, 5,000 years ago, according to them, right? EU290 today. That's not going to change, bro.
Which test did you do?
23andMe.
Okay, so 23andMe is gonna give you EM290, which is a branch. Yes, that's gonna be. I think that's E1B1A.
But do you see anything here saying I have a percentage of?
Oh, because it's not gonna. That's not gonna give you a percentage of it. That's not. If you do family tree DNA, it's gonna give you a more detailed of your Y chromosome.
Family tree DNA is not going to give you a percentage. It's not going to say you're 80% E1B1A and 20% haplogroup R.
If I had enough money, I would get that $400 one and show you that big Y. I'll show you what it says on a big Y. And they'll show you the details. What's on there? What actually is on there? But
right. If you actually take, so they have multiple Y DNA tests on family tree. Real quick line from they have multiple tests, and what gets more specific, like so you might go up and down throughout one clade. Right.
I know about the subhaploid group. The more you do the test, the more you get deeper into the subhaploid group. I understand that.
Right.
Because you can't just take the test once and say that's what I am.
It's not going to change the group though.
Right. It's just going to descend more into your subhaploid group. I understand that. It's going to show you more SNPs. They're going to get more detailed the more tests you take. I understand that.
So just to be clear, you're not claiming in any way, shape, or form that when you get that test, it's going to say that you're a percentage of E1B1A and a percentage of this and a percentage.
I'm saying if you get the big Y, you will see percentages. If you get the big Y, you're going to see some different things on there. The big Y gets more detail.
Appreciate you, brother, man.
And that's why I'm sending the message. That's why I'm sending a message to Family Tree DNA, and I'm going to confirm it. Because instead of having to buy it, I'm going to confirm it. Otherwise, if we can see a one that's bought, then we can get an idea on that.
Listen, I will buy that. I will buy the $400 one to get the results and show you it's not going to change my DNA into something else. Like, I don't understand where you're getting that notion from. And maybe you need to watch this clip back and see
because the Y chromosome, it actually goes to recombination with the female, and that's where you get the changes.
No, listen to me.
Besides the male.
Listen to me. What I'm saying is you're not going to be 80% E1B1A because I heard you mention R and be 20% haplogroup R, bro. It don't work that way.
It's not. I'm not saying that is a haploid group. I'm not saying that is another haploid group. I understand that you can't have two males. You can't have two Ys. You can't. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that on the Y chromosome, there will be stripes from the woman that the person came from. Like, for example, the children in San Tome and Principe. The children in San Tome were born, obviously, we had to be born from a woman. Though we see E1B1A in them, we actually see also some R's. We see some R lineages. And if we actually look at it, it's because they mixed in with a lot of women. They mixed with a lot of women in the area.
All right, let me tell you why I'm having this conversation with you. Look at this. This brother Stray Mel said it sounds like he's saying there are different tests that show deeper subgroups. It seems that he's saying someone with EP2 is not the complete sequence. Even if you don't completely sequence it, they're going to tell you that you're from EP2. Because how do you determine somebody's from EP2? The P2 is a mutation marker. Hold on, brother. The P2 is a mutation marker. EM2.
I understand
M2
that. That's not what I'm saying.
marker.
I didn't say that.
Okay,
that's not what I said.
The audience is obviously the audience is getting as confused as I am on this.
Okay, so let me make it clear. So this is the X chromosome. This is the Y chromosome. What I'm saying is, if you go and get a deeper test with all the SNPs and everything, and that's what they do. That's what the professionals, when they do those tests, they actually are getting all the SNPs and all those things. And because we can look at it and we can actually see that we actually see a large portion of their helical group is going to have different mutations on it. They're going to have different types of mutations on their grouping. And that's what you see when they look at it, and they know it. When they do those tests, they actually, when they bring them out with like these certain roundings like these, and then you see these, is because the female, one part has a little bit of the female and one is the male, because that's the SNPs. That's why when I sent that little piece, they said yes, it does go to It does go to recombination with the female. That's why the more expensive one, they actually are looking at those. And usually when they do the tests is themselves, because we are actually buying it. Like, there's different packages and stuff, and they sell them for a package. But when they do it, they do the whole thing. They get the whole 9 yards to see what it looked like. And when you see these groups and stuff like whatnot, you can see that they're actually, because they're mixing in. We can actually see that when we look at the stages.
All right, so I'm gonna move on from that. If the brother is Orthodox Moor, said he's E1, right? He can have a descendant later on, right, in the future, and those descendants could produce EP2, right?
No,
they can't. You're saying they can't?
Wait, hold on.
Where's E1 at?
They can't because the Y chromosome.
No, brother, get the phylogenetic tree out. This is why we're having these issues.
Okay,
let's pull the phylogenetic tree up.
Go ahead. And remember, the Y chromosome froze like 2,000 years ago. It froze in place. So it can't mutate to the point of that.
Mutations happen every generation.
But you need the same female in order to get the same type of mutation. Let me see. Where's
when you say
what tree? What tree are we looking at? This one? Okay, so but look where this branches off at. It can't branch and get it can't get E1B1. Once you go from here, you can't go back here. You can't, once you're here, you can't go back here. You can't go back.
Wait, did you say you was E1A or E1?
E1A. I'm E1A.
Oh, my bad. I thought he was E1. Excuse me.
Yeah, E1 can bring, yeah.
That's what I was, yeah. So E1 would become E1B1, right? They can produce E1B1. Watch this. Right. This is what breaks your model. If an individual has E1 today, if an individual has EM96 today, which we do know they have, they can produce E1, P147, and then those generations after them can produce E1, B1, P2, and then those generations after them can produce either E1, B1, or E1, B1B. These will not be the same. Hold on, brother. These will not be the same individuals that's in question. We cannot say that they got the same paternal ancestor in Abraham as the ones written of in the Bible. You can't say that because they came later.
Can I say something?
Brother, you've been saying a lot all day, but nobody else can speak.
Because we know this sheet is the only way. I understand what you're saying. Understand, these cannot turn to E1A. These ones, even though they can be E1, they cannot turn to E1B1 no more, because the female is actually what causes the change in the SNP. They need, this person has to mate with Sarah in order to get E1B1, and then this person has to mate with Rebecca in order to get E1B1A. And
Wait,
then
wait a minute, brother. Wait a minute. So what you're saying again is E1 made it with Sarah to get E1B1, right? That would mean
E1B1 made it with Sarah to get E1B1A.
that would mean that Sarah is no longer on this earth,
Amen.
right?
That's right.
So we can never get E1B1A again. That's what you're saying,
That's right.
brother. That is not correct according to scientific.
That is true. If you can never get E1B1A again, you can't produce a E1B1A lineage from no one.
That's not how genetics work, bro. That's not how it works.
Think about it. Wait, brother, think about it. If this is Abraham, right? Let's just say this is, just run with the model. If this is Abraham, tell me from what other lineage you can get E1B1A? Because remember, this is the male's line. We're getting the male's line. This is Abraham. If this is Abraham and he has a mutation with Sarah and he gets this mutation, that's, remember, even though they had those little letters there, we know these mutations are completely different. The way that they describe them is they're completely different. Even though they look similar, but in concept, these are extremely different from each other. And this E1B1A is because of the mutation of the woman on the Y chromosome. And that's why you get later on the lineages, because they're coming from E1B1A. And then M2 brings forth the 12 that's coming from M2. And you can't have someone like, for example, no one who's Japheth today can't become a Israelite, or no one who's someone who's a B or A can't become E1B1A. And even in the sense, someone who's E1B1B cannot turn to a E1B1A, or someone who is today E1B1 cannot make a descendants that are E1B1A.
That's not true.
Because of the woman, they can't make someone.
No, they don't need particular women. That they didn't need particular women to do it in the past, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna read something then.
No, E1B1 naturally progresses into E1B1B or E1B1A. That's solidified and cemented.
Okay, so I'm gonna read this thing then. First, this is 23andMe. First, understanding a little bit more about the Y chromosome is helpful. The Y chromosome does undergo recombination with the X chromosome, but only does so at its ends. So about 95% of the Y chromosome remains relatively intact across generations. For this reason, the Y chromosome is a reflection of your ancient parental ancestry. Ancient parental ancestry, not just your father, but your parental ancestry. You would therefore share a parental haplogroup assignment with any male relative to that you share a direct parental line with.
Okay, just so I understand what you're saying, Landform, correct me if I'm wrong, okay? But let me finish what I'm saying before you correct me, okay? So are you saying that if Abraham was to get with a whole different set of females from a whole other part of the world, that he could have potentially created something other than E1B1A and E1B1B?
I'm saying that when Abraham got with Sarah, he brought forth E1B1A, and when he got with the woman from Egypt, he had E1B1B.
Okay,
the mutations was different.
Yeah, shoot. Did my question make sense?
Yeah, it did make sense, but it's destroying his model.
It's not destroy. It didn't destroy anything.
Landform. If that's true, that you have to have Sarah to create E1B1A, and if he gets with another woman, it creates a whole different clade, right?
A whole different subclade. Yeah, it's a whole different sub haplogroup.
Okay.
A whole different branch.
So what are the other clades that Abraham created then? I want to see that right now.
E1B1B.
What else? He had more than two children.
The other lineages, a lot of them got destroyed. A lot of the other lineages children got destroyed.
No, what are Lot's lineages then? Because he can't. So Lot's got the same.
Lot's, okay, I'll show you. I've been thinking about this. So this is Abraham, and remember, he had a father, right? So I think that his father had E1A, and then these brought forth their lineages, because his father, Abraham, would have his father here.
So real quick, so Lot and Abraham were not the same haplogroup in your paradigm.
They are the same haplogroup. They're going to be the same haplogroup. They're going to be E1A, and there's going to be the descendants of Lot.
Hold on. So hold on. You got me confused. Did you just say that Lot and Abraham are E1A now?
No. Look, hold on.
Okay, so I just asked you the question.
So Lot remember, Lot was Abraham's cousin, nephew, right?
Nephew, yeah.
Right. So let's say, okay, look. So we have one descendant.
So did Abraham and his brother have the same haplogroup? Yes or no?
Of course.
So how did his nephew have a different one?
They don't have a different one. There's a haplocal group is E. E is a haplocal group.
Oh, subclade. Excuse me. Did Abraham have the same subclade as his brother?
Did he have a same subclade as who?
His brother, like the father of his nephew.
I don't 100% know. I don't know who his mother was. I don't know the difference.
Did Abraham and his brother have the same father?
They had the same father. Yes, they're gonna be in the same haplocal group. Yes.
So did Abraham and his brother have the same subclade of the haplogroup?
Okay, if you agree that that Esau is E1B1B, and then
so if they both real quick, so if they both had the same marker as their father,
they can have different.
Then go ahead.
They can have different subgroups. Yes, they can have different subgroups because you agree, and someone else agrees that supposedly E1B1A is going to be Israel, and then E1B1B.
I've never said that anywhere in this conversation.
Okay, well, I'm saying that if someone agrees that we can have two different subgroups between Esau and Jacob, then we can have two different subgroups between Abraham and his other lineages. But let me show you.
Real quick. I just need to understand. Are you making the claim that Abraham and his brother have different subclades? Yes or no?
I believe that they have different subclades. I think so.
How are you substantiating that? I'm just trying.
So I'm going to show you. So I think that this is going to be the father of Abraham's father, and I think that one of these is going to. I think this is Abraham's father. I think this is Abraham's father, and I think that that's where we're going to get different lines from here. And I think this is going to be where we're going to get other individuals, and we can have later lines. So we obviously got different branches.
Real quick, I got you. So what maternal lineages came in to alter? So are you saying that Abraham and his brother have different mothers?
I don't know.
So how? Okay, are you saying that would have to be the case if they have different subclades?
They could have the same. They can probably be both E1B1A. I mean E1B1. They could probably be both E1B1. His all of his descendants could probably be E1B1. Okay. God could have probably said, you know what? Now comes the mutation, because we see this E line. If we talk about Ham, Shem, and Japheth, obviously we got to have some with the same type.
So you're saying that Lot could be E1B1
then? I don't know about.
So his father could be E1B1B. He wouldn't be E1B1. What would he be if he's something different than his father? His father's E1B1.
So his father, I would believe more so that he would be close somewhere around here. I don't think that his father himself was E1B1.
You just said like 37 seconds ago that they both could. I'm asking you based upon what you just said. If they both could be E1B1, what would Lot be?
If that did happen, if that was possible and that happened like that, then Lot would have been the same. And that would mean that
based upon that model, what would the Moabites and what would the Ammonites be and what would the Edomites be, etc.?
Now, I'm not subscribing to that model because that's going to make it obviously more.
Okay.
What's the word?
On the model you do subscribe to, who are the Ammonites, the Moabites, the
Edomites? This is what I would say. If you was to ask me, I would have to do a little more research on it to test more people, because to say that who is who, we would have to have also historical references. I don't know who's Moab and who's Ammon today. That's the problem. I don't know who to test to see who's Moab.
Okay, so which one's Lot on your joint?
Now, what's interesting too, they could be D. They could be D. They could be on a whole different chart. They could be D, because remember, they also mix with their own relatives. Remember, Lot actually got what happened with his women. So that could be a different type of line, or it can be something different. It could be D. It could be easily D, because what happened there, right? His own daughters had babies with him, and all of them are actually the same. They're siblings. All of them are actually technically siblings, technically from different mothers.
So when you're saying D, break that down. How do you mean?
Like it's possible that because E and D is connected, so it's possible they could be D. But I wouldn't 100% subscribe to D. I feel like he would be more of an E. I feel like he'd probably be more of an E, but I don't know exactly where.
Okay.
But if he was somewhere and he was Abraham's nephew, he would have to be He would have to be from someone before Abraham. So I believe that he most likely would be E1A.
Okay, so who are the Edomites?
The Edomites, that would be of E1B1C. That's when we
Why?
talk about lineages.
Why that?
So the reason why is
How?
because
So hold on, real quick. So you're saying that Jacob produced,
no,
or it seems that
no,
Isaac
because
produced. Excuse
Isaac,
me.
yeah,
That
Isaac,
he produced what?
Isaac produced Esau. Yes.
No, but you're saying his line was what?
Say it
Esau's
one more
line was
time.
what?
Say it one more time.
What is Esau's
Esau's line is
group,
what?
or his what is it? What is Esau's subgroup?
Oh, E1B1C. At least that's what I found. The only one that's outside of
So
Jacob's 12.
E1B1A produced. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, E1B1A produced E1B1C because it's actually outside of the 12. They mentioned that this is outside of 12, but these are their own 12. That this is just gonna be its own group.
So show me where it says E1, where it made E1B1C.
And I can do it on a design too to show you that I can get the basically what they say as the 12 without touching on the C. But let me go to, I don't think this one cuts it off right here. So you can see, I'm gonna zoom in just to see that. And I found some interesting people that have some weird tradition of making their hair orange that actually have E1B1C. But you can see right here, this is gonna be Abraham, this is gonna be Isaac, and then Isaac has this line that's outside of the 12. So this is the 12 in this box right here, and then this is gonna be outside of it. And I'll probably just I'll click a one without all the extra details on it, so that we can get a chance to see it as in its pure state without all the extra details. Let me see. Up here, I think, right here. I'm just gonna click this one because I believe this one is basically that without the extra stuff there. And I can just show you if I can open this. View image, open image, a new tab. Okay, right here. Okay, so look, right here you can see P2 would be that E1B1, right? And then you will have your E1B1A as your V38, and then you have your M2, which will be your Jacob. And then from him, as we can see, just from him, not from him, right here, because there's a one that's outside of him, right there. That's one that's outside, but there's one that's inside that has 12. He has 12.
Okay, real quick, just so I understand, like, so when Esau's line started mixing with Ishmael's daughters and whatnot, right? What did it split off into then?
There's
or did it not split? Did it just stay EM?
No, there's splits. We found out that there were splits in Esau's line. Esau's line does have a split. Here's a split right here. It's from M329, which has its own little line, and this is everything of it. Everything that I pulled out is pretty much his whole line. His whole line is right here. Once it opens up, this is everything of it. This is whole lineage. This is it. That's how long it is. Do you see these blues? These are actually the end when you open up these on Family Tree. These are the ends. So his line is short. It's very short.
Hold on, real quick. So the EM329 breaks. Boom.
I'm gonna zoom in a little bit for you.
Yeah.
I didn't want to zoom in that much.
Yeah, scroll up just a little bit.
Okay. Let me that's why I usually do it on my phone, because otherwise I don't know if I could change this.
Okay, so when Esau's line breaks from marrying into Ishmael's daughters and whatnot, right? What are you saying it turns into on that list?
So what it looks like to me, because this larger part, I'm probably assuming, because remember he got with 4 Hittite women. This is most likely the Hittite women, and I'm thinking this must be the ones from Ishmael, because we don't know what happened with them. We don't know what happened with any of these ones, because remember he said he was going to destroy Ishmael, and I think, in my understanding, I believe the Lord destroyed Ishmael and had a portion left, but the new group that he's going to destroy is Rome. I think that he actually compares them to Ishmael. Like, for example, in the Psalms 137. So Psalms 137 is so deep because if we look at Psalms 137, we can tell that that's actually talking about Ishmael, but it's also talking symbolically about Ishmael because I know that there is a bloodline of Ishmael. I'm not ridiculous as some that say there's no bloodline of Ishmael, but there is a bloodline of Ishmael, and there is also a spiritual Ishmael. As it says right here, remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem who said, raise it even to the foundations thereof. Reminds me of Rome. And it says, O daughter of Babylon, who art to be destroyed, happy shall he be that rewardeth thee as thou hast rewarded us. Happy thou he be that takest and dashes thy little ones against the stones. So you can see it's comparing Edom and Babylon. And this is a prophecy because we know that David never seen Jerusalem fall. He never even seen the temple. And he talks about basically going into captivity. He talks about the fall of Jerusalem. He talks about how we're going to remember and how we're going to basically remember Jerusalem. And then he tells the Lord to remember Edom. And he even compares them to Babylon and says they're going to surely be destroyed. And we see that in a lot of different scriptures because if we think about it, you know, we can't even in a sense of imagination try to make even if we say that some people were E1 B1B, we can't make as much people as the Lord wants to destroy E1 B1B because the Lord actually wants to destroy the whole earth. He actually wants to do the whole thing to the whole earth and rescue his people, and that he actually has a judgment on the whole earth, and that when that comes to pass, it's going to be completely to his fullness. And we know that because Isaiah 30.
Let's hold on real quick. Let's take a step back from the eschatology and go back into your tribe chart because I want to understand what you're saying about how the E1B1A breaks down into 12 right quick.
Okay, so this is what they say. I'll show you. I don't know what the exact 12 are as I'm still looking for that information, but they do tell you this. I'm gonna show you what they tell you.
Mm-hmm.
And I was able to kind of get 12, but I want to make sure that it is that 12. But let me show you what they say here. On three places I found. Now this is an older one. When they had 17 haplogroups at first, they said 12 were observed in a complete data set with the haplogroup E1B1A model. So it says E1B1A model actually has 12, and we know haplogroups actually means the A, J, R is actually saying the only haplogroup that has 12 origins is E1B1A. Because that's what they're saying, the only possible out of, and this was obviously when they had 17, but now they have more. They have 20 now. You can see this one right here also touches on it. 12 chromosomal sub-haplogroups, right? That's saying sub-haplogroups, meaning it's breaking off of the haplogroup. So subbing from the haplogroup is giving us those 12 branches. So it's saying 12 basically letting us know that these were the origin ones, right? It's letting us know that those are the origin ones. And then it also let us know that it was 4 mothers. It says most of the individuals belong to one of the 4 sub-haplogroups, and that's because of the 4 mothers, because I double-checked that with 23andMe, and it said, yes, that the reason why you get some splits like that is because of mothers, and because we had those 4 mothers, obviously they had 4 large groups in Israel, just showing that there were 4 mothers in original. But also, so we can see that like 4 mothers and then 12 groups from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and we see that. And that's what they know from E1B1A. They know for a fact. They say most, right here it says, the comparison with data from African allowed placing the most likely origin of 12 out of 20 potential founders. So you see right there? So it's letting us know that the group obviously dodged the hijack on the nonsense when they try to say that, you know, they're from obviously not from African America, because we can see them. We can find evidence of them in the Levant. We can find them in the Levant for a fact. They try to say that they're only in Africa, which that's a false lie. We find E1B1 in the Levant from the Natufian and obviously others. And they obviously the A00 as well is what they talk about here. But you can see right here where it's talking about those 12 only in E1B1. And that's how we know that this is not bending data. This is the truth. This is the truth. And we know for a fact that if they say that E1B1A has 12, then it's without a doubt that this is indeed the line of Israel. But we got to stop at that point where N2 is to get that 12. Because I tried to see maybe there's a different branch of E1, B1. Maybe we're not seeing something. I tried to open it and try to get that, but all I can get is an example like this. And I count them 12. You can get 12 from M2.
So Lion, you're saying that these 12 distinct groups right? And it said 12 out of 20, right? Of the
Yeah,
potential founders. That would mean each son had their own subclade. Is that what you're saying? Each son of Jacob had their own subclade.
I
That's
would
what I'm
say
hearing.
I would say that yes. It seems that when E1 when M2 had his sons, each sub branch there's 12 original that would actually be found that would link to us all. Yes.
That's logically incoherent because, first of all, Jacob had more. How many sons? Well, first of all, let's establish this. How many sons Jacob had
12 sons.
before I even get into the science? He had 12 sons. Name them.
The 12 tribe. And all the way to Jacob, to the final son of Jacob.
Who was the final son of Jacob?
Okay, let's and remember, obviously I understand that Jacob also had Manasseh and Ephraim. I know that. I know what happened there, right? We can name the sons Reuben, Issachar, Simeon, or I could read it like this: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Dan, Naphtali, and you get Gad, Asher, and then you get Issachar, you get Zebulun, and you get obviously the sister, but that's a sister, Joseph and Benjamin, the 12 sons.
So those 12 sons all have separate clades.
Yeah, apparently they have. Yes, that's what they say they found. That there were 4 original ones that came from E1B1A.
How do they have 12 separate clades, brother? You're not explaining. You're just telling me. You're not explaining it. That each son
Okay.
was born with
Wouldn't they need 12 different mothers based upon your
No. They wouldn't need 12 mothers because we actually just see that that's just what it is. Apparently, when they no, that's what it is. I'm letting you know that that's what they're saying right here. They're telling you. They're telling you right
they're
here.
not reading the Bible though. They're talking about genetics, right?
Right, but the genetics is showing that.
So hold on, real quick. You're the whole time you've been telling us that it's the mitochondrial DNA that changes the Y DNA that mutates. I don't even disagree with you on certain aspects of that, right? But you're saying that the different mothers make different because Ishmael and Isaac had different mothers, they had different subclades. So it would follow that all 12 sons here, in order for them to have different subclades, we need 12 different mothers.
Right, but if I throw a dice in the air, though I have the same woman, it can have a different subclade sometimes.
It's just playing dice. I got you. Okay.
Every child, like that don't make any sense, bro. That's not how populations work.
Okay, but at that time, I can't speak for anyone else, but we just see 12 that come from M2. I'm just letting you know that that's what they are letting us know.
All right, let's jump back into eschatology for 2 seconds. Do you have any evidence of E1B1A being spread to the 4 corners of the earth?
E1B1A, absolutely.
To the 4 corners.
Absolutely. E1B1A, absolutely. I have historical references, and I have one in specific reference on A00 that reads this. This is what it says right here. A00 participants, which is only A00 is this novel branch. It's absolutely fantastic. If you want you to do a little more research on it, A00 is connected to no one but one people, E1B1A. It says, and I'll show you that they know for a fact they even put on their charts that it's from African Americans. They say A00 participants descend from former slaves.
Okay, we expect to see E1B1A in America. That's not an issue. We literally have a boatload of African Americans.
Well, in Spain, we see it in Europe, we see it in South America. We see it all over.
Hold on. So real quick, that picture right there you have is the 4 corners of the earth?
No, this is not only you got to also know the history, how they also got to Australia. There's a few people know that they also went to Australia and different other places in the world. They went to all
what
types
day?
of
What day?
Say?
What day? Help me understand.
What do you mean?
What day went to Australia?
What day they went to Australia?
Who was the they? Are you saying E1B1A?
This is Israel. If you look up how they took Australia, they brought some slaves with them, and because they were slaves in the land, they brought some slaves with them.
From where?
What do you mean from where?
You said they went to Australia and brought some slaves. They brought slaves from where? And who was they?
Well, they originally was. Now we gotta follow. We gotta go.
Can you put some names on the day? Just help me. Just names.
Yes, it's Israel.
Help me understand.
This is E1B1A. I thought we was talking about the same people. Israel.
Hold on. Israel. So Israel went to Australia when?
This was. I have to find the quote. I have to find the exact quote.
Can you give me like a rough time period, like a rough millennium, my G?
It's about, I would say, like 17. I gotta make sure.
Okay, so you're saying someone took them there as slaves? Who took them?
My phone.
Roughly?
Yes. 1 second. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So do you still see do you still see E1B1A in Australia?
I gotta find a quote because I don't want to give you wrong information real fast.
No worries. But if the quote is correct, are you making the claim that you can find a population of E1B1A in Australia, if that is the place?
Say again.
Are you claiming that you can find a population of E1B1A in
No,
Australia?
no. I'm not claiming you. No, you cannot find a population there. But when they went there, they had slaves with them when they went there.
Okay. So this is why I asked you about the four corners concept. So if they're not there, how can they get gathered from there?
What are you talking about? From here?
So if they're not in the four corners of the earth, how can they get gathered from the four corners of the earth?
Wait,
so
they are.
If they're not in Australia, how can they get gathered from Australia? What's the point of bringing up Australia?
There is some in Australia. There is our people in Australia too. I'm not saying there's a large group of our people there. I'm not saying you can find a large group of our people in Australia, but there is a group of our people in Australia.
Okay, I just asked you if there was a population. Are you claiming if there's E1B1A in Australia? You said no.
Yes, there's people with E1B1A there. Yes.
That's
It's not like the Bantu expansion. It's not like that. It's not as big as the Bantu expansion. No.
Okay. You do understand those four major subhaplogroups does not denote four separate women at the same time within the same generation having children. It does not. Like you say, just because you say it does, you have to demonstrate.
Okay, I'm gonna show you.
Okay, with real quick. With Abraham, just to follow your paradigm, with Abraham, you said it was because he was in his old age that he was able to have different give different mutations within the son.
Yeah, because
hold on. Are you making the claim then that Jacob was mad old when he had all his kids, etc. Or
no? That obviously the information can't be taken in part. I'm not giving.
Do you know how old Jacob was when he first started having kids?
I'm not giving it. Look, I'm not giving the information in part. I know that Isaac had met Rebecca when he was later on. When he was 40. I know that he had a child when he was later. But I'm not taking only the information of that a male is older. He does have more mutations. I'm not taking that only. I'm actually taking in consideration that also when we think about Ishmael and Isaac, they had two different mothers. They had two different mothers there.
Okay, so what are all the factors involved that would make 12 mutations from one man?
It gets complex. It depends on.
Get complex with it. Let's strap in and go. I got
all
you.
Right, let's do it. So let's go about this very carefully and then thoroughly examine the information. Here's those arrows. You can see right here. Here's a branch. Here's a branch. This is a branch, and this is a branch.
I'm not even worried about the branches at this juncture. I want to know what are the factors involved in the mutation.
So it all depends. Like for example, we don't know exactly what can cause a mutation besides the woman. Like we don't know exactly. It's almost like a juggle. Like we don't know what they're gonna get. We don't know.
So it's not 12 different women, but you don't know what it is.
Well, it is. They admitted themselves. What I'm reading you is historic.
No, there's not a single source that you cited that said any of those 12 that you're talking about has anything to do with the Bible. Not a single source that you cited.
What are you talking about?
What genetic source was talking about the Bible?
Wait. But so I can address you correctly. Do you believe that E1B1A is Israel?
What I believe has nothing to do with.
No, I just want to know so I can understand how I'm answering this.
You can answer the question directly. Which article citing E1B1A and 12 anything said anything about the Bible?
I just said this like 15 times because I got 3 copies of this. You don't understand what it's saying here when it's saying out of 17 haplogroups because there's 20.
If I keyword that whole joint, I type in Bible. How many times does the Bible come up?
1, 2,
don't come up at all.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
So 12, are you making the claim that those articles are directly
16,
citing
17,
the Bible?
18, 19, 20 haplogroups. Do you understand? 20 haplogroups. And watch what it says right here. It says
this is a very simple question, Lion.
12.
Lion. This is a very simple question. Are you making the claim?
But this was when they only had.
You gotta let me ask the question before you can answer the question.
Go ahead.
Are you making the claim that any one of these genetic articles that you're citing are specifically drawing connection to the Bible within the article?
I'm
that they're
telling
citing
you,
the Bible in the article.
okay, let me tell you what I'm telling you. I'm telling you with all assurance, they're verifying that the E1B1A haplogroup group has 12 descendant original tribes from it, proceeding from it, is what they're saying, that it had 12 original ones that proceed from it, is what they're saying. I'm letting you know that there's from this M2, right, from the last descendant, they know that 12 actually are going to be the descendants from them. That's going to break from it. It's going to actually trace down the 12 that came forth from M2.
Okay. So just so I'm clear, so you're saying that the 12 did not come from 12 different women, and you cannot cite any other factor besides maternal haplogroup that would give a mutation cause.
Look, I don't know what caused the obvious sign of 12 on the Y chromosome. The Y chromosome is walking around like a living Bible, is actually witnessing to the evidence of the Bible. That's what the Y chromosome is doing. And that's what they're realizing, that there is 12 origin groups that brought forth out of the last descendant after Abraham, which is
okay.
M2.
I'm trying to make sure I'm clear from your paradigm from beginning to end. So you're saying, like, with Abraham, that the reason why, or the potential reasons why, that he had Ishmael and Isaac as different clades and whatnot, is because old age and different women, but neither one of those factors play a role in.
No, I didn't say. I never said that. No, I never.
I gotta finish what I'm saying.
But you're putting something in my mouth I never said.
What did you never say?
I never said that never had a factor in. I never said the woman doesn't have a factor in any of those things. I never said that.
No,
I'm saying.
Okay, you gotta let me finish what I'm saying. Because you hella just cut me off and got me all wrong. Like, so you definitely did say that it was the female that had something to do with Ishmael and Isaac, and you definitely did say that it had something to do with Abraham being old.
That part is
so
right.
You're gonna let me finish what I'm saying then.
Go ahead.
But you're saying that none of that has a factor in the 12 different groups, in the 12 subgroups of Jacob, etc.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's the part that I'm not saying.
Then how? Okay, so then how does the mitochondrial aspect?
How does a mutation?
Hold on, bro. You gotta let me finish what I'm saying. I'm asking a question that you need to answer. So you gotta let me hear what I'm saying. You gotta let me hear. You gotta let me tell you the question, because I'm the one with the question. So how does the mitochondrial aspect play in to what you're saying with the 12 different subclads if there's not 12 different women?
Okay, so we got to understand how we get a subclade. How do we get subclades? From mutations. Once a mutation happens at the SNP, it changes, and that's how we get a whole nother subclade.
That literally goes without saying.
Hold on.
No, bro.
I'll let you go.
When we're talking about subclads, we're literally talking about different mutations. That literally goes without saying. So hence the outset question of what were the factors of mutation. So it literally goes without saying we're talking about mutations.
It can be the age of the man. It can be the different woman that can also be a contribute to a mutation.
Okay, so how old was Jacob when he started having children? When he had was that a contributing factor? Yes or no?
Okay, look. I'm not saying. Look, understand. We understand. Jacob had the same. Look.
You're not saying a whole bunch.
No. Listen. So you don't miss what I'm saying. I'm not saying. Understand this. I'm not saying that I don't know what made the mutation. You understand? I don't understand what made the mutation, but I'm telling you that the people who write these things, who do these things, not me, I'm not the one that's doing these things. They are telling you that there are original 12. I don't know how those mutations could have happened. I can't tell you how they could have happened. I can't tell you. How can you get 12 mutations that fast in that short amount of time to show the evidence in the blood? That obviously is the work. Must be the work of God. Real
simple and short question. Do you have a single solitary article that cites the 12 tribes of Israel being linked to E1B1A?
Yes, I just showed you 3 of them.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Not one of them says Israel. Not one of them says Israel in that article.
They don't need to say Israel. Of course, they're not going to say.
That's my question to you, brother. Do you have an article that says Israel in the article?
You want me to find an article of them actually admitting that Israel is E1B1A?
Is there anybody even making the postulation? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's someone. I do have an article of someone saying it, but you may.
Okay, so are they a geneticist?
Let me make sure if they are. I do have someone, but I don't know if he's a geneticist. Let's see. has proof in a sense. What's not? What's not? What's not? I don't know. The only man found. Bantu. This and that. Boom, boom. This and that.
Typically, when they got credentials, they lead with those.
The article about
I don't know. I don't know this about the article. I don't
genetic
know if
gene
he's
flow. Hold up, the article about the African gene flow is the Southern European to Levantines group does point towards the Yoruba being a common ancestral population of the Jews based on the autosomal DNA they're getting from all the diverse Jewish populations.
No, I'm with that. My specific question is citing what he's saying in terms of that all 12 tribes are E1B1A, but are 12 different mutations, etc.
I mean, it's not a big deal to get mutations. It's not really a big deal to get mutations in the line.
It's not a big deal to substantiate what you're saying. Okay,
I mean, you're doing is trying to twist. You're trying to twist what we already know. I'm letting you know that they are.
No, we don't know that, bro. You know.
I mean, what you saying pretty much was equivalent to a big deal, so I can just make it up.
So you're telling me, are you not reading what it just said right in front of your face? Because I think that you don't believe that Israel is E1B1A. That's what it sounds like to me.
We believe it's more than just E1B1A.
Facts.
That's a false lie, because how can they have a different father? These are Y chromosomes. These are Y chromosomes. Wait. Show me what else. Show me what else is.
Lion Farm. You go for hours, but you gotta respect other speakers, man. When you hear
respecting them, I'm asking you.
No, you're not. You're not respecting me now.
I'm asking you to show me
where
it's
Lion Farm. Lion. When other brothers are talking, let them finish. All right, let them finish. Go ahead, James.
Well, I mean, I really don't have too much to say except that the brother ain't really validating what he's saying. Like I was saying, the EP2 could be the father clade. That could be Jacob's clade. That could be Isaac clade. I'm not here trying to say that since Abraham's EP2, none of his sons are EP2. They have to either be E1B1A or E1B1B. I mean, it naturally perceives that a son is more likely to be exactly what his father is. I don't see any hints to any mutations of that sort having taken place, unless you want to argue that the whole thing about Jacob and Esau being two different manner of people has something to do with their Y chromosome and having a split there. I can see that, but I don't see a reason to just be like, well, Ishmael has this certain haplogroup, Isaac has this certain one, and the ones by Keturah we just gonna leave up in the air and not know what they have. I mean, if your model gonna be conclusive, you need to include them too, I think. But I don't think it all just follows. I'm almost done. I'll finish up. I don't think it all just follows, oh, well, then Abraham was EP2 and his sons weren't, because EP2 can go all the way down until we get to David, for all we know, before there's mutation on that line. But someone else's line, like Reuben's line, for instance, could have already mutated from EP2 to E1B1A. So it is open and in the air. It's not as definitive as that, but you keep making it seem like it's so definitive, like you have the bones of Abraham, have his DNA, have the bones of Isaac and Ishmael and all them, and have their DNA. When we don't. All we just build the most plausible models, and the most plausible models should have more. It should explain more than less, because your model doesn't explain much as a model like saying EP2, and then it can also become E1B1A or E1B1B, and then the E1B1B can possibly go back to EP2, and then start a cycle all over again, because that EP2 could then split out E1B1A. But his father was E1B1, or the progenitor was E1B1B. So it is left open like that.
Can I talk? Am I free to talk, or am I interrupting?
You good?
Okay. So first, let's understand. I do touch on every single person, and we know that a male, the haplotype group does not change. That is impossible. A male, we cannot have a haplotype group E as an Israelite and a haplotype group F, or a haplotype group J, or a haplotype group N, or a haplotype group A, or a haplotype group B. We can't have a different haplotype group being Israel. That's impossible. That's just genetically impossible for a father to have one haplotype group and another lineage, a whole nother haplotype group. That's impossible. So just to answer that for the sake of
You just said
understanding,
that Ishmael had a different one from Abraham, brother.
that's a sub haplotype group.
But that, so you're
It's a
saying,
sub
oh
haplotype
wait,
group.
so what you're saying is that E1B1B cannot reproduce EP2.
Wait. Just let me just make sure I'm sure what you're talking about. Did you say E1B1B and cannot bring forth P2?
Yeah, I'm asking you, can it bring forth EP2?
No, E1B1B cannot bring forth P2.
Doing fine, Auntie. How about yourself?
All right. Let me bring some clarity
I
to
didn't
that.
know. I just dropped off the rent.
Hold on, James. Mute yourself, brother. Hey, can I be heard? All right. Lions Farm.
Go on, brother.
With that right there, again, what he's talking about is having a cluster of population of EP2. If that cluster of population of EP2 had children, when I brought up earlier, they could be E1B1B or E1B1A.
That's right.
If all their children, some of their lives could still be EP2.
But
and later develop E1B1B.
But
the daughters of that generation of E1B1B can marry back into the P2 and create P2 again. And now that line can split to E1B1A or E1B1B all over again. So again, this is why it's not as cut and dry. And I keep reiterating this point. It's not that cut and dry.
Brother, can I just say something real fast? Because I'm going to show you.
That's why in our model, we have EP2 generating all those groups you got listed on the screen. Abraham's children, Isaac, Jacob, because it makes more sense that way.
Okay, so I just want to understand what you're saying. So you're saying E1B1 brings forth E1B1A, right?
Yes.
Okay, so and then E1B1A brings forth E1B1B? I mean E1B1B?
No.
What do you mean, no?
That's not what I'm saying.
You're not saying
EP2 brings forth
doesn't make
E1B1B.
E1B1?
EP2 brings forth E1B1A and E1B1B.
Okay, amen. That's what I'm saying. So, okay, I just want to make sure. So you're saying that, of course, these two come from them, right? We understand that. And then you say that this is Abraham, right?
We're not saying P2 is Abraham. We're saying he belongs in that cluster. A cluster is a group.
Yes, in the sub-habitable group, I understand. So, okay, so this is going to be Abraham. And then where's Isaac?
Isaac would be in that P2 group as well.
And then where's Jacob?
Jacob could be in that as well. That's what I'm telling you, bro.
Then where's his 12 sons?
His sons will later divulge into different haplogroups. It could have been E1B1A or E1B1B. That's what we're saying.
That doesn't make sense.
It makes a lot of sense. It explains why we have E1B1B in Europe, E1B1A in Iran. It explains that. What the way you're putting it is one line, one fine line for each child. We don't examine that in the real world.
Okay, but we got to remember this is in the time of Abraham. This is during the time when the Y chromosome was mutating very fast. And the Lord, obviously, this is actually going to be a sign. If we actually follow what it's actually saying, it's a sign. Because even if this was, understand, E1B1B, we know these are actually Ishmaelites. They're Arabs. These are the Arabs. These are the same Arabs that were interacting with the people who are the J. These are the same Arabs that were interacting.
All right, what do you base it on? Do you have any archaeological evidence, like skeletal remains, that we know for sure, without any doubt, are Ishmaelites, that we have the Y chromosome DNA from? Just say, look, Ishmael was, without any shadow of a doubt, E1B1B.
Yes, what we can do, we can even look at their find.
Just name the skeleton. Just name the skeleton.
Let's look at the
pull it up.
Okay, we're gonna look at the Moors in Spain. Let's look at the habitable group of the Moors in Spain.
Wait a minute. You do understand that the Moors are not just Arab. They're
I know that I know you can have white
multi-ethnic group.
Moors. I know about the saying. I know you can have white Moors. I understand it. But the Moors that were in Spain were black. We know that for a fact because they was actually the same color
No,
as the
I'm not even saying it from that standpoint. I'm saying it like, all right, for instance, an Arab could be a Moor, a sub-Saharan African could be a Moor, a white person could be Moor. I mean, Moor was just saying I'm part of the Moor nation.
Moor was actually a term for the color black. Moor, it either was a color black or it also meant an Arab. One of the
And it was also synonymous with the Almoravid. If you were part of the Almoravid dynasty or you were under the rulership of the Almoravid dynasty, they also called you Moor.
Right, but what I'm saying is that they all have E1B1B in that area. They have all E1B1B. That's what they have. They have a large portion of
E1B1A in the area. I got you.
No, I'll show you. I'll show you where E1B1A.
So, Lion, real quick, talking about the Moors is non sequitur because first and foremost, the Moors do not claim to be descendants of Ishmael.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do descend.
Okay, show me that. Show me that.
I can show you. I just read a historical quote with that saying. How they said that
they claim descendants of
the Moors of Spain. Moors of Spain. And it just says this king of Arabia, Felix, who conducted a people called Sabi into Libya, made himself master of that country, established his followers there, and gave it the name Africa. Is that it is from the Sabians or Sabi that the principal Moorish tribes pretend to trace their descent. So they don't believe them as we. It says the directive of the name Moors, derivation of the name Moors is also supposed in some degree to confirm.
Literally nothing that you're reading that.
Wait. Let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you.
Right, you've been interrupting me the whole time. What are you talking about?
Let me finish. We stopped interrupting.
I know you didn't just wave the white flag like no. What?
No, I didn't interrupt you. I stopped. Let me just finish. It says of the name Moor is also supposed in some degree to confirm the impression that they originally came from Asia. But without enlarging upon these ancient statements, let it suffice to say that nearly certain grounds exist for the belief that the original Moors were Arabians.
Arabian does not equal Ishmaelites. There are many other people in Arabia than Ishmael.
Of course,
there were Israelites in Arabia.
Yes, I mentioned that. I mentioned that. I mentioned that the sons of Keturah was actually absorbed in the Ishmaelite tribes.
You do know
there were others there other than the sons of Abraham altogether. There were people there before even Abraham was born.
In Arabia Felix and in other parts, right? Like, so you literally have.
I know that Arabia Felix right there.
I'm still talking. You literally have Muslim sources that talk about a multitude of Israelite tribes in Arabia.
I know that.
So how do you know that the Moors don't come from them?
Because they actually, these are the same ones that are Arabians. They actually claim that they're Arabians, that they're the ones that were sent into Arabia.
What did you show me where the Moors themselves claim to be descendants of Ishmael?
Well, James brought out the Hagarenes and the Saracens. The Saracens, they say that name goes back to Sarah. That would be an Israelite lineage.
Facts. And that's in Arabia Felix all day.
Show me that these are sons of. Show me that these are sons of Sarah.
Yo, they got sources calling them Moabites and all that type of stuff.
Wait a minute. Let me say something real quick. I think the point that I was kind of bringing out by accident was that Arabia does not mean descendant of Ishmael. Arabia is a geographical location. It's not a name of a paternal lineage of people.
Okay, well, I'm going to read Flavius Josephus and see what he says about the name Arabia, the happy. What he says about Arabia the happy and whose children those are, of Keturah. He says, Abraham after this married Keturah, by whom 6 sons were born of him, man of courage, and just names the sons and everything of who they are and whatnot. And then we see Abraham conceived and settled colonies, and they took possession. It says, so he sent them away for the sake of understanding. For right here, it says, now for all these sons and grandsons, Abraham conceived to settle them in colonies. It says, they took possession of basically Arabia the happy. I'm not pronounce that. Togolo, I'm not try to, as far as the reach of the Red Sea. So they got Arabia all the way to the Red Sea. And it said, is told
Did it
about
say
that
that nobody
they
else is
moved
there?
the same thing,
That's all
precept
I
upon
want to know.
precept. Libya, Africa. Moved them into
Did it
Libya, into
say that
Africa.
no one else? Did it say that they wiped out all the inhabitants of Arabia, took it
Okay, so
over, and no
let's
one
look.
who was originally there is still there? Just a yes or no question. I really don't even want to read anything to me. It's a yes or no question. You don't even be able to answer those.
Did they wipe out? That's even the name of Africa. Yes, technically,
I
it's
didn't
actually
ask
true.
that. When did I ask that? Hold up. Why you gonna answer a question I didn't even ask?
I'm giving you the answer.
That's not what I asked you. Did I ask you anything
Right.
about the name Africa?
But if you ask a question, sometimes you get extra information with the answer of the question.
Well, I just truly want the answer to my question, which was the yes or no question.
There's an answer.
Did
There's an
he
answer,
say?
brother.
All right.
Don't get upset.
Okay. All right. Look, I'm just gonna actually let you finish what I'm saying. I'm not even fit to waste my time and play these answers with you. I asked you a simple question. It's a yes or no question. When you give me yes or no, you can tell me anything you want to tell me after the yes or no. I just want to be clear on what I'm hearing for clarity's sake. Does that say that all the people that were living in Arabia before the sons of Keturah were even born were wiped out and no longer? Yes
I
or
don't
no?
know what happened to the people in Arabia. I just know that
Okay.
that these historical sources say that the sons of Keturah went into Arabia.
Okay, they went there, but that didn't say that they eliminated the people beforehand, which is my only point. So they're
We
not
don't
the
even know
only
who's
ones
there.
there. Okay, what do you mean we don't? The tells us the
I,
regions to which people migrated to, and the Arabia is one of those regions. And this is before Abraham is even born.
do you have a historical quote to tell me who was there before these Arabians?
Well, what you can do is go to a simple Bible atlas that'll show you the locations of the people where they moved to when God gave them the regions of the world for them to migrate to, and you can see the shapes were all throughout Arabia.
Okay,
Now, if
well,
you don't know where they migrated to, that would be your personal issue. I mean, at this point, it's like
I don't
you're
know if it's
arguing
personal.
to be right.
I don't know if historical quotes are personal.
Okay, are you saying that nobody inhabited Arabia
I'm
when God
not.
gave the land?
I never said that. You're putting words in my mouth.
No, I'm
I'm just letting
asking
you
you.
know.
I didn't say you did say that. I'm asking you a question.
I said no. I said that I don't know who was in Arabia. I'm telling you, the historical quotes told us that who went to Arabia. I don't know who else was there, but I know that these ones went in
Okay,
Arabia.
so since you don't know who was there, why do you seem to try to push a narrative as if anybody from Arabia that is?
Because I know that these ones were in Arabia, without a doubt, that the Moorish tribes were called Arabians, and they was the ones that went to Arabia, as it said in the Bible.
Okay, I know for sure that the Israelites in the land of Israel during the time of David. Does that mean that there were only Israelites in the land of Israel during the time of David?
Of course not. But we know the
Okay,
difference
why are you
between
applying? Wait a minute, why are you applying this to Arabia then?
we know the difference between an Arabian and someone who's not Arabian. We know the difference between these people because we can do the genetic information test. We can look at these things, and these are the Moors. They're the same. They have the same Y chromosome as the Somalis.
Okay.
The A1B1B. And that's why they were interacting with the Turks, and it's confirmed because the Turks have a mix. Notice that E1B1B
Okay.
in the
I got you. All right. Do you have a known Ishmaelite grave site that you can call out by name that we can actually look at
Wait,
online and see the DNA evidence of it?
do I have a say again? Do I have a Israelite or Ishmaelite?
No, Ishmael, a known Ishmaelite grave site to where we can show and identify without any shadow of a doubt. Again, we know that there's multiple people in Arabia, so we can't say all of them are Ishmael. You're kind of doing it. So I would need to know a known Ishmaelite site because I don't want to go just based off of geographical location when people have been migrating thousands and thousands of years.
So
Yeah,
okay,
the article would look something like the Y haplogroup of Abraham found through his son Ishmael, something like that.
Right. This is as simple as this. We can understand that the Moors were actually in North Africa. We have to understand that the Moors were in North Africa. That's just a fact.
So we're Israelites. There were a lot of people there, brother. Come on, you say stuff like we're the only people there.
Israel moved downward. Israel went
What are you
downward.
talking about? Israel been in Morocco since
Yes, they
forever.
were in Morocco. They were in Morocco, but they didn't
To the
stay in
early
Morocco.
20th century. They were in Morocco to the early 20th century. So what are you talking
They
about?
didn't
They've been in
stay in
Morocco
Morocco.
forever. Okay,
Show,
there were Israelites. I was arguing that. What my point is that there have been Israelites in Morocco since the most ancient of times, since at least the time of Solomon. I'm not
show
getting
me an
you.
Israelite. Show me an A1. Show me an A1 that's a large group of A1 in Morocco.
Okay, how about the ones that talked about Eldad the Danite that's written about in the Moroccan archives? This whole, well, I wouldn't call it a Sanhedrin, but this whole synagogue of Jews that made Eldad the Danite perform an ancient Levite ritual. Are you saying they weren't Jews in Morocco?
There's converts down there. I can't tell you their genetics. I can't tell you if their genetics, what their genetics were.
Okay,
Just because
I'm
someone's
asking
just
for
because
a
someone
known.
practices
That's
Judaism
why I
doesn't
asked
make
you
them a
for a
Jew.
known site. That's why I asked you for a known site. You just seem to
Okay,
assume.
Spain.
Hey,
In
look.
Spain.
Hey, let me just finish this real quick. You seem to assume that there's more in North Africa, even though there's indigenous Africans there, there's Israelites there, there's all types of people there. But just because we find somebody in North Africa, we can assume that that's Ishmael. I need a site
Okay, you're right.
that is an
You're actually
Israelite.
right. We can't just take one person and say that that's who's the group there, but we can take a large portion that's a large group that was there and say that they must be that group. Because this large group that's right here at this corner right here that went into Spain, that was pushed out of Spain, were the Moors. These were the Moors. The darker skinned ones were the Moors. And they know that these are the Moors because that's why they call them Moors. They call them black. And then we have so many different records of them actually defining them as black. These were the same people as the ones over here. There was no color change between them. They was all darker. But the reason why when the J came in there, they got the mixture of the J with them. So they got lighter skin too. So you got some Moors that have that lighter skin, and that's why you see some with high J or low. You either see J or E all throughout this area because of the mix of the Turks that came in, that came from the areas over here, that became also the Israelites, that also became the Ishmaelites. They took the J lineage came in and then tried to do a Turkification to all the people and pushed them downward. So the people went downward and settled in these areas, and they invaded this area. And we know that this is where a lot of the Ottoman Empire, the Caliphate, was all down here. All the caliphates was all down these areas, and they came into Spain, and you can see even remnants of them. Remnants, they have remnants of them in Spain because they could find the evidence of them in these areas. This E1B1B, they could find them in these areas because they went in there and they were sieging for a while. And a lot of these nations mixed with them. A lot of these nations end up mixing with them, but they didn't mix with Israel. E1B1A, you barely see in anyone else. E1B1A, but you see a lot of E1B1B in a lot of different people in a lot of different groups. But you don't see a lot of E1B1A because that's Israel that was forced down and sold to nations and kept together the most at the most. They actually stayed together the most. In fact, that's why they say the Bantu expansion. The word Bantu actually means people. The word Bantu actually means people. It means the people's expansion. That's why they was keeping track of the Bantu. If you ever see someone called Bantu, that's just meaning people. They're just calling them people. And these were people that went on an expansion. And that's why they call it the Bantu expansion, the people's expansion. So they were moving, they went down here and they counted them all as one people together. They counted and they forced down is actually, I have a quote where they tell you that the original people of the inhabitants of the land, I know you was asking about the inhabitants of the land. I'm going to show you that they tell you that the original inhabitants of the land was left. They had to leave out that place. Let's see, somewhere on this thing. I have to read it through, making sure that it's somewhere on here. I get to see where it's at. Let me see. I gotta make sure this is the spot. It might be right here. Let's see, because I want you to see the saying for that. It says going off skip. Welcome. There's part in the Natufian. Just skip that. That's just the Natufian part. And let's see. I need to find the one right here where it talks about these ones. Right here. Okay, so watch what it says right here. And I can show you that this is what they say. This is what they say. There's a quote. There's a quote for the sake of understanding. I just want to see if it's from another link. If it's up there. No, it's right here. This is probably the quote right here. I'm actually copy the quote so you can see it. I'm just going to copy something that will probably be easier to find like this. Let me just copy this quote and show you this information on what happened in that area. It says this. It says E is a Clyde of subhapical group DE with the other major Clyde subhapical group D.
Clay,
being
brother, Clay.
Clay, thank you. Clay being exclusively distributed in Asia. DE is a clade within M168 with the other major clades C and F considered to have a Eurasian origin. And it says right here, let's see, where is that? In fact, let me make sure this is what I'm looking for the sake of understanding. Because I want to find right here, these new Asian lineages suggest right here. This is what I want to see, but I'll copy it to find this part on here because I want you.
When you're done, can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can. Yes, absolutely. Right here, let me actually find it on here. Okay, so right here, it just talks about that. It probably was the same piece. Just to continue on, according to let's see, the Out of Africa, they talk about how obviously that's false. E-carrying males are thus proposed to have been back migrated from potential habical groups' place of origin in Eurasia around 70 KYA, and it says along with females bearing the maternal line, a maternal habical group L3, which the study also, I always mix this word of hypothesize. I always twist that word, to the originated, which to have originated in Eurasia, which is interesting because they actually confirmed that obviously the Out of Africa idea is a false idea. It says these new Eurasian lineages were then suggested to have largely replaced the old, how you say that, the autono, basically the normal, the other people in the land, males and female African lineages. You see what it's saying there? It's saying that the Bantu expansion actually replaced the people originally in the land, is what they're saying there. That the Bantu was actually the people who they were keeping up with. And they were keeping up with the Bantu for a long time. They were watching them. They were making sure they were seeing how they was going. That's why they called it the Bantu expansion, just noting where they were moving around. And they obviously pushed out the original probably A and B lines. They probably pushed them down south. As we see, they were kind of pushed down south. So they pushed the A and B lines down south. So you can see right there, they were replacing the people. They were replacing the people of the land. So if they were replacing them, obviously Ishmael was, because they was on a campaign. And Ishmael was on a campaign. They tell you in their history. They tell you in their history, either they was converting to Islam or they were dying. Anyone who was, and remember, before the Turks came in, Ishmael, they actually took in captivity some of the Africans, some of the people that was in Africa. They was taking a lot of people. So they was killing off male lines. And it's proven because they tell you that they were killing off male lines in their history. I don't know if you ever seen the history of the Islamic slave trade. If you ever seen the history of the Islamic slave trade, they talk a little bit about what had happened. And remember, those were the real Ishmaelites that were doing that. That was the real Ishmaelites.
Lion, I think we do converge on some ideas. I do believe some of those people were Ishmaelites. But what my point is, you do have some of those people that refer to themselves as Saracens. And if they're Saracens, and if the etymology is correct on that, they're the sons of Sarah, that will make them Israel, right?
We gotta look at the genetics.
This is why I don't make those blanket statements that everybody with E1B1A, E1B1B has to be one of the groups. I believe EP2. Hold on, EP2 was a group that produced all of those groups: Ishmaelites, Edomites, Jacobeans, what have you. Because it makes more sense when we analyze a population in history. That would explain why you would have a lineage that's E1B1B that will be considered Jewish, or be considered Israelites, and the E1B1B that would consider Edomites, and E1B1B clade that will be considered Ishmaelites. That solves it. They all
that doesn't
EP2 cluster.
Think about what you just said. You basically said that Esau and Edom has the same subclade, and yet they come from different fathers.
No, I didn't. They come. Listen, they come from the same father, But those fathers are able to produce those clades. I've reiterated this a couple times already on this live.
Wait. Esau doesn't come from the same father as, even though he comes later on, he doesn't come directly from Abraham. He doesn't come directly from Abraham. He comes later on.
That goes without saying, but we know he comes from Abraham. All of these people share the same paternal ancestry, bro.
But that's gonna be 2 lines down. That's gonna be obviously a later mutation.
Yes, but those lines is not talking about obviously it's gonna be a later mutation, but those lines is not talking about like you having a child and the next line is E1B1A. Then the next line is a break off.
I know it doesn't go like that forever. I know that, but from where it starts to where it ends, from the point of M2, we get 12 groups. We get 12 groups from M2. It just happens like that. You get 12 groups from M2. That's just what happens.
So in your line of Shem picture, can you go that one real quick?
Shem?
Yeah, this is my you walked right into the question I wanted to ask. The one that had all like the E1B1A and E1B1B on it.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, that one. So how do you break down the 12 princes of Ishmael? Do they also have 12 different haplogroups or no?
So now that's the thing. When did he get his 12 princes? Is it now we know that they couldn't be directly from Ishmael. When I say directly from Ishmael, obviously he didn't have 12 sons directly from him, but later on he would have 12 princes.
Okay, so again, that literally just did nothing for my question. The question was, so do the 12 princes have 12 different subclades?
Well, yeah, we can see that a lot of them would have different subclades. I don't know what exactly would be.
How many different subclades come from Ishmael in your paradigm?
Almost as much as Israel.
So how, like, give me a number right quick.
I couldn't. Now, it's obviously trying to open these is larger than it'll take you an hour to try to open these. I can't even try to summarize how big it is. It's obviously more than I can bring forth.
Well, how many are right there?
Okay, so how many are just here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And this one is actually would be, I think this is actually here. 16, I guess I'll say 16. This one's from direct from Ishmael. So Ishmael must have.
If I throw in the Ammonites, I throw in the Moabites, I throw in the Edomites.
They won't be underneath Abraham.
Etc.
They would be a little further down. They will actually be a descendant from Abraham's fathers.
The brother was just talking about like an E1B1B concept, right?
Yep.
So I was just touching on that one just for a quick second. Like, so if you have 12 plus 3, like, so, okay, so if you have the 12 tribes of Israel, plus you have the Edomites, plus you have
yep, we got a branch for the Edomites.
Yo.
So 15. So Orthodox more. Are you saying there should be 15 distinct subclades for each of those?
I'm asking them, like, why wouldn't that be the case if you can have 12 different ones for Israel? I'm just slapboxing right now.
Wait, what wouldn't be the case for what wouldn't be the case for which one?
So why couldn't all the descendants of Abraham, you know what I'm saying, from Keturah, from Ishmael, or from Hagar, from Sarah, etc., all fit in the E1B1B concept?
Why wouldn't they go into the same mutation?
Number-wise, why couldn't they fit in that?
Because the mutation was different. Because when we look at Israel today, a lot of people who's Israel today that went into the slave trade, a lot of them are E1B1A.
I swear that was a math question.
What do you mean? I mean, what do you mean?
So it seems like you're shoehorning the whole thing based upon the fact that, like, you see 12 in an article and then you see 12 tribes of Israel, and so you're automatically assuming, making an equivalence to 12 subclades. So I'm asking, how come that can't also apply to an E1B1B concept if you have Edomites?
Because they say themselves. They say that only E1B1A brings forth 12 original ones. 12 branches come from M2. 12 branches come from M2. Is what I'm saying. I'm saying that this has a high potential to be Jacob.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay. So M2 has a high potential being Jacob, but E1B1B is definitely Ishmael.
E1B1B is definitely Ishmael.
I'm gonna pause on that one for a second. Just chill. Go ahead. That's interesting. So
Because
yeah,
of history matches.
so Jacob is potentially EM2, but Ishmael
No,
is
this is surely Jacob. I'm just letting you know that this is the potential for it. This is it. We are E1B1A.
Oh, so it definitely is Jacob.
Of course. Why would you think I do a video? You think I do a video and not believe my own study?
No.
And I would not bring this out if I didn't believe it.
Okay.
If I wasn't sure in this, I would not
you
bring
be
it.
Jumping on both sides of the fence in the same sentence. So you be saying like
no, that's not what I meant.
No, this is what it is.
That's not what I. Let me stand strong in the sense of understanding. As I said, this is potential to be it. This is indeed potential to be it because it has the right things. But I'm letting you know that I also believe from other evidences. Because remember, Abraham had to bring forth Ishmael. He had to bring forth Ishmael. He had to. And if we make, let's just even run with that, the idea, because I don't understand how someone can't say this is an Ishmael.
Let me just real quick. Let me just. So if it was if it was factually Ishmael, like this definite article as you're saying it is, like just definite, like it would literally like the moment somebody had tested like some Ishmaelite's bones or whatever to say like this was the Ishmaelite DNA via the way the current paradigm on how DNA works. This would have been on the cover of every major scientific magazine in the world saying that we have now found that we have now found the paternal haplogroup of Abraham.
That's as they wanted to find another haplogroup group other than J. That's because they got J. They're not going to want to find another one. These people are liars. They're not going to even
Hold
if they
on. So real quick. So the people who would have found it, if it was in Muslim lands like you're talking about, they wouldn't be Jews. They'd be Muslims. You trying to tell me Muslims wouldn't be trying to jump to the forefront saying we got the thing?
Yes, the Muslims are extremely racist to the ones that's dark skinned. Yes. They're extremely racist to them. You can look it up.
But they got, hold on, but you're saying that these are the same people that got E1B1B right now. They wouldn't want to say that they got evidence that Ishmael is E1B1B what they are and that Abraham is what that is?
Are you talking about in Morocco, in the land of there?
I'm talking where you saying Arabia makes you an Ishmaelite, my G.
Arabia today is ran by Turks. Is ran by Turks, like in the Palestine and that area. That's Turkish. That's a bunch of Turks there. That's all that you see there. It's mostly Turks.
Okay, so the vast majority of North Africa, right?
Yeah, a lot of them is
East Africa, and vast swaths of Arabia, E1B1B.
Yeah, large portion of them are in the North Africa and Arabia.
So you're meaning to tell me that the people who are actually this lineage that are there do not want to prove the fact that Ishmael is of that lineage and that Abraham?
No. If they find evidence there, then obviously they will be looking for it. They will look at it.
So is that an admission that evidence has not been found?
No, there's plenty of evidence. We got the same people that were there. They're still alive. Their descendants they didn't go through a genocide. We still see the same Ishmaelites that were in that area. We still see the same people that have E1B1B in that area. That's going to be mostly Muslim. That's going to be in that area. And we can actually see what they look like. Just look at them.
So that's literally what I'm saying. So you're trying to tell me the people that are still there, that are E1B1B, would not want to prove that Ishmael is E1B1B and that Abraham is E1B.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's a cover up going on.
Do you think that they would be all out to prove that?
I think they would. I think they are. In fact, I met someone who was a Somali.
Okay, so when I just said that if they found that, it would be on all the major scientific journal covers and whatnot, you said no, it wouldn't because of a cover.
Yeah, it wouldn't be because of the cover up. That wouldn't be. That just wouldn't be because of the
so they would participate in their own cover up.
They probably would for money.
Why would they cover it up if they would want to prove it?
I wouldn't know. Why would someone lie and say Israel's not Israel? That Israel is actually a lighter skinned people. Tell me that.
Why Ishmael and Abraham would have nothing to do with talking about Israel at that juncture. You understand?
These are the same.
It's like Israel's non sequitur to that conversation.
Believe it or not, but they're going through. There's a whited out.
So the Muslims that are E1B1B would prefer to defend the Jews.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
On their J marker concept versus
No.
versus actually prove that Ishmael and Abraham are E1B1B.
No, I'm telling you.
That's the effect of what you're saying, correct?
No, I'm telling you
literally
that
the effect of what you're saying.
I'm telling you that there's people who are willing to corrupt data for money. That's what I'm telling you, and they don't care what race they are. You understand? That's what I'm telling you, that there are people that will corrupt data and information for money. There are people that will do that and cover stuff up for money. There will be people that do that. And I'm telling you that the real issue, like these are 100% E1B1B. That's what they look like. Do they look like us? Do they look like we?
The vertical on your leaps in logic got like Michael Jordan envious right now, fam.
If it does, I'm
Lion Farm. Another mistake you just made was you're basing everything off looks.
I'm not basing it off of looks. In fact, I'm not basing it off of looks because I can show you.
Brother, you just said, do they look like us?
Okay, let's look at a bunch of them. I'm gonna show you that I'm actually basing it off of the common. They commonly look the same. They look like brothers and sisters. Is what I'm saying.
So you're basing it off look.
Well, let's take a look then. Look, you see these ones? These whatever this group is, Tiguri.
They look like great people. Those are E1. They E1B1B.
Yep, and then we can see these ones. Look at them.
Okay, now hold on. Now
type in another one.
Got you. I got you. Now type in EV13. To show you can't go off no damn looks
because that's a branch. Wait. Oh, wait.
No. They're all B1B, brother. Type in EV13. You don't want to do it. I'll do it.
Wait. Where's EV13?
Hold up. Let me say something. E1B1B, right? You seen the Tigrayan people. They did DNA tests on them. 100% of them came back as E1. The people that they did DNA tests, 100% of them came back as E1B1B.
Yeah, which ones?
We're not disagreeing with that.
I'm not disagreeing either.
Yeah,
I'm letting you know that these ones.
I'm trying to say you can make there might be white people with E1B1B, but the overwhelming majority, like the people with 100% of the strain, look a certain way.
Hold on, wait a minute. That's a red herring. That's a red herring. So you're saying 100% of those samples in that DNA cluster that they tested had a certain look, right?
Yeah.
But if we check all of the E1B haplogroups, they all don't look the damn same.
Wait, brother, look at this. Look before you steam off. Look. You're not seeing this. M215 is his own lineage. It's his own lineage. It's not the same as these ones.
I mean, not E1. What did you say? E1. What did you say?
E3B. E3B is his own lineage. It's not even connected with 30 M30.
I'm talking about Scholastic.
It's another one.
I'm talking about Scholastic Bully. He said because I'm talking about E1B1B specifically.
Right.
The overwhelming majority of the people who fall under E1B1B look a certain way.
Are they M2 are they M215? Because that's
again. High frequencies don't tell you anything. They don't tell you what we should expect them to look a certain way.
Wait, you don't understand what I'm saying.
I'm not talking to you, Lion Farm. I'm talking to brother Daryl.
If 100% of the people have the same phenotype, and you'll get your white people with E1B1B. You know, they're rare. They're super rare.
No, they're not.
Hold on, let me say something.
They're not rare at all. 40% of I think the Bulgarians are E1B1B.
Yeah, I don't think you guys are understanding.
Of the Sephardic and Ashkenazis are E1B1.
It's 15 to 30%.
But listen,
that's important to note.
That's only because those are probably the Sephardic, right?
Sephardic and Ashkenazis have that same ratio.
The Sephardic historic wise, a lot of the Sephardic Jews lived in Spain and Italy, where the Moors were, where he was saying when the Moors went into Spain and Italy.
And those were the black ones.
The black ones, those are E1. Those
You
the
don't know.
people.
Hold on, wait, stop.
Hold
You
up,
I
let
do
me
don't
know.
know
I do
finish.
that.
know.
Let me
like that,
finish.
No,
brother.
Those
you
were
do
people.
not. Hold on, bro. Y'all
I got a
being pseudo.
historical. I got
You,
multiple historical
no,
quotes that the
No,
people
no,
in
no.
Spain was
hold on,
black.
wait. I have multiple historical quotes that some of them were white. A lot of
Yeah,
them were
I'm
white.
not.
I got
I'm
into
not
it with
saying.
Rob Bourne about
I'm
this.
not saying that they're not. I'm not saying that they were black or that they were white because it was obvious. It was a mix of both.
Israel
Turkish,
wasn't white.
Ottoman Turkish.
You got Israelites that's white. You had Israelites that's white back then. I got an article right now
I'm talking
that
about. I'm talking
no, hold
about
on. This
more.
brother said Israel wasn't white. I
Okay,
got an
show me.
article. Hold on. There's an article when they did the craniofacial features of ancient Israelites going back to the 3rd and 4th century, I believe.
With the
Right?
Doli Cosaphatic.
The woman, listen, the woman came out to have sub-Saharan African features, quote unquote. We're dealing with phenotype. The man looked like a white Mediterranean man.
What was his Y chromosome?
They didn't extract any, but this was an ancient Jew.
Well, he probably wasn't a Jew if he didn't look like a
No,
male. If he
no,
looked
see,
like
No,
that.
you don't
it
know
doesn't
that. You
work that
basing it off
way,
of look.
brother.
I make.
Okay, but
I'm,
if you can't tell me the haplotype group, I can't run with that.
I'm
Listen,
explaining.
Hold on, let me say
I'm
something. You can't do
explaining.
phenotypes based off of haplotypes, brother. It don't work that way. Am I
There,
wrong, Jasho?
Man,
I
you
know.
are absolutely correct. And
It
these
doesn't
brothers
work
is
that way,
basically
brother. Listen. You can't even do a skull saying it's Dolly Flaccid and this is a black person because they're Dolly Flaccid skull. You can't. It doesn't work that way, brother. You gotta do a
Okay, so that
study.
means his face
Hold on,
feature
wait,
doesn't
hold
mean
on, hold on.
anything.
Can I?
Listen, Lion. You gotta chill out, bro. You kind of over amp, man, and you're over talking a lot of people. Folks still trying to. You gotta realize the audience is trying to learn as well. So listen, you don't mess my train of thought up. Listen, you need to do a study on epigenetics, brother.
I already know. I understand that.
Okay, then. So you can't sit up there and say because a person's E1B1A
You're
that they're
not.
gonna have. Can I
Can I
finish?
say
Please?
something
Can
real
I
fast?
finish first,
I need
please?
you to
Bro?
know
I'm
this
being
part.
respectful. Let me finish, bro. I just got on here. You've been talking for quite a while, bro. Can I please finish? Can you show
Okay.
some decorum?
Okay, I'll let you finish, but I have an important thing to say because it's important to
You
know that the Ishmaelites is a certain subclass.
man.
please have some decorum, bro. Listen, just because a person's E1B1A doesn't mean that they're gonna be heavily melanated, bro.
I never said that. Obviously, they can mix with a female that's light skin.
Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
All right, hold on. Yeah, Hukanan, let me touch on that point right there. And the brother just acquiesced to it. That would mean you so there ain't no white Israelites. That would mean you would have white Israelites, bro.
No, I'm saying that they wouldn't be white as in being the R line, like the R lineage or things like that.
Brother. R doesn't mean white. It
I
doesn't.
understand
We
that. I
talking about a
understand.
phenotypic
I know
expression.
about the Chadic people. I understand that. I know about the Chadic people.
I know
But
I
we
brought
can.
that to your attention last time.
Right.
He's saying what he's saying when he says, because I understand where he's coming from, but when they would it the overwhelming majority of E1B1A looks a certain way. You have people you get the mix with the light skin and da. But the over you go to North you go to West Africa, the overwhelming majority of people with E1B1A is Yoruba, Igbo, Ghanaian.
I mean,
You
I can
know,
I can also touch on that. There's people in
there's if you
Brazil
think
that's white.
if you
That's
think of
E1B1A.
E1B1A, you're gonna think of a West African looking man because the overwhelming is up to 98% of the people, and you're gonna have your white looking people with ancient black ancestry way back when, but when
I'm
if
just
you
saying that I've never seen a quote of a white Jew.
Hold on.
I never
there
seen it.
there are Jews that are E1B1. There are Jews that are E1B1B. There's no doubt about that. They did the
No,
studies and yada yada yada. But you gotta think why they're E1B1B. You
they
go
can't be E1B1B.
no, it's 15 to 30%. That's what the internet says that Jewish people. But you gotta understand why. Yeah,
Jewish,
Jewish,
Jewish.
the white looking ones.
Hey,
You got
let
you
me ask. Let me ask a
you gotta
question,
hold
man.
on. Let me finish. You gotta understand why they have E1B1B. When the Moors went into Spain, the Sephardim specifically, the Sephardic Jews. When the Moors went into Spain, these are your North Africans, right? So these are some of these are some of your E1B1B people these are some of your Somalian type looking people, and these are some of your there was a couple West African Moors up there too. They went into Spain and blah 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 blah. They mixed, and then you had the Turkish Moors, the white ones, with them going into Spain, mixing yada yada yada, and then that's how you get ancient black ancestry with people that look that look Middle East, what we call Middle, at least what we call Middle Eastern today, or not J haplogroup. You
Okay.
got their ancient ancestors are
Hey,
E1B1B,
hold up. Let
but
me
they're
ask a
whiter than
question, man.
Can I just read this real fast? Let me just
they're
read this
whiter
and
than.
pause it.
Hold up, let me say.
Hold on,
Let me
line form. Chill
they're-
out, brother. I
let
let
me
you
finish. Let me
dominate for
finish.
2 hours. Let other brothers speak, man.
I'm not
Come on,
trying
They're
to
man.
whiter
dominate.
than.
I'm just
They're
trying to
whiter
bring the
than.
truth.
They're
All right,
whiter than.
okay, hold on, line form. Let other brothers speak, man. I let you go.
Go ahead. I'm letting them
I
speak.
could have just yanked you out the show. I didn't do that. Now
Think what you
Let me.
want.
They're
come on,
whiter.
man.
I'll tell you guys when I'll say I'm
Hey,
done.
Daryl, hold
Okay.
up a second,
So
brother.
we can
Hold up. We heard
hold
what
up.
you
I
said.
was still talking.
It don't matter, brother. I asked
It,
you to hold up, brother. You don't just jump in here. You ain't running nothing up in here, brother.
so
Damn,
y'all was just arguing with him about
bro. I
interacting with
wasn't
We
E1B1B.
gotta
arguing
have a
nothing with
holy
you,
Bro,
sir.
hey,
conversation.
Daryl,
Y'all
man, you
gotta
need to
stop
chill out,
cussing.
bro. This is
The cussing and
this is
fighting. This stuff ain't
Jeremiah.
healthy.
Don't matter. Listen, this is Jeremiah's platform. Respect the man. You in his house. Respect him, bro. If he say hold up, then hold up and fall back. This his house.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I just want to ask a question, man. It is there a primary phenotype that we could, despite admixture that happens with gene admixing, is there a primary pheno for these genetic strands? I'm just asking if anyone can answer that.
No. The short answer to that is no. There is no primary phenotype for these genetic strands. If I'm
Con.
understanding you correctly, it's not. Phenotypes are plastic.
Okay.
They're subject to change,
You
and we
done?
know that because all of us share the same. All our male chromosomes go back to a single male, right? A single Y chromosome, but majority of the Earth looks different.
Yep.
So
That's
that
called
would that would
phenotypic plasticity.
so that would so pheno is kind of a different conversation outside DNA concerning we're trying to get to the root of the appearance of some of the original people of the earth based upon the DNA spreading across the earth, right?
Yeah,
So,
phenotype is a completely different conversation. It don't have nothing to do with genealogy.
okay, cool.
I
That's it,
disagree.
man.
I say that you can make a reasonable argument. Like if you got a group, a haplogroup, and damn near 100% of the people it looks a certain way, and you might have 99.9% of the people look one way, and then you got white people that's very few and far between, because there's not a lot of Jewish people on this planet. First off, there's only about 15 million at tops, and 15 to 30% of them have E1B1B. And then you got those Tigrayan Somalian Tigrayan, where they're E1B1B, and over 100%, not over 100%, 99.9% of them is E1B1B. Both families, mind you, Tigrayan and Somali. And you can go and say Tigrayans look this. So E1B1B people look like. You can either say E1B1B people look like Tigrayans, or E1B1B people look like the white people that's 1 out of 99, 1 out of 99 of that you can find on the planet. Those what E1B1B people look like. Yes, we all come from the same family of
Got you.
Adam and Eve and whatnot, but people look like, when you do blood, people look a certain way. As West
That's the truth.
Africans, over 98%, it look a certain way. But we
No,
mix
they
we
don't.
Most of them. I agree with that.
most
I agree that you have high frequencies that may share common traits, but they're really diverse. First thing I want to talk about that 30 or 40%. You keep throwing the 15 to 30
Wait,
percent.
can I just read something real fast? Because
Lion Farm, chill, bro, chill. 15 to 30% of these Jews will have e markets, right? 15 to 30%, 15 or 30% of 15 million, right? That's the number you chose to represent these Jewish groups, bro. That's 4.5 million people.
what do you talk about?
That's 4.5 million people.
4.5 million where?
No, he brought out the totality of the Jews being 15 million tops.
Oh yeah,
If you project 30% onto that, that's 4.5 million people that will have e-markers that will look quote unquote white or European.
That's true technically. But
Yeah,
let me read this because I want to mention this because maybe this has to do with what you're saying, because I actually noted that the real Ishmaelites, they have a different subgroup than 35. They actually they actually mention this. I'm gonna just read it. It says, important to note, it says M35, which is E1B1B, which is within the Ashkenazi, the Turks, Hitler, and other mixes, is a sub branch of M215. Yet M215 also has its own pure original branch, E38, M215. So it's important you can have you can have someone who's M215 and not M35. And they actually mentioned that on here, right here. It says another striking aspect of our dating is the previous unexpected large difference in age between the sub-haplogroup group EM215. What did they put right there? It says and its sub-haplogroup group EM35. They just talks about within the V68 subclade mutations, whatnot. But is a and I noted that because if you look at their tree, these ones are the Ishmaelites, but these could be indeed a different type of broken piece from this group. I can't tell you exactly who this is because we find this often in the Turks and in the how you say the Ashkenazi, but there's a different lineage which is M215, which is only found in those ones, the Moors.
Oh,
This is
okay, hold on. All right, Lion Farm. I also want to address something else Daryl said. He brought up the Moors,
Sorry
which
about
I
that.
agree with. Hold on. There's parts that we converge, but we disagree on different nuances. So you brought up the Moors being the reason for the introgression into Europe or into the Jewish groups. That's why we got the E group in Europe. But I just did a whole lecture on this prior to my brother coming online for and coming on. We having this discussion. EV13 and other E haplogroups have been in Europe since the Bronze Age. That's way before the introgression of the Moors that happened around what 700, 8th century Common Era. We talking about going back to the second millennium, third millennium for some lineages. So these lineages been there.
What's EV3? What is that?
These ones are older. The M215. These ones are older, and these ones they have their own branch. They have their own sub branch.
Lion. He
What's
didn't ask you that. He said, "What's E3B?" E3B just stands for E1B1B. E3A stands for E1B1A. That's what E3B stands for.
What's EV3? You said
EV13.
Well, yeah, my bad. What's EV13? What's that?
EV13 is a E1B1B lineage.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, because the reason I was asking that is because there are certain classifications of the appearance of, let's say, like the ancient Chaldeans. I pulled a source last time we was talking about this, classifying them with Negroid features. So if we can definitively say that there are DNA strands that trace back to Shem, and we can look at some ancient writings concerning the appearance of these people being the parents of these geno splits that split off, then we can definitively say that the origins of these geno strands have a particular phenotype, right or wrong.
That's what I would. That's
I would
I
agree
wouldn't say
because the
particular
further back you,
phenotype.
uh,
Oh, go ahead, James. What was you saying? I didn't mean to
I
cut
was
you
just
off.
gonna say the further back you go in time, the phenotype seems to correlate with the haplogroup. But
Yeah.
I believe that believe I've heard a brother say that, a majority of a group, like for instance, the majority of the people in Nigeria, right? They're gonna carry, E1B1A, they're gonna look alike. But you also have outliers there that look just like them, that may carry A, that may carry B, may even carry D, but they look just like them. Why? Because they've mixed with the group so much that they've taken on their characteristics. And this can happen throughout any haplogroup. Like
Right,
the
right, right.
agro-pastoralists of the Near East are more hunter-gatherer than they are pastoralists, but they also have some Negroid, which is pastoralist phenotype, Negroid features. You know what I mean? But they're more Hamite than Shemite.
Wait, what nation of people you talking about?
I'm talking about the agro-pastoralists that are in the Horn of Africa, in Northeast Africa, along the Nile Valley in that
What
area.
what what names? Like I need like nation name. You know what I mean?
James, you talking about the Kadrukas, the early Nilotes and stuff of that nature?
The early, yeah. I mean, it's
So,
more of
so
a.
there,
Oh, go ahead.
I was about to point Daryl to some references. You look into the Kadruka population. Um, they're largely AM13.
The Kaidruka. Who are they
Yeah,
related? Who are they related to?
they're related to the San people, the Khoi people.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, but they're north of the Sudan,
North.
Yeah. So
and
the
that
reason,
lineage is
reason, I,
still there.
reason, I,
But you can tell you
Salakia.
can if oh go ahead.
No, you can't always tell, Daryl. That's what James just told you. In Nigeria, you can have people with A, you can have people with B, and you can have people with E, and they all look similar through the years of admixing. So you always just can't tell just about looking at somebody, man.
Right, right, right. So um, I wasn't saying like, oh, I'm gonna look at a person and say, okay, this person, then be able to try to identify their DNA without doing an actual test on it. But what I was saying was, if we're trying to get to the root, man, y'all know me, man. I'm always trying to um, give credit towards the research that we have done according to our identity, based upon what the way they're trying to separate us, based upon appearance. So we're talking about the original people of the Shemites, spanning off to Abraham's lineage down to Jacob. And so we're seeing like, okay, the Aborigines of these descendants have a particular phenotype based upon us tracing. Now, when those people started to spread
Oh,
out,
I got
you
you.
see what I'm
I
saying? And now
got you.
they're spreading out and they're admixing with other people. Then they start to change their pheno.
Yes, that's
But
correct.
before that, they had an original appearance. That's
I
what I was
agree
saying.
with that.
It was
I agree with
somewhere.
that. I
It was somewhere.
misunderstood you, Jeremiah. I
It was
misunderstood you.
there was somewhere I read that they I forgot where it was. I don't know if it was but it was like before the Tower of Babel they looked the same and then something happened. I don't remember where I read it though. I gotta find it one day. I'm thinking it
Yeah,
was
yeah, you gotta find that because that's gonna help the argument. At the end of the day, we're Israelites, man. I
but
don't
they
know about brother Daryl, but the
yeah
rest of us,
I've been here before and I had that
right? The rest of us,
I
we're trying to quantify our lineage and our identity, man, and our historical connection to the ancient land of Israel. So we're going
Amen.
through all of this because we have naysayers on the other side that's telling us we're not who we say we are.
mm,
You understand? So now we're going in, as you brothers are going into the DNA. And I commend you brothers for that because it's not easy. But as you brothers continue to expand and I'm learning from you all, I can be able to look and say, okay, well, I can use, because at first I like, nigga, the hell with DNA. I don't need that. I'm going to these histories. I'm going to the migration. I'm dealing with the curses. That's my mindset with the research. But now I'm listening. I'm like, wait a minute. I can use some of this because it's actually um, um, quantifying our point instead of being in opposition. So I commend you, brothers, for what y'all doing.
mo- migrations, they muddy everything up. Like if everybody stayed in the land, that was given to them, we wouldn't be having this damn problem right now. But it
Yeah,
happens,
that's purposely done. They're muddying the water on purpose.
But these Jewish folk, I know they own a lot of these genomic companies, and they specifically named that J haplogroup. They specifically named it J for a reason. This wasn't just no random. They named it J to let everybody know. See, we're the Jewish people now. What I want to know is, um, where did they? Because I want to see, like, did they dig up bones of like Israelites from like the first century, specifically first century, and like compare
Yes.
their DNA with
What?
with
No, it is illegal to take DNA samples from any bones you find in the Holy Land.
oh
There's a
yeah, yeah, yeah,
paper out
yeah,
from Wayne
you
State
wonder why.
University. Yeah, there's
You
a
wonder
paper out
why.
from Wayne State University talking about how hard it is to get a DNA sample and how it's illegal to do that for anybody's found in the Holy Land.
I bet
They
they
got
did it.
some that in Spain. They got
I
some
bet
people in Spain.
I bet they did it themselves. I could bet you that.
No,
Yeah.
they don't have a body to compare anything to, bro. People
They
just
do. They got
basically.
they got people in Spain.
Now,
Okay,
please,
can you name the
hey,
body?
hey, show some decorum, bro.
I'll
Please,
show you.
bro.
Yeah, want to see what
Fall
they
back,
got?
bro. Hey, stop trying to overtalk folks, bro. They don't have nobody to compare it too far as saying, hey, this is Aaron and all that stuff because they're trying to base it off some kind of Cohen haplotype. They're just
Well,
basically taking those white Jews' word for it that they the Jews.
They I think they how could they not have, you know what I mean? Like they didn't want to check themselves, you know what I mean? I think they just making it illegal to like
Because they know
let
better. They
because
know
they
they're
know
gonna
better.
check
Yeah,
it
they
out
know
and they gonna
better,
be
man.
right.
They trying to hide it, man.
It's either one or two things. It's either they don't have no bones to dig up, or they know that
So they got
they're
the
not the
bone.
real people based off of the stuff that they found in that land, and they don't want everybody else finding out. Because if they were the Jews and they're the bones, the DNA genetic evidence showed it, they would be parading it everywhere around, showing, hey, we're the. But I was trying to Google it. I was like, where I want to see what was the DNA of the first century Jews, because we got a lot of people claiming it, and you got Jewish people, white people, European looking people claiming it, and there's no bones. And you can find a lot of stuff on Google, but not a
Yeah,
single thing about.
I think
I checked.
the best argument they have for it is the one I often go to, which is the African gene flow into Southern European Jews and Levantine groups, because what they did was they were testing all the diverse Jewish populations, and they was like, wait a minute, we don't see no type of connection between these groups. We don't really see, something that connects all of them together. But then they went in with the Yoruba's DNA. Then they was like, oh shit. Well, I guess we connect them all through Africa then. All of the
and
DNA
the
seems to be
the
connected
reason
through those groups.
the reason
and if
why
they
I'm
was to
saying,
find the bones, they would admit it. They wouldn't admit that those were
Well, they got
Israelis.
yeah,
Tune 120 Lakish, but they won't DNA test the bones. Any bones that's dug up must be immediately reburied. Buried.
and
That's the law.
if they do tests on them, they're gonna lie on the
Or they not
results,
gonna publish it.
or they just not gonna publish it. It's gonna be one or the other. So this is
Cause I'm
why I'm
pretty
The-
sure
saying,
they did it. They just not gonna publish it.
yeah, that's what I was
They did a
saying.
test on the Jews of Spain. The Jews
But
they
those are
found that
just
were
No,
people
no,
who
no. Look,
claim to
look,
be
look.
Jews. There's
Spain,
no.
Spain, Spain is white people land. So you
yeah,
could
but
you
but remember the Jews went into Spain.
That's true, but those are just people who claim to be it. You got to
No,
remember
no,
not
no. They were described is historically described. They were dark
hold
skinned.
that don't make you.
hold up,
Everybody
look,
in
look, look,
Western
hold
Europe
up,
was
look,
dark skinned.
look. You had white Jewish people in Spain. You had Turkish Jewish people, like
No, no. The Jews in Spain, they were all one shade of color.
no, they
They were
were
all
not. You
yeah, they
had
were. They
no, they
recorded. I got a
when
paper right here that says the Portuguese were black.
when the
Yeah, the
what's his
Portuguese
name
Jews.
when the what they call it, the people.
Black
So
Portuguese.
you gonna tell me the people who was under the because it was, no matter of fact. They had a whole issue with the Talmud
Hey, that's
over
hard.
there, and
That's hard
they
right
had a
there. The black Portuguese. That's
Yeah,
hard
that's
right
a
there.
Right
fact.
there.
That's a
there
fact.
was
That's
King
black
John, 1492, spelled all the Jews to St. Thomas, which is down there where Africa is. This is in Portugal and Spain. And they actually named these Jews, Black Portuguese, as they were called. And the
Woo!
Jews,
That's hard.
it says who were,
Hey,
they said they were
Leongo.
even Negroes and
hey, Joshua.
descended from the Negroes.
You're
My
saying
bad, man. I
all
didn't mean to cut you,
you're
man.
saying
Hold on 1 second, Daryl. I'm gonna give it right back to you. Hey, Joshua, does this line up with your research? When you was arguing with our dear brother, Robborn, concerning the expulsion of those Portuguese to South
Yeah,
America. Does this line up?
yeah. I got sources that say the same thing he just presented. King
Yeah,
John or King John, yeah.
yeah, that's hard.
Yeah.
That's hard right there.
I'm not gonna argue with that source. There were black people living in Spain and Portugal, but
And
I'm
check
just
this out. They found the
this
bodies. They found the bodies in Spain, and they know that they're the same genetics as the African American, the
so
E1B1.
Okay.
what did
Hey,
they
Lion Farm, get us the
what
genetics. I
what
want
was
to hear
it?
it.
Yeah, pull up the genetics. So that what did they say?
Oh yeah,
Because
of the people in Portugal.
No,
yeah,
of
because
those
there's no
of
Them
way
that
that
of
no
that
lining up
grade
with
lineage.
them lining up with African Americans. Bring that out, man.
This group being African American, the same group. They call them Bantu. They call them the same people as the Bantu.
So why isn't no
Why didn't they share this?
why didn't
Hey,
they share
what's
that?
the title of that right there?
Because they know they call them Africans.
Wait,
Right here, the
go
Bantu. You see how they call them
wait,
Bantu?
go up to the title. I can't even see what the title is. I want to see the title so I can pull
Does
it
it
up.
say Jews
Right here.
anywhere on that page?
Archaeologists find found
Control.
slaves of enslaved Africans in Portuguese trash dumps.
Guess how old they are? They're all children.
What
If
date
you
is
read the
that?
record, they took children. They took children. Almost all of them were children underneath 18 years old.
I see what he's trying to say. He's trying to say that these are the children that the Portuguese took from the Sephardic Jews. That's what he.
What you think?
Yeah.
What
And
you
look
think
at him.
about that, Joshua, man?
That ain't what the
And look at
article
him.
say.
Look what they did to him.
That's not enough. Yeah,
100. There's 120. There's 150 of them.
It says
You
those are
have no.
enslaved Africans, brother. There wasn't
Let me tell you.
people
Let me
living
tell
up
you. So
there.
there was a case. There was a case.
Wait. Everybody hold up a second, man. I want to hear from all you brothers
It's the
because
Bantu.
everybody trying to chime in. So I want everybody to get the time to speak. But Joshua, I gotta hear from you right now, man. You gotta talk to me, bro.
it's a good hypothesis, but I don't know how much information that we can put to it to make it connect directly to the Sephardic Jews.
It
And
says later.
in his defense, a lot of that information is buried in time anyway. There's really not that much information on it, so you kind of rely on making inferences. However, with that being stated, I can't make a strong enough argument for it. It makes sense.
I could because I actually got some other stuff that's
Okay,
connected
but
to
wait your
this.
turn.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Line, we gonna get to you, man.
Okay, I'll wait.
And Daryl, we gonna get to you too, man. But I was just trying to see from James. You got anything to add? What's your thoughts on that, James? Man, that's kind of hard, man.
Well, I mean, as far as there being Jews in Portugal and them being called black, I have no doubt with that. I've seen many sources to that effect, but taking that grave site that says that there were enslaved Africans, not people in Portuguese living there, and then subscribing those automatically to being Jews. I mean, I would need you to, give me an article that says they're Jews, not that they're enslaved Africans.
He ain't gonna find. He only.
Here it is,
That's a
right
good
here.
point.
It says these genetic analysis reveal an affirmity to West African or Bantu speaking central
So where
to
does it say the
southern.
Jews?
You gotta find where it
We
says
gotta
it.
know who the Bantu people. Remember, Bantu means
Look, I don't
peoples,
want to assume.
We
I
know
want
who
the
the
article
Bantu
to tell me.
people are.
That's what I'm saying.
We
Where does the
know who they
article
are.
say that?
but they're never gonna tell you that these are Jews. These are kids that were under 18 years old.
We
Only
understand.
3% of them were over 30.
So
Okay,
then
but
what they would
But
call
there
that is
the
a
way
was.
you
fallacious
said it was
argument.
as if
My bad. What they would call that is a fallacious argument, brother. It would be a fallacy, bro. You understand what I'm saying? Like you're not connecting the dots. You gotta
You're not
understand.
giving me time.
Hold on. Okay, brother. Hold on. Listen. Calm down. So what you have to do is because you gotta understand you're dealing with a lot of naysayers. They're gonna tell you that basically you suffer from the slave trade syndrome and you're desperately seeking for your people to be somebody that they're not. So that's
Right,
That's why,
right.
amen.
Y'all
hey,
cannot,
bro,
That's
y'all
why.
that's
That's why I'm
cannot.
taking these
hold
challenges.
up, bro. Chill out.
Hold on,
That's
hold
some
on.
control, bro. You got
Y'all,
impulse control problems, bro.
Yakanan is right.
Let me finish this up real quick. Hey, James, this is what I need from you, bro. That article that you was telling me about with the different gene flows from out of Africa into Southern Europe. Can you
Yeah.
inbox that to me on my Facebook Messenger right now? I'm just gonna let Lion, whatever his name, he can go ahead and have it, man. I'm finna fall back.
All right, so let me show you how these are the same ones that went into Africa, and it's the same ones who we are. It says these basically they're the West African. When there's only one group in West Africa, the West African Bantu speaking. Bantu just means peoples.
Peoples.
And then it basically just tells us, and then we know that these are children. It's matching with the sayings of the children that they took, and it's 150 of them buried in ways that obviously aren't a way you will bury a child. So it's obviously by someone who doesn't care about them. They're not just slaves because they're children, and they're not. The children don't have that much value as slaves. And you can see as these ones, they're being mistreated and buried in positions as if they were being held captive in Portugal at the same time frame of 1500s to 1700s, which was when the slave trade was going on. So you see right there, uses between 15 and the 17th century in a dump is where they found them at. And you can see just the same thing. And then I'm gonna connect it right here. You can see that there's other sources that tells you that they were children. And notice that the people were moved to Guinea. Now Guinea was owned by the British. I mean, not the British, the Spaniards, and that's where the slave trade came from. Because few people actually know that they actually owned pretty much all of Africa. They end up giving it to each other and giving part of Brazil to each other. One part was Spain's, one part was Portugal's. They divided it amongst themselves. And if you see this, some of the people, like if you see where it says King John moved them to right here. Wait, let me see. King John moved them to right here. King John in 1492, he expelled all the Jews to Saint Thomas, right? That's Saint Thomas. That's I'm gonna show you something that the same Jews that went to that island stayed on that island for a long time, and they checked their DNA, and this is a DNA test right here. Let me click this so you can see this DNA test. This is a real DNA test of these individuals, and the source is on here. This is a real DNA test of the people that was sent into San Tome that continue to grow there. These are going to be those individuals, and they look like us. But you can see here.
Lion Farm. I agree with the core concept that you're making here that Sephardic Jews had our DNA. I think a lot of us agree with that. I think it's just that the point about the African slave dump, we don't have a strong, and what you're saying is not a strong enough argument to say that particular African slave dump had to be Sephardic Jews. Now you can say they probably are. They could
No.
be.
I'm not
We
connecting
can't
that
go
with
past that point. We
I'm
can't.
not connecting that with the Sephardic saying. I'm connecting this. I'm connecting this with the Sephardic saying. There's genetics evidence. It even tells you that these were the new Christians from Spain.
I
These
agree
are
with
ones.
that.
It says right here that was sent in Santa May was discovered, and it tells you that the Jewish children in 1492 were sent there. The 2,000 young children and teenagers. You see how it's connecting there? How they found only children there that were under. They said, remember how they said only right there. It says the research team believes that around 1/3 of the skeletons were from under 18, and only 3% were people age 30 or more. And that's what they said right here in the genetic study. They say right here that around 2,000 children and teenagers were taken from their families and forcefully baptized and sent into, obviously, some of
Ain't
those
that
children
some
want to be
real?
rebellious.
That's some
You
crazy.
see?
Hey,
Children.
let me say this real quick. I'm
Children.
gonna give it right back. This why I love the source, man. And when I say the source, I mean each and every one of you brothers that participate. Why? Because as Yakin was saying, these hypotheses have to be able to stand up to scrutiny, man.
Amen.
You got
That's why I
strong
love it.
brothers.
I love it.
Right. You got strong brothers like Anonymous Hebrew coming here, Yakin brothers coming here, and they're vetting the information. This is
I
the
thank
same
you for
thing
that.
that we were doing. Yeah, this is the same thing that we were doing last night on our live. We're vetting the
Amen.
information, and it has to be able to stand up to scrutiny. Because if it can't get past us, it damn sure ain't gonna get past anybody that's in
Right, because they're
opposition
gonna
of
they're gonna
us.
go harder on me. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Right.
They're gonna go harder on us.
What's that thing called? Where's mine? There was a case somewhere. I gotta pull it up, but it was a case against the Talmud in that area, Spain and Italy, around there, and it was because in the Talmud, I think it was the Spaniards. They found out that the Jewish people were saying that Jesus was boiling and poop in hell, and Mary was the you've heard them
Yeah, I
before,
heard that. That's
right?
crazy. I heard that
And
before too.
this was during the time. This was during the 14. This is about the 1400s when they
Oh
was
yeah,
that's
that was actually found in the Rhinelands.
Yeah,
and this is why
and that was post Babylonian Talmud. That was like a AD Talmud when the so called um,
Ashkenaz.
yeah
Ashkenazi Jews got their hand on it, and they started to
this,
add
Yeah, they
this is
started to
why I'm
corrupt
saying
the stuff.
yeah,
this
yeah.
is why I'm saying this, because this was an actual court case. They bring it up to the king, the king of Spain, or the I gotta get my computer charger, but they were living in Spain. These were Jewish people living in Spain. These were the white ones. These weren't you're saying that those
No, they wasn't in Spain. They never got to Spain. The
they got
Ashkenazi.
to Spain. They lived in Spain, because if they didn't live in Spain, that Talmudic case wouldn't
They
pop
did
up.
come to Spain. Yeah, that's right. They did
So
come.
that's why I'm saying
The
you had
Ashkenazi.
yes, the
At
Ashkenazi.
what? But what?
Then
At what time frame? At what time frame did they
this
come to
is
Spain?
the 1400s. This is 13 to 1400s. They was living there too. Matter of fact, I'm hold up. Let me get my chart. I'm gonna tell you the exact court case, because it's a famous court case. Well, it's hidden, but you can pull it up and Google it. They said the same things that was said about what they say now, what we say now, that it's been there for thousands of not thousands, 1,000 and plus years. So that little thing where they say Jesus is boiling in poop and Mary was that's been in their book for a very long time, and the actual back in the 1400s it got brought up as in the king
Right.
because
I got also got a
Spaniards
copy from the
the Spaniards
1400s.
the Spaniards were Christians, so they when they seen it, it was like, and they were Roman Catholics. They'd seen it, and they seen it. They found out what Jewish people was writing in their books, and it was written in their Talmud. They was like, "What the heck is this?" But I'm gonna bring up the court case. I gotta remember the name. I'm gonna show you the exact.
Right, because we got history of during the time of Pope Alexander the Sixth, during the time of Cesare Borgia, the son of Rodrigo Borgia, which is the same person as Pope Alexander the Sixth. They had certain Jews there that received favor in the island of Peninsula in the Italian peninsula. They received favor there, but those Jews that were favored were the Ashkenazi Jews that came there. The black Jews remained oppressed and removed and enslaved during that time. You can find this history in a book called the Roman End, the rise and fall of the Roman Empire.
I can agree. I can agree if the Ashkenazi did come over there, which they themselves don't say that they did. They say that the so-called Sephardic was over there, and they said they never did go over there. They were stuck over here because that's
Hey,
their
Joshua, did we
so-called
get a source?
Rhineland apocrypha.
Didn't we talk about a source about the two types of Sephardic? I believe it's two types of Sephardic.
Yeah, that's two types. Here's a book from the
Yeah, yeah.
1400s.
I'm saying two types of Sephardic Jews.
Ooh, my mistake. My mistake. It wasn't Spain. It was France.
Yeah, from France. There you go. Because I got a source that actually says it's from France. This is the first. This is a 1400 book right here.
The
From the,
the
Bring
dis,
it out.
the disputation of Paris is the court case was called, where the French found out about what was in the Talmud. They started Pope Gregory what is that? No. King Louis the ninth questioned the Jewish people in his vicinity because of what they had in their books. But there were white Jewish people living in Spain as well. France is not that far. And who
Yeah, but they didn't go to France.
no, they what do you mean? They
I
lived
mean,
in
they didn't
France.
go to Spain. They didn't go to Spain.
They went Spain is right. Spain is literally across
Yeah,
the
but that was a lot of war and stuff.
that was
If-
what? No, but they were literally France is right next to Spain, like literally
Right,
across.
it's close. I know it's close. I know, but there's like there's a
There's no
separation. It looks close, but it's far.
there's no way that they did not go into Spain. And this was 1240. This case happened in 1240 something. So you
Okay,
had
well, let's go ahead and read the source.
uh, uh Disputation of Paris, also known as the Trial of the Talmud, took place in 1240 at the court of King Louis the Ninth of France. It followed the work of Nicholas Donon, a Jewish convert to Christianity, who translated the Talmud and pressed 35 charges against it to Pope Gregory the Ninth by quoting a series of allegedly blasphemous passages about Jesus, Mary, or Christianity. Four rabbis defended the Talmud against Donan's accusations. That's basically what happened. And the if you read the disputes, let me see. I don't think they're gonna have. Oh wait, no, they got it. There is a passage, for example, of someone named Jesus who was sent to hell to be boiled in excrement for eternity. The Jews denied that this is the Jesus of the New Testament, stating, "Not every Louis born in France is king." So they was trying to say because this man was named Jesus that this was the same Jesus from the Bible that they was talking about, which is bullcrap because it was the same Jesus, and they just was
Yeah,
they
they
was
took the
trying to.
books. I got a copy of one of their books. They took the books and they wrote with their. This is actually Yiddish. They wrote with
Yeah,
their writings, and they
yeah.
did spread that around. And they
But
had a
Hey,
bunch.
hey,
This one's
hey,
from
but
hey,
my
Italy.
brothers. Somebody in the comments basically said if anybody's familiar with the New England, with New England, I am familiar with this area, especially the Boston area, heavily populated with Cape Verdeans, closely associated with the people from St. Thomas Island off of the Slave Coast. Was intriguing about what he said about this. I have actually researched into these people. These Cape Verdeans also have a history of connecting themselves to Sephardim and to the Sephardic Jews. A lot of these Cape Verdean. When I first saw them, you know what I'm saying,
they
in
look
New England, I
different.
was like, who is the Cape Verdeans? They look
They
like
look
Hispanics or whatnot, right?
yeah, they
Um,
not Hispanics. It's they look like a people that I've never seen before. Like I looked at them, and they look like because I looked at a lot of because that's what I be doing. I just look at a lot of the faces of the different type of because I did that haplogroup genomic study thing. But when I looked at them, I was like, what the? Because I had found out about
Oh snaps!
That Sao Tome event where they sent the people to Sao Tome, the Jewish people to Sao Tome, and then I found out, hey, who lives on Sao Tome? And then I seen them. Sao Tome, they look like these people, these Cape Verdeans, they look like Sao Tome people. With they it's just it's so weird. It's so but they so like I've never seen their type of people before. So I was taken aback when I first saw them. But
go back to them Cape Verdean images. Lion Farm. Go back to the
Okay,
image.
yeah, over here.
Yeah, look
if
at
you
their
look at
pictures, man.
if you
Look
look
at
at the
them.
say
These are some original people. Look at that.
if you look at the Sao
Click that
Tome
one.
people,
Yeah, look at that.
they look about the same. Well, no, they look a little bit. Let me see. Hold on. Let me
They
see.
look at
I don't know.
him.
It's some weird, very very beautiful people.
Yeah, with
Yeah, a
the
lot of
skin.
they have a history of being, not all of them. Some of them do claim Jewish lineage.
That's interesting. I can kind of see it. I can see them mixing with a group. I just I
But
was looking for their haplogroup group to see if they probably did have it.
it was like I looked up their haplogroups as well. The Sao Tome people specifically, but I don't remember. They didn't do a crazy a super thorough study. It was just basic brief. because there isn't a lot of them in the first place. But well, at least on that island. But
Looks like they got E.
I wanted to say that but my point in all this, but there were white Jewish people.
These
living.
are Jews. These are Jews.
I'm talking about
These,
white. I'm talking about the European.
Hey, Daryl, what you're saying is I have no disagreement with those
No, I was
white
talking
individuals.
about. I was talking to what's his
Lion
Lion.
King.
Yeah, I was saying there was white Jewish people in Spain as well. This wasn't just black. If you're saying that the Sao Tome people, those black people, those what they call Bantu, were Jewish people. I mean Jews, Judeans. I'm gonna call them Judeans because when I say Jewish, I'm talking about the white ones. But when I say
right. Yeah.
Judeans, but I'm
I-
saying that they lived in Spain. They was living over there as well with those Moors.
Not the Ashkenazi. The
The
Ashkenazi never got in Spain. They didn't migrate to Spain.
They were the same. These were the European. The European Jews. They lived in Spain as well. They got. Matter of fact, there's speculation that Christopher Columbus was actually one of them. He was a crypto Jew, which is a Jew
Is
that hides.
there any way you can show me like a source saying the Jew is in Spain? I'm not trying to be funny, but you know, for me, I would agree with you if you have a source that says the Jews were in Spain.
I showed you
that was France. That was France. I got a copy of that too. I got a copy of their book, which they had in Italy. This was where they were. They were more closer to Italy, even though it's in France. It was more closer to Italy than it was to Spain.
France is Spain is a stone's throw away from Italy.
Right, but that's not where that's not where we find the evidence
from Spain.
That's a difference between saying I found someone in China and found someone in Japan.
I'm going to share this source about the Cape Verdeans, their DNA act. Make sure I just looked it up.
Oh, did you see it on the screen? I found their haplotype group. It says that they're E1B1A.
All right,
don't get too excited. Don't get too excited, brother.
Is this false? Is this actually false?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
All right.
But they were mixed.
Y chromosome. You see it on the paper. Y chromosome lineages in Cabo Verde Islands. The same thing, Cape Verde. Witnesses a diverse geographic origin of its first male settlers. You see that?
Okay.
Published in 2003, November 11th. All right. That's going to read the abstract. The Y chromosome haplogroup composition of the population of Cabo Verde archipelago was profiled by using 32 single nucleotide polymorphism markers, or SNPs, and compared it with a potential source population from Iberia, West Africa, and the Middle East. According to the traditional view, the major proportion of the founding population of Cabo Verde was of West African ancestry, with the addition of a minor fraction of male colonizers from Europe. Here we go. Unexpectedly, more than half of the paternal lineages, 53.5% of the Cabo Verdean, clustered in haplogroup I, J, K, and R1.
That's the Europe. That's J. So you had So now it basically just said a lot of the Sao Tome people were mixed with the what we call the
hold on. You don't get too excited either, Daryl. Hold on, Daryl. You don't get too excited either, because I'm not done.
Yeah, let's make sure we finish this so we can understand what we're looking at.
53% of these people they tested were what we would call Japhetic.
Mm-hmm.
It says, which are characteristic of population of Europe and Middle East, while being absent in probable West African source populations of Guinea-Bissau.
Mm-hmm.
Moreover, a high frequency of J lineage in Cabo Verdean relates them more closely to the population of the Middle East, and probably provides the first genetic evidence of the legacy of the Jews. Of course, that's how they're going to sway it, right?
Yeah.
But hold on. In addition, the considerable proportion, 20.5%, is E3B, right? EM81 lineages indicated a possible gene flow from the Middle East or Northeast Africa, which at least partly could be ascribed to the what? Sephardic Jews. In contrast,
wait. So they just basically just said that the Sephardic Jews are E lineage?
Yeah.
Wow.
This ain't no secret though.
Why? That just single-handedly shows that we're Israel. It just because I just found out that they're E1B1A.
The E1B1A and E1B1B, brother. So I'm trying to show you. Hold on.
Is it E1B1B though?
It's
Yeah,
E1B1B
E3B
and
is
E1B1A.
yeah.
Wait. E3A is he? Are you talking about E3A or which one you talking
This
about?
is E3B
E3B.
XM81.
Okay, let me make sure. Let me make sure that that's it.
It says E3A not farther down.
Yeah, that's why I told you stop getting excited. Like, let me finish. You get and Daryl was getting a little excited too. I had to say, stop him and pump your brakes. Hold on, let me finish it. All right. In contrast to the predominance of West African mitochondrial DNA haplotypes in the maternal gene pool, the major West African Y chromosome lineage E3A was observed only at the frequency of 15.9%. So E3A is the least percentage. The next to that is E3B and IJKR1 on the rest of the percentages.
But why are
Now,
they saying that? I don't understand how could they say that when on one of their searches. Yeah, I wish I could send it to you. But I found one that says they are actually E1 B1 A1, and I don't even see. Oh, there's a E. They have another E there.
So
they got two E's. They got E1B and they got E1 B1A. They got both E's.
So look. So the E, it says IJK and R1. It said the paternal line 53% of the men that was the Y-DNA of the people was European.
yes.
So when did it become European? When they sent those Jewish people out of Spain? Or
Well, we got to remember that we're looking at the tips of those Y chromosomes. So you're gonna have those different females that made them a little lighter.
No.
That's true too. But let me
Hey,
answer.
just because it's a European, does that mean that they white?
No. I'm
No,
not
it
saying
doesn't
that.
necessarily mean that. Well, let me
Right.
answer what Daryl just said. Daryl,
Mm-hmm.
Daryl, you said that that this reflects on the Jews coming from Spain. No, the Jews coming from Spain will be the Sephardics, and in this abstract, they're saying that's the E3B lineage. The other Jews, which came later, the Moroccan and Ashkenaz Jews, they're trying to attribute the J marker to.
Yeah, they're trying to paint their own narratives. What it sounds like.
Do you think that because in Spain,
But hold on though. That is true. Moroccan Jews that were Ashkenaz did come to Cape Verde and mix. That's true. That actually happened. We got historical documentation on that.
where that at? Because basically what I'm saying is that there were those not just Sephardic Jews in Spain. I'm saying that there were Ashkenazi as well living in Spain. It wasn't just Sephardic Jews living in Spain. It was Ashkenazi, the white.
I don't agree. I haven't seen a historical source say that.
Their Talmud in Italy says a lot.
Like what?
It says that they lived in that area.
Where does it say that? What quote? What Talmud quote? Can you tell me the number?
You have look. You have them living. You have them. The half of their DNA pool.
Can you tell me the page? Can you tell me the page number of the Talmud? I'm gonna look it up right now.
What?
You said the Talmud said it. Can you tell me which page says that they were in Spain?
It's not. It's not that they say it. It's not the Talmud specifically that says it. I'm saying historically speaking, history.
I need
says,
sources. I can't run around just saying anything and somebody come up to me and say, where's the sources for that? And they're gonna make me look.
Daryl, you gotta provide him something, man, to go off of.
I'm gonna give him some. Just what you did with the African children that came to say I'm gonna call them the Bantu children that was expelled out of Spain and went to Sao Tome, and you said that they were you said that those were Sephardim, or what did you say?
The Sephardic children.
How you made that jump based off of what you had saw written with about the Portuguese, the black Portuguese that were Jews, I'm making a jump where I say,
That's not a
yeah,
jump. That's a
because
whole. That's a whole precept. That's a whole. That's a
because
source.
You
50%
met
I
your
just gave you a
match,
source.
Lion Farm. You met your match, brother. Daryl
That's
said
not.
50%
he gonna hit you with the same rules you playing with.
50% of
That's not
those
a rule
sales,
because I actually brought a source.
50% of those same Sao Tomans descend from the same Oscar. That's matter of fact, most Ashkenazis are not most, but a lot of them is R1B, J. I don't know about K that much. And what was the lot? A lot of them are the Ashkenazi, and then you have the Sephardim who they say is E3B. But those Sao Tomians are half the male lineage is half European. So I could go and say I could make a jump and say that the Jewish people that was sent to Sao Tome was the white ones.
No, that doesn't even work out at all.
That
Because if you
does work
actually
out
look at the
because
actual genetic
53% of the
study, they say it themselves that the children were the ones that was taken to San Tome. We got the evidence of the children that were tied up and buried. Those are the so-called Bantu people that's in Spain. Those same children were found in San Tome to still live, and they actually mentioned that the names of those children stayed the same. That a lot of the names are still there, and they never was able to leave.
so why
We
does
even see the evidence in their DNA that they mix with the Portuguese.
why does 53% of the 53% of their DNA of their Y DNA is Ashkenazi European. What those are the people
Because
that
Jay is not just Ashkenazi, it's Turkish.
it's
We don't
not.
know.
I'm not disagreeing,
I don't know where they
but
got that mix from. They
but a
wasn't. They
lot of
was.
the Turks, a lot of the European Jewry were in they was in
Where can you
Italy.
give me a quote though?
They were in Italy. We can agree
Can
with
you give
that.
me? Yeah, they were in Italy. Yes,
Okay,
I do have it. I have a source that they were in Italy. I agree with that.
I'm gonna make another jump because Italy is right next to Spain. And
It's right next to Spain, but it's not Spain.
matter of fact, Spain was the big boy at the time. So you know where European Jewry did, where they cuddle, where they go where they go where money is. And Spain was ruling at the time. It's just like New York. They go where
Right.
the World Trade Center is.
But remember,
You know?
Spain was being overthrown by
But
Muslims, and there was 3 different companies that were fighting against each other in Spain.
I'm a,
All
I'm
types
a,
of.
I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna give you because if you read the historical sources about what they was doing in Spain, how
I'm
they
not
was.
saying. I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm just saying that I don't have a source. I never seen a source that said they was in Spain.
I,
Nor did they claim it.
well, they were in Italy, which is right next to Spain. I'll give you a source because
I agree with that
think
because
you have it.
I got a source that they were in Italy. I got a source too that they were in Italy.
Well, we don't need it because we agree that they were in Italy.
That's right. That's right. We do agree. Amen.
We agree. All right. Let me see. But there's all. I'm gonna give you a speculation. I'm gonna pull up a source. I'm gonna let someone else go. But there is speculation that what's his name, Christopher Columbus was a crypto Jew, which
Speculation.
yeah, I'm saying it's a speculation. But they found he wrote some letters to yada yada yada. To some guy, I don't remember what. But back in that time, if you were a Jew, and it was during the Inquisition, which was like 1492 or something like that, during the Inquisition when the Jews were being attacked by the Spanish because of I forgot what was the reason, but if you didn't convert, you got killed basically. So Christopher Columbus, being a convert, but yeah, they found some of his letters where he wrote the star. I think on his grave, if I'm not tripping, he had the Star of David on his grave, and in his what was it? In some of his letters, the Jewish people in Spain, Spain and Italy, they had a secret writing to they had coded writing in that
Black
time.
Portuguese.
And
Go on.
what'd you say?
I was listening.
Somebody said something about Portuguese.
I was saying that I was just saying Portuguese.
No. There was a Portuguese Judean derived language, Jewish derived language. Excuse me, that was within those, because those crypto Jews, they had to hide their identity, and
Damn. Hey Joshua,
yeah.
we've been on 5 hours and 20 minutes.
It's been
Yeah.
God damn. But it was a a secret practice in those areas because of the Inquisition. They had to hide their identity and whatnot. They would profess to be Christians, but at home they would have the Star of David behind their painting of Jesus. Basically, that's what is how it went. If you look at, but I'm gonna get you a source for Spain because
I'll tell you this. I almost believe you, but I do need a source. The reason why I need a source is not that I'm trying to challenge you, but if I tell people that there were Ashkenazi Jews in Spain, their narrative is this: they always been in the Rhineland. That's what their idea is, and that the Sephardic Jews came to them from Spain, and that's their whole design. That's the whole the idea that they have, that supposedly they were in the Rhineland and couldn't move out of the Rhineland, and they were stuck with the area of Spain and Italy for a long time. And then the Sephardic Jews, so-called Sephardic Jews, came into them, which they're the same people. They actually are the same people. The so-called Sephardi Jews. That's actually what they are. Sephardi, which is actually a line of Japheth. That's a different narrative, right? They say that they never went into Spain, and that's good enough for us, because if they never went into Spain and the Sephardi is the same as them, and there we know that the J is Turkish, then they just shot themselves in the leg, and that's one of the claims that they claim, that they always been in the Rhineland.
I hold that they came from the converted they came from
Yeah,
somewhere,
they did.
around Ukraine, between the Dead Sea and the Caspian, which is where one of Japheth's sons, what's his name, I don't either Ashkenaz or Torgarma, which Torgarma, I know he was the Turkarma, and that's where the Turkmen people came from. So somewhere around that area between the Dead Sea and the Caspian, near I'm gonna give you modern day, near Ukraine, near like southern Russia, near one specific Ingush and Chechnya. If you ever heard of those places, but those are all in between the Dead Sea and the Caspian. So they came from there. They moved downward into into what is it? Yeah, what is that? Western Europe, and went down into Spain and Italy, through Germany, Spain, and Italy, where they were until like what?
Are you still talking about the Ashkenazi?
Yeah, I'm talking about them. They
No, they
went.
didn't. They didn't. It doesn't talk about a migration that they made through Spain.
They hold on. Well, they were in Italy, so they
Yeah,
came down.
they were in Italy. They actually were. It was mentioned that when they was in Poland. That's why I remember when that's why they were always there, because when we actually look at what happened with Hitler, what he tried to do was try to like get rid of all this religious people that were Turks. That's what you're trying to do. He was trying to get rid of the Turkish people that were religious because of their religion, because they were what they were doing in their religion.
Yeah,
What they were,
I agree, but not that they were always in Poland. I'm saying that they moved into they
No, they wasn't
migrated.
always in Poland. They moved
Okay.
all the way from the east.
The-
They came from the east and they moved all the way to the west,
yeah, I agree.
where the Germans were.
But I think it was the Huns, or someone
The
that
Huns,
moved
yeah, they pushed them
that
out.
caused them to move out of their land that they were in.
That's
But
right.
I got to get a lot of I a little bit of, I gotta find some, because I'm trying to show you that they were in Spain the same time as when those Moors was in Spain as well. But or the Seotomi, not the Seotomi, those West Africans that they found, those whatever the hell they. Matter of fact,
The Cabo Verdeans, the Cape Verdeans.
not not the Cape Verdeans. What they those bones that they found and they claim were what they said were Bantu. Those bones that they found was that in Spain, right? That was in Spain.
Yeah,
That
those
was
were
in,
in Spain.
I was
oh, I
saying
thought
that
that was in Portugal. I thought that was
Oh
in
yeah,
Portugal.
yeah. There was let me make sure that's Portugal is in Spain, but let me just see if it was in exactly in Portugal.
Portugal and Spain, they were hip and hip, like this.
Yeah, they had the same place. Yeah, it was in Portugal. Portugal Sellers and something. Yeah, it was in Portugal.
It's the Spanish. It
Lagos.
was the
It was in
Spanish.
Lagos.
It was the Spanish king and the Portuguese king who grouped up against the They were like the forefronts of the Inquisition. Basically, they were the main ones. They got. It was like, hey, let's get this started, and that kicked off the
Yeah,
Inquisition.
they were sending the Inquisition over there, but remember the Inquisition is of Rome.
What? What do you mean?
Like the
Inquisition.
Inquisition doesn't belong to Spain; it belongs to Rome.
Well, what was it? Was it was I gotta I just remember history. I don't remember. I gotta
Oh.
remember where these sources are. But it was someone signed it was I think it was either Spain or Portugal. They signed a, a document or a law basically that
Hey, get
that kicked
this.
off.
Oh, wait. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on, let me just Google the Inquisition. And
Let me say something real fast. So apparently, they actually the interesting thing about those skulls, they did find them in Portugal, but they also found them in Lego. They found them in a place that Spain owned. That was a private place that Spain only owned.
I mean that makes sense.
And that's in Guinea. That's in the area of Guinea. They found the same people in Spain and Guinea, and they were all tied up.
You see, it says during the late Middle Ages and the early Renaissance, the scope of the Inquisition. So it started with the Roman the Roman Pope, like you said, but the scope of the Inquisition grew significantly in response to the Protestant Reformation and the Catholic Counter Reformation. It expanded to other European countries, resulting in the Spanish Inquisition and the Portuguese Inquisition. So the
Yep,
Spanish
there was
and
an Inquisition
Portuguese,
there.
yeah,
That's right.
they both got to, but these were. Let me see.
But remember, it said it increased. It was increasing and covered in Spain. The Inquisition was in Spain, but it wasn't from Spain.
I can agree with that, but they did the Spanish king and the Portuguese king agreed on let's Inquisition these kick these people out, and Italy, I think Italy didn't agree. I don't know, I don't remember. Wait, no, Italy is wrong. My bad. It was they, but what ended up happening is the those people that lived in there, they moved to. I think the Ottoman Empire got started at around that after that happened in about the 1500s, and that's when you had the Arab the Turkish people starting to conquer. They conquered like the Middle East and whatnot. But a lot of those Jewish people was living in Spain. But I'm gonna give you a source in Italy and in Portugal. They moved.
Now, understand, I'm not saying I don't believe you.
I'm gonna give you a source. They moved
I
up
just don't
to
have one. Go
they
ahead. Yeah,
moved
read it.
they moved up to the Ottoman Empire lands that they was ruling. I forgot what a lot of them migrated up there because of the Inquisition and Catholics and whatnot.
Yeah.
But let me see.
But is that touching on Spain though?
No, I'm saying they came out from Spain as well. But
Oh,
hold up, give me um talk about something, and I'm
all
go.
right. So I guess just to be clear, the reason why I was previously, saying that Ishmael had to be E1B1B because when we look at the lineages of Israel, we just see that it's harmonic. It's just fully harmonic when you see that from M2 we get 12, and then we get the whole tribe of Israel. And obviously, when we look at the E1B1B, it was so major. It's a major grouping in its own area. It's like a major grouping in its own area, but yet they have their own history. They have their own history, and we as E1B1B, E1B1A, we are the descendants directly from Abraham, and we ourselves have a standard to bring forth. Like when we have to bring forth truth, that's why even like the source, like these places where we gather, these just refine us. That's all that it does. It just refines us and make us more stronger because we're gonna have enemies. We're not each other's enemies. This is not like the split of the 12 tribes. We're just obviously in our land of our captivity and happen to make sure that we get a lot of truth with us. That's the most important thing. And obviously, I will take those sources and I will add them to my arsenal. But if I don't have those sources, I'm gonna have to, give my what I know at least from the dome. As I never seen a source that said the Ashkenazi was there, but that the Sephardic moved from there. Now, I'm not saying that there isn't a source. Now, that's always important because the world we live in is it's so complex with different things. But I just saying that I never seen the source. I haven't seen it yet. So it's always something that I think as we as individual believers, I think when it comes to history, we got to know it. We got to know it just because they're gonna tear us up if we mess up. If we mess up and say the wrong thing, they'll tear us up. They're just completely. They're not gonna help us out. Like if I had a source and I was playing like give me a source, and then maybe I had the source, I'll hit you with the source and give you a source so that you have strength next time. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't even have a source to back that up or to give for it.
Let me see. Where do they mention these? I'm trying to get a specific. Let me see this.
All right, man. I start out with a presentation on Esau, Europe, and white skin. So, what do you guys? I know line form. You got to. You think they E1B17 or something like that? E1B12. Where is that in the Near East?
E1B1B.
No.
Oh,
According to your chart, you got E1B1 A2. Excuse me. As Esau or E1B1C or whatever.
oh, E1B1C as Esau. Yes,
So where is that in the Near East?
Who are the E1B1C people?
they're not in the Middle East.
So you
I
don't
guess.
have.
I guess these are descendants from Esau, but these are like some of the last descendants, obviously from probably the Canaanite or the Hittite, from one of those individuals from the AB lineage from him.
Does E1B1? Oh, E1B1C is. It says the majority of the cases observed have been found in East Africa. Let me see. This haplogroup is found in southwestern Ethiopia, especially among the Omotic-speaking populations, which are these are your Ethiopian, your Ethiopian,
Right.
more or
Well,
less.
historically, we should find Esau at least in the Near East, and according to my research, we should find Esau in Europe.
Uh, which branch of European do you mean? Like what? You know what I mean?
I'm sticking with EV13.
EV13.
Yeah, they got history in Bulgaria, Greece, the Aegean around the Aegean Sea, the Balkan area, Germany, Luxembourg, Hungary.
The Balkans. It's in Europe. It's a small group. Let me see. I'm gonna do more research on these Balkans. I heard about the Balkans because I googled them, and it was like their DNA. They living. Their DNA is. They have a special. They have E3. What is it? E1B1B1A. E1B1.
Yeah, I know it can get confusing, but yeah, that's a
Oh,
E1B1B lineage.
that's a E1B1B lineage. So I was trying to see which if it was A or E. But why would they have ancestry in the Balkans? I mean,
Well, they come from the Near East, then they migrate through the Balkans, and then they migrate through the Balkans into Europe. You see what I'm saying? So that basically that was a pit stop along the way, so to speak, going through the Balkans.
shoot. It's probably, I wish we had a historical source of who the hell was going up in there.
I'm sorry. Let me go back in time and find somebody to write this shit down for you.
Because we know there was Egypt, a couple of Egyptian African populations went up into Europe at least, or
This is true.
yeah, if they were, you know, like find like a history of.
Hold on, let me share my screen just to show you some more E1B1 lineages in Europe. Which tab is it? I got too many tabs open. Which tab is it, brother? I forgot. Is it
You
this one?
said E1B1.
No, it's, y'all can't answer that question. You're not looking at my computer. Oh, here it is. I found it. Right here. All right. Can you see my screen?
I
Daryl?
can see it.
Yeah.
So you see Northern Portuguese. It's given the different percentages of the Portuguese. So it's a low percentage in Northern Portugal. Southern Portugal, about the same, but it gets a little high with the EM81 lineage 12.2. This is the same lineage that was found in Cape Verdeans right here. Then when you go to Pasiegos from Cantabria, look at this: 41%. 41% of the males they tested from this area was EM81.
What's the name of the place? Contario?
Pasiegos.
Spell that. Pasi.
Pasiegos.
G.
Cantabria. Cantabria.
Cantabria.
What is that? You said E1B1A or E1B1B?
This is E1B1B.
Okay.
Cantabria.
I expect that.
Cantabria is in Spain.
Right.
Yeah. Let's see. Cantabria and what was the other place? I'm sorry, because that should.
That was all together. Pasiegos from Cantabria.
That's that's Spain.
Right.
So that you had those. Well, it's Spain, so if those Moors and the people that was with them, I would explain why in Cantabria, Spain, there's a lot of 40% of E3B or whatever, whoever that was, but
What was that?
Maya, you good?
That wasn't me.
Somebody broke a whole bunch of stuff.
Sound like water went past or something.
All right. Yeah. Then the Asturians, 10% EM78. Then the rest are all below 10%. What's another major one? Hold on, let me show you. This is modern percentages. The Russians don't have too much of it from these samples. The Romanians, 21%. I think what's that? M78? Yeah, and M78A. So they split that down the middle.
Where's that at? Romania. Romania is somewhere country in the Balkans.
The Bulgarians is 20%, 78, and 19 to 20% EM78A. Albanians, they get pretty high. Look, 31%, 78, and 78A is 31%.
Who the hell? Well, you could cross the Mediterranean Sea and get to those places.
Yeah.
But we know they were in a lot of how would you could cross the Mediterranean Sea to get to those areas?
No, you can go through the land.
Or you can go through the land. Yeah.
And that's what many people are speculating is that this group, let's see if I can find it.
It's crazy how close Morocco and Spain is. You can just drive across the dam. Let me see.
Now let me show you this one. We'll start talking about this because this was actually the topic that I brought out today. So this is EV13. When they find this from the Balkans to Switzerland to UK, right? This is from modern population. And these are all individuals with the DNA. Look, you got Germany in here, Ukraine, Germany, Czech Republic.
I believe a lot of them mixed with the Ishmaelites.
Yeah, but in my model, I got these people consisting of Edomites.
Wait, you saying E1B1?
I don't know if they're Edomites.
Who you calling? Who are you calling Ishmaelites?
These are Ishmaelites. Where's it? How do you put these as Edomites?
I've already explained it before. E1B. Oh man, I really don't want to be a broken record with you, brother. E1B1B consists of Ishmaelites as well as Edomites, and even Israelites can be E1B1B.
Okay,
I explained it. Hold on, I explained it to you 3 times.
I had a question. I had a question on it, but I never got it through.
Okay. What's your question?
So my question is, so when we look at the haplogroup chart, are we saying that when Ishmael was born, he had E1B1B, and then when Jacob had his son, and then he had not Jacob, my bad. Isaac had his son. When Isaac had his son, he also was E1B1B?
No, I'm not saying that.
Because you're saying Ishmael is E1B1B.
Lion Farm. The first time you said that, I told you that's not what I'm saying. Now is the second time, brother. I'm not saying it. I'm saying all of these children would have came from EP2 and eventually divulged into E1B1B groups and E1B1A groups.
I don't agree to that. I think E1B1A.
I know you don't agree. I know you don't agree to it, but it's scientifically sound because we see these different clades popping up in different areas that have different lineages.
But if it was scientifically sound, how can we get one son from one father, and then his son has a son, and then his son has a twin, 2 twins, and those 2 twins, we actually see that one is going to be E1B1B and one's going to be E1B1A?
Yes, if I'm saying that this original population that you bringing up were all EP2, yes, that is possible.
So that would mean that Ishmael. Okay, I would say this. If that was true, that would mean that Ishmael was born with E1B1B. And
no, it doesn't. You can't tell me what I'm articulating.
Okay, which line would be Ishmael then?
Listen to me. All of these people would have been originally EP2.
Okay, but where is Ishmael?
Ishmael would have been EP2. Jacob would have been EP2.
So he would have been E1B1B.
According to you, but according to my model, all these people would be EP2.
Right,
all of them.
EP2.
EP2 is the father of all the E haplogroup, basically.
I don't think that EP2 would have just kept on having EP2s.
No, not that it. No, it's when EP2 ended up giving birth to E1B1A, E1B1B.
Yeah, but what he's saying is that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob was EP2.
Yes. Yes.
I don't agree.
No. EP2 is haplogroup E. That's the E.
I know that. I understand that. I know that.
They were haplogroup E. They were just different versions of haplogroup E. They were EP2 because they are haplogroup E.
So basically, I just want to understand. So basically, you're saying Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and all the descendants of Ishmael, all the descendants of Esau, all the descendants of all them was all EP2.
No,
the initial. I'm gonna tell them what I'm saying. The initial population that started off first would have started off EP2, and I'm basing it off of the Natufians being the predecessors of the Israelites. Sons of Abraham.
I think that the Natufians were there before the Israelites were there.
Yeah,
that's my point. They precede them. So
they're before them.
Exactly. You had a
Yeah,
group of EP2 in Israel, in the Levant, that preceded these people.
Right. So
And
we agree. We agree there. But then from Abraham, there's a mutation that happens at Israel, because we note that one of them are
you
going to
you
have
and
12. They're going to have
you're inferring
12
that.
sons.
Hold on, listen. You're inferring that. But in my model, all these children have EP2, they could each of these branches could have branched off to E1B1A, E1B1B. Each of them, not just one.
If
Every single
that's a
one of
big
them could.
if. That's a big if to say
they
that there was no
look.
mutation
Brother,
Look,
yours
for
is
all
a
those
bigger
generations.
if. You're saying only one time this ever happened, and that's not true.
But
That's
you're
not how
saying there is
mutations
no
work.
mutations. You said there was
You,
absolutely no mutation from son to son.
what do you know, bro?
That's the only
I'm
way they would
saying
be P2. That the SNP wasn't mutated from son to son. That's the
no,
only way.
no, 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 no. It takes longer than this one father to son to create a mutation, bro. I'm saying that they
Not this one.
maintain it
Go
life
ahead.
form. They maintain EP2 and all of those ancient people that you brought up. Abraham, all of his children would have been EP2, and they would have eventually divulged into different clades of E1B1A, E1B1B, because EP2 can create both of them.
Are you saying that the 12 tribes, each individual one was EP2?
The original group, yes, they were part of EP2.
I can't agree to that. I can't
EP
agree with
EP
I
the
can't agree
diversity.
with you. Just be saying I can't agree with you. I mean, I'm just
We
giving you my model. I
okay.
don't
Well,
agree
EP2
with
is
yours.
I
haplogroup
think
E.
the model I think that model is not as perfect as the model that displayed as EP2 brings forth E1B1A, and then it brings E1B1A1, and then from M2 we all
Well,
proceed.
here's the problem you're going to run into. You can't explain the diversification and the spread of all of these clades
I can.
by saying it's just coming from one. No, you cannot.
Yes, I can, because
Okay,
if these
explain
are
EV13.
Ishmaelites,
Explain EV13 right now.
okay, if they're Ishmaelites, they're a branch of Ishmael. That's what that is.
But they
And that's a
came from
deeper. These
So
are
just
older
saying,
branches.
just saying it, it's just that's enough. Just saying
E,
that.
EV13, EV13
Okay,
is a later branch.
I
EP
got you.
EP2 is if whatever Ishmael was, his father was had the same E haplogroup as him. If E is the haplogroup that we're saying that was Abraham and Ishmael's yada yada yada's ancestry. If Abraham is haplogroup E, Ishmael's going to be haplogroup E. He can be haplogroup whichever branch of haplogroup E that he is, but he's going to fall under EP2, which is haplogroup E. That stands for
Wait, okay,
haplogroup
I
E.
just want you to understand. I understand it's E. I know that. I understand it's.
Okay.
I agree with the E.
It
That
would
part.
take a longer. It would take much longer for that haplogroup to change to F.
No,
Then
not based on some of the science that they found. They found out that an older man can have faster mutation, and a different woman causes a different mutation. So it can be an easy, quick, fast change because one, Abraham was older, and two, it was from a Shemite to a Hamite, right? Hagar was a Hamite.
but
He was an Egyptian.
that haplogroup change would it takes because he's older. It doesn't happen 100% of the time.
It takes a few centuries,
It
man. It
takes a
No,
takes
it
a couple
doesn't
long
take a
hundred
few.
years.
It doesn't take a few centuries because
That
they will
no,
say
bro.
that.
Okay, show me. Hold on. Show me an article that says otherwise, that it doesn't take a few centuries.
I just showed you that we seen with Nathan. He has a full chart that shows that an older man it can mutate and it can mutate fast. It's possible for it to mutate right in that generation.
you
And
gotta
and if anything, let me actually add this. It could be that P2 lasts for a long time, right? Because obviously there's not enough for it to be for every individual. It could be like 5 different generations with Um, with the E haplogroup. It could be 5 different generations with the E1B1. That could be 5 generations with P2. That's why you probably find so many Natufians in that land. That can be easily, and then by the time Abraham, it mutated, right? It could have easily mutated from the time of Abraham. Is what I'm saying.
well. What I wanted to say was Esau and Jacob were twins, so they should have the same haplogroup. The same Yeah, same haplogroup.
Even twins can have different mutations. It's true. Even twins can have different. They can have totally different fingerprints, totally different everything.
I'm
Twins.
talking about Y DNA. They can have different Y DNA.
Yeah,
Two
they can have
twins
different
from
subhaploid groups. They can
the
have
same
a different subhab.
sub. I'm talking about.
No, they're gonna still be E.
If
Yes, they're gonna still be
if,
E.
if Jacob is haplogroup E1B1A, then Esau should be E1B1A.
No, he's underneath. He's underneath Jacob. He's a son of Jacob. He's not
I mean, my
E1B1A. Jacob's gonna be E1B11. Isaac. You talk about Isaac. Isaac's
not
E1B11. E1B1A.
not I'm not talking about Isaac. What I'm saying, whatever Esau came out as, Jacob came out as the same haplogroup because they're twins.
No, because that's implying that every twin always has the same subclide. That's false.
I'm not
Every
saying
twin
that
doesn't
they
have the same
always. I'm not
subclide.
saying that they always have the same. I'm saying. Wait, no, actually, I am saying that they. I mean, they came from the same seed.
They come from the same area, but that's the thing about mutations. We don't know how they exactly work.
I'm talking about they split off from the same.
But that's the same. That's the thing. They can have different fingerprint, different.
They can
subclide.
have different differences in them But
I got a video. I can show you a video that two individuals when two twins got two separate DNA tests when they took a DNA test. Did you know that two twins that were born of the same womb can get two different results on their DNA test?
That can't happen. But you want to hear how that can't happen. That woman could have sex with one male, and within a week she have sex with another male and get impregnated, and two eggs get impregnated with separate sperm. That could explain that, because we have seen
that's complex. That's a complex situation. But I have a video of just a normal person. There's a normal person where they just basically show themselves getting a DNA test.
She was adorable.
That's not a normal situation. That's a crazy
I guess that
situation.
would be normal in today's standard, you know.
Today's standard.
I mean, I can't disagree.
She was doing stuff. There was no they came from Jacob. Isaac was not on that. He had one. Well, no, he might have. Did he have multiple? I don't know, but he had one wife, man. Come on. I mean,
he's more talking about today.
Yes, he had one husband. You gotta say it like that.
Excuse me. She had one husband, so there's no way that they should have the same haplogroup.
Can I show you this video? I want to show you this news video. I want to show you this video of these children.
Yeah, show it.
All right, make sure.
It better not be a white child and a black child.
It's interesting.
Play that.
Chances are you or someone you know got one of those DNA genealogy kits for Christmas. But here's a question. How much faith should you put in the results?
Well, we wanted to find out. So we got identical twins who did the test. Here's our investigative reporter, Brendan Kirby, with the story.
Some 30 million people have purchased home DNA kits to trace their ancestry, but many may not realize why results vary from one company to the next. We put 3 under the microscope and examined the science.
Oh, and we had a little bit of Italy. Italy is right here.
Caroline and Camille Clark are both 7-year-old first graders at Hutchins Elementary School in Mobile. They both have the same favorite subject, science. It shouldn't be a surprise.
They from Mobile, Alabama? Oh, my God.
The results of DNA tests should be exactly the same for both girls, right? We wanted to find out.
You want to open it up? Let's see what's in there.
So we had each girl take 3 of the most popular DNA ancestry kits on the market. Ancestry.com, 23andMe, and National Geographic. Mother Lauren Clark knew a little already, based in part on an Ancestry DNA test that her father took.
My dad's side was all European, so basically from the UK.
I'll be surprised.
I'm interested to see. I know his family last name is Clark, which is traditionally Irish or Scottish, and so I'm interested to see what theirs comes back as.
And indeed, all 3 tests peg the twins' ancestry in that region of the world. But look a little closer and you'll find nuances. Ancestry.com and Nat Geo had the same results for each twin, while 23andMe showed slight differences between each girl. And all 3 tests showed differences from one another. Ancestry.com lists the girls as 63% England, Wales, and Northwestern Europe, and 37% Ireland and Scotland. But 23andMe breaks it down a little differently. It says about 60% British and Irish, while listing other regions in Europe separately. The results from Nat Geo, meanwhile, turn up something the other two didn't. It finds Caroline and Camille have 2% DNA from northern India.
We actually talked about how there was just a little variation, and we thought that was interesting.
Perhaps more surprisingly, small differences showed up even within the same company. For instance, 23andMe says Camille is 63.2% British and Irish, but Caroline is only 59.9% British and Irish. The test found nearly twice as much Italian DNA in Camille than it found in Caroline.
Wow.
These confused the Clarks.
Yeah, which you would think would have been exactly the same, given that they have identical DNA.
It should be, you would think, but I don't know. We talked about that and we thought, well, maybe it's the way that their lab tests the sample.
Maybe it's the way that their lab tests.
So
Yeah, I got that video.
But I'm pretty sure they got the same chromosomes.
I'm pretty sure it's because of the labs
crazy.
that have different results because they base their information off of different things. They're gonna base their information off of different things and test differently. Of course, they're gonna have differences in that they're even though they're twins and identical twins.
Check out this one too. This one's a little more interesting, I think.
That one didn't help you, bro.
So there's been some news recently how identical twins can send their DNA to companies like 23andMe and receive different results. How can that be? Brian Resnick at Block summarized how this.
Yeah, this is talking about ancestry. I want to see the chromosome, the sex chromosome.
Read his original work, linked down below. I also want to summarize some of the high points here. This is Healthcare Triage. Let's start with the fact that identical twins should have identical DNA. That's the whole point. They originated from the same fertilized egg. They're identical. Some journalists showed that twins often get different results, even when their data is sent to the same company. This isn't even a company-to-company difference. In their story, they told of one twin who was told she was 13% broadly European, compared to another who was only 3% broadly European. They did this at 5 different companies, and they got different answers from each. I should note that I had my DNA checked by Ancestry.com. They basically reported, dude,
Turkish.
Eastern European Jew. Stop
Told
by.
you. Told
I'm
you.
not kidding. Here's the pick. More than 99% of me is from here. They conceded that maybe, possibly, less than 1% of me comes from Sweden, but likely in a large circle that also includes Eastern European Jews. Since I already knew I was of Eastern European Jewish descent, I don't feel like I learned a lot. Anyway, how can you get different results? First of all, they don't test all the DNA. We humans have like 99.9% of that in common. They only look at parts where people might be different. They isolate those areas, replicate them a lot so they're easier to measure, and then compare those to known genes from certain geographic areas. Those aren't perfect. They're good, but they're not perfect. They make a mistake like 0.1% of the time.
They make a mistake more
when
than
you're
that.
processing like 1,000,000 locations on a gene, that means 1,000 mistakes. Those mistakes make it so that even identical twins can get different results. Plus, they have to match those genetic bits of you and me to a database of genetic bits they think are from certain areas of the world. There's not one database for that. Each of the companies has their own. So different companies might get different results. And it's not like an easy match them up process. There's a computer program that makes a best guess. When different countries have similar genetics, like England and Ireland, for example, the computer might sway one way or the other based on small differences. Except for me, fully Eastern European Jewish. No doubt, lock it in. So when you're using one of those services,
That's called inbred.
they're full of imperfection. No one has a lock in the truth.
You're
They're telling you
100%.
only about genetics, not about where people come from. They're also only telling you
That's
about
true.
the DNA you inherited, not everyone you're related to. They're
That's
full
true
of
as well.
facts. Act accordingly. Hey, do you
Well,
like the show?
what that video didn't show, Lion Farm, is that the sex chromosome. The argument is
Are
about the
different.
sex chromosome.
It's not gonna say it's different. It's gonna say when you Google it, it's gonna say
Can someone get a different? Are you saying can someone get a different subclade, a subhaptical group?
if you look. one seed, right, splits off into two. The one singular seed.
Because if they were twins, he would be E1B1A, not E1B1B.
Exactly. That's my point. That's what I'm saying. They're both.
That's
They
why
both have
that's
the
why my
same.
model says they not E1B1A or E1B1B. They start off EP2 and they progress as they had children through a population boom to E1B1B and E1B1A subclades. You're saying it happened right there, miraculously in the womb. Boom,
No.
right
Yeah.
there.
Now we can argue about
Yeah,
what
I'm
scholastic.
saying that
We, hold
they
up.
don't have E1B1B or E1B1A, but they have E1B1C.
I can argue with Scholastic Billy on about what he said, but I agree with what he said. They both had to have the same from when they was both in the womb. They had to have the same haplogroup. I can argue with
Well, yes, the haplogroup is E. The haplogroup is E,
but
but
I'm saying
they can have a different
whatever
sub
subgroup.
haplogroup.
No. I'm saying whatever subgroup they had was the same as well because they came from the same seed. It wasn't like he had a kid, one kid, and then had a neck. No, they shared the same chicken wings. You get me? They came from one seed. From one
Here,
seed.
look. Listen, I'll tell you.
So,
Look, I'll tell you right here. Look, listen.
E1B1C with
Here,
which
I
is
got
a lot younger.
a
Hold
test
on,
right here.
listen. Which is a lot a lot younger than EV38. So what you're saying is EV38 popped out with E1B1C. That don't make no sense, bro.
Wait. I did not say E1B1B created E1B1C. That's not
No,
what I
he
said.
didn't say that.
You're saying okay. Go back to your list. I gotta do what Orthodox Moore did.
Yeah,
Go back
let's take a look.
You gotta
not that one. Not
visualize
that one.
these
Not that
things,
one. I
man.
can't see that one as well. Get the one you got it blown up. You know what I'm talking about? Where it says Abraham is EP2 right there.
Right there.
Okay.
You agree though that Abraham's P2, right?
He's in that cluster.
Amen.
I agree that all of them were in that cluster at first.
If you agree with that, whatever else, I'll listen.
What I'm saying is this: V38, right?
Right.
And you got V38 becoming Jacob.
Yes.
You're saying V38 is Isaac.
Yes.
Which created Jacob.
And E1B1 E1B1C, Esau.
Do you understand that these two clades have time in between them? V38 and M2. Listen to me, brother.
Go ahead.
And I don't agree with the 100,000 years ago stuff. This stuff taking thousands of years.
Yeah, they overdid it.
But I also know V38 didn't become M2 within 25, 30 years, bro. Stop.
They lying. That's why they're saying that, because they're lying. They don't want to tell you that these ones. This one, that as soon as he had Isaac, he had Jacob, and that's what he had, Jacob and Esau.
Okay, so V38 is E1 is Isaac.
V38 is Isaac. Because
So I bet not find V38 and nobody else, because Isaac is V38. You told me earlier, E1B1 can't create another E1B1A V38 strand because he needs Sarah.
Yes.
Brother, there's other V38 chromosomes out there.
Okay, show me someone with a pure V38. Because remember, I told you that just because someone get a quick, cheap haplogroup test, they're not getting the full 9 yards of the test. That shows you the deep branch.
Full 9 yards. You know how long it would how many letters they would have to write to write out.
Right, but you're not gonna stop. Ain't nobody's gonna stop at V38. Family tree says it themselves. Family tree DNA says it themselves that no one stops at V38. That's what he said. They say right here. They say that right here it says we won't predict you to E1B1A exactly, which is V38, also known as V38. However, we will predict you to EM2, which is one of the major subclads, right, of that haplogroup. So being predicted to that puts us at E1B1A. So
because there's so many of them.
No, because there's no EV38 today. They know it for a fact.
Because it's an old.
Exactly, it's an old branch. You're not going to find someone with a pure EV38.
Yeah, that happens for basically all of them.
Right, but you're not going to find no one with EV38 today.
But
That's
there's
only
still, but
EV38.
we still fall under it. Is the
Yeah, we
point?
fall under it. Yes, absolutely. We're all E1, B1A. Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
But remember, you see how they tell you right here, you can have that done with the cheap test 37. That gives you nothing. That doesn't give you that much information. You got to take that expensive test to get all those different groups and all those different information to how deep it goes into your line.
They
But if
know.
you get the cheap one, it's just gonna give you it's gonna tell you what you are under. Never just don't take that and just say I'm this. Even if it says M2, don't just say I'm M2 or if it shows you EB38, that's not exactly what you are. It's
No,
actually
mine actually showed me that I'm EU 290. It actually shows me what subclade I come from.
EU 290. That's a sub branch. Yeah,
Right.
but I'm sure if you take it again, it'll get deeper.
A bigger, more expensive.
That as deep as you can get it. There
I
is
mean,
no.
No, there's probably one after that. The
I
last
hope-
one, the last one that ever was made was almost 2,000 years ago, and I believe it was A1 something.
Actually, you had an E1B1A clade created within the last 1,000 years, I think.
No, it was 1,000. It was like it wasn't even it was 1,000 years ago.
You know how
at the least.
You know how
at
I
the
could tell.
least.
You know how I could tell that guy was Jewish.
How?
Phenotype. Stop.
Let me see, where is it?
Let me stop being. Let me stop clowning. His ears. Something else. They have beards.
That's what happened.
The high voice. They have a high voice. A lot of them have that high voice. Think of Michael Cera from what's that movie called? Michael Cera. What's that movie called? Where they was like teens running around doing bad stuff. I don't remember what it's called. But I called it. And it was because of his phenotype. Phenotypes are important. They're not there for no reason. But they're not always going to be correct. But I mean, you could tell the Ethiopian from a West African man the majority of the time. Sometimes you can't.
Here's that one about the. Here it is. That tells us that our oldest one, the oldest haplotype group. I mean, the nearest one to us is E1B1A1A. That's the latest.
Yeah, see, 1,000 to 1,600 years before present.
Yeah, that's right. So the last time they ever mutated was about 1,000 years ago, almost 1,000, 2,000 years ago.
That's not that bad.
Hey, somebody said you was referring to Superbad, the movie.
Yeah.
No, I don't even know that movie.
The little kids running around doing bad stuff.
Yeah, I don't mess with this heathenistic stuff. I don't know the last time I watched the movie or played the game.
Man, that movie came out before we even knew what. Well, at least me.
I think that was in like the early 2000s.
Yeah, early 2000s.
Yeah, I was in school, man.
Yeah, same. Well, I was in like preschool or something.
Man, you can't play no. When you start doing this type
of. Hold on, Daryl. How old are you?
I'm 23.
Yeah, I'm about to say if you was in preschool, then yeah, I'll be 30 this year. So
I'm about to be 32 this year. December.
Mm-hmm. Something like that. Some grade was I was like 5th grade or something like that. All right, guys, I'm gonna get going because.
All right, brother.
My girlfriend bothering me. I got.
All right, shalom, brother.
All right, y'all.
Shalom.
Hey, so Evie, so is Ramesses is Isaac? Ramesses must be Isaac.
Ramses, he's actually E1B1B.
I heard you say that before, man. But majority of geneticists say that he's EB38.
No, for example, we can actually look at what Nathan says, right? He actually says no. He says not so. For example, I'm gonna go up here.
Nathan also says that the Jews are haplogroup T.
I knew you was gonna hit me with that. I knew you was
I
gonna.
mean, I'm not going to agree. Listen, it's going to be information with anybody. You not agree with everything they say, but you know what I'm saying. I believe he's a genius, but it doesn't mean he's omniscient.
Okay, well let's at least examine his information. Let's take it and see if we'll accept it or not. Because
And the reason why people don't want to accept EV38 in Europe because the implication is that E1B1A will be in Europe. I mean, not in Europe. I said Europe, in Egypt. They don't want E1B1A there because the story has always been that, well, E1B1A stayed in sub-Saharan Africa. They never came out.
no, because think about it like this. Think about it like this. We already know that Natufians were outside of Africa, and if we think about it, all of the line of Israel, all the males of Israel were brought into the wilderness. All of them. Every line of Israel was brought in the wilderness. None came back. So for them to in the wilderness, and then when it was journeying through the wilderness, and they was going through Moab and all those, we never seen that any Israelite was left behind. But let's see what this brother say here.
By the time the book comes out.
I'm going to show you.
Okay, well, this one at 8:10 p.m. haplogroup E-B38/E-M2 was found among Ramses III of New Kingdom Egypt. Can you discuss this? It is also the same haplogroup of Niger, Congo, and Bantu people. I'm glad I'm not answering that question.
The short and boring answer is the DNA from people who've died, Ramses, pharaohs, so forth, it appears to be unreliable in its quality and its implications. There may be something we can eventually glean from it, but right now the sequences that we have that have been published do not match up with what we know from history. It seems like either the DNA is degraded.
See? Pause it. Pause it.
He
said it does not match up with what we know from history. What is he referring to?
He's referring because they found actual genetics of people with E1B1B in that area.
Exactly.
Because what he's talking about is a hypermutation. He's talking about the numbers.
Lying. When he's referencing history, he's referencing, well, we supposed to see sub-Saharan Africans where? In sub-Saharan Africa, not up here in Egypt, and especially during this time.
No, because
that is what he's referring to.
I'll show you. That's not what he's talking about.
That is untrue. Like I said, the brother's he's brilliant. The thing Jesus is very brilliant, but he's wrong about that. We got E1B1A in Iran. Hold on. We got E1B1A in Iran. We got E1B1A in Corsica. We can clearly see it wasn't bound to sub-Saharan Africa. That's what he meant by, well, it doesn't fit with history.
Brother, that's not what he means. That's not what he's talking about.
That's exactly what he means.
No, because he even mentions it. He mentions in another video that is most likely E1B1B, and I'm gonna show you where is
And the reason why he's saying it is because that conforms with history as it's been told in mainstream science. That's why he's saying that.
No, that's not why he's saying that, brother.
Yes, it is, because they're okay with E1B1B being North African and being in Egypt, and especially in the Iron Age. They're okay with that. They're not okay with saying E1B1A was there because they have been teaching for eons that E1B1A migrated south, sub-Saharan Africa, and it stayed there.
That will require an Israelite to go back to Egypt and reign over Egypt. That's what it would require for an Israelite to go back to Egypt and reign over Egypt.
Maybe that's what the history's telling us.
There's nowhere in history that says.
Well, hold on. I mean, that's what the genetic. Hold on. That's what the genetics says. You listen. Just because it don't conform with your narrative ain't gonna change the genetic evidence, and that's the same thing. The problems he's having. The genetic evidence was found. Hold on. The genetic evidence was found that he was EV38. That's what was found, but it does not conform. It does not conform with mainstream ideologies. Then the mainstream ideology is saying that, well, they were stuck in sub-Saharan Africa. That doesn't even fit with your biblical model.
He didn't even say that. If you listen to the whole thing he was saying, he didn't say that. He didn't even say that afterwards. He was actually mentioning this video right here that a lot of people tested.
No. Don't go to another video. Go back and play what he's saying.
All right. Because I'm going to show you that a lot of other people, multiple sources that actually got E1B1V22. Multiple.
And everybody
All these
that
are different
argues,
sources.
hold on. I read these articles. Everybody argues against it. Is pushing for got to be E1B1B. When I brought up the Iranian samples, it's people in the comments, not on these videos, but on the actual article, and then you pity your form saying, "No, this got to be a mistake. There's got to be a mistake." Why they're saying it's got to be a mistake? Because they believe that E1B1A did not leave sub-Saharan Africa.
It's
That's
because
why.
it is E. It's E, but it's not E. It's not E1B1A. It's E1B1B. It's not
Brother,
E1B1A.
I'm giving you the mind frame for him even saying it does not fit with history. He's not saying what they found was.
But
not,
let's hear him. Let's hear him out first.
Brother, I watched this. We're gonna play it for the audience sake. But he's completely wrong on this one. He's complete. I don't care if I like it. I bought his book and I like his information. He's wrong on this point.
I have to say, from the information and seeing the numbers myself and putting it in, I can say that the actual numbers that they gave was a high mutation for E1B1B V22.
No, it wasn't. Go back and play the video.
Okay, let's watch this, and then
I'll
show you a different
up on this. The DNA from people who've died, Ramses, pharaohs, so forth, it appears to be unreliable in its quality and its implications. There may be something we can eventually glean from it, but right now the sequences that we have that have been published do not match up with what we know from history. It seems like either the
watch what he says about the mutation.
No, let it play, brother. Let it play.
Or they underwent some sort of hypermutation. The fact that it's seen consistently, not only in Neanderthals, but stuff that's more recent, tells me this is probably DNA degradation. I don't think that everyone who's died just so happens to have a hypermutation rate. I think what this is DNA degradation. So we may never know what the DNA of these people were if we extract it from their cells. What I'm hoping we can do is make some inferences from those who've survived and begin to sort of work backwards in history and put the pieces together to say, okay, this is the most likely explanation for who the Egyptians were back then.
Press pause. There we go. There we
and
go.
Remember, they're not taking the Y chromosome test.
Stop. Let's deal with what he just said, Lion Farm. I want to hear you trying to clean up what Nathaniel T. Jensen just did. He said, well, we can do, let's not take the historical DNA that we found in the actual Ramesses mummy. No, let's deal with those that are surviving today in modern population density and work our way backwards.
That's not what he said. He actually said,
bro, Lion Farm, stop, rewind it. And we just gonna listen to him say it again.
Okay. He's talking about the extreme mutation that they found him that is not found in anyone with AIDS.
Brother, let him say it.
Go ahead. Okay, watch.
I don't think that everyone who's died just so happens to have a hypermutation rate. I think what this is DNA degradation. So we may never know what the DNA of these people were if we extract it from their cells. What I'm hoping we can do.
Wait, so look, you see how he's not pulling Y chromosome?
Stop, bro, because you know he's finna say it.
I'm gonna let him say it, but I just want you to understand that he's not getting the Y chromosome. He's actually taking it from the cells, and this is hypermutation,
brother.
Okay,
let's make some inferences from those who've survived and begin to sort of work backwards in history.
Stop right there.
Okay,
there it is.
He says he want to make the inferences from those who survived. Don't take the ancient DNA from the mommy. Let's go off for the people that who have survived, and then work our way backwards.
Because no one has a hypermutation like
that. Brother, stop. He's saying, okay, those people, we know he's not E1B1A based off of the people living there today. Not based off of the
No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying if we look at people with E1B1A,
channel, man, because that's exactly
you can kick me off, but I'm telling you the truth. That is, he's saying that no mutation like that is found in E1B1A.
He just said we're gonna base it off.
You're confusing what he's saying.
Today.
He said that
man, stop, bro. If you're not gonna acknowledge what Nathaniel Jensen just said, bro, like you got to be honest. You can have a difference in opinion, but be honest. The brother, he just said, I would rather base it off of people that survived today and work our way backwards. Why is that important? Majority of the people in Egypt today are E1B1B. That's how he came to that ideological standpoint that Ramesses had to be E1B1B, not based off of the DNA found in the mummy, but based off of the people that live in Egypt today. That's what he's saying. You don't want to acknowledge that because you can't see E1B1A reigning in Egypt. Come on, man. And again, he said it does not comport with history. Why? It goes back to E1B1A being stuck in sub-Saharan Africa, which doesn't agree with neither of our models, because we're saying that E1B1A would have been in the Levant, would have been in Israel, would have been a part of the Solomonic and Davidic kingdoms, would have been the ones deported in Anatolia, in the Persian Median Empire. Nathaniel Jesus does not agree with that because it does not align with the history he has been taught. Come on, man. I like Nathaniel Jensen, but I'm not going to sit here and cover up for his fuck ups. That brother went straight to white supremacy lockdown E1B1A mode. He even made another statement in one of his videos where he stated, "Oh, well, I was going to just show the differences of the Arabs in the sub-Saharan Africa. See, these people white, these people black. Oh, but wait a minute, I found pictures that were black intermixed." So the brother he's not omniscient, man. He's trying to push his doctrine. And his doctrine is mainstream, where E1B1A can't be up there in Egypt. That's the problem he has with it. That's what came out of his mouth. You don't want to admit that. Everybody on here heard it. And also, it wasn't just Ramses III. I'm glad I be praises here. It wasn't just Ramses III DNA being analyzed. It was Ramses III and another relative being analyzed. And they both was E1B1A EV38. Both of them. All right? Come on, man. I'm going to let you back on here, but you're going to either quote what he said and go off what he said, brother. Now, I like Nathaniel Jensen. I bought his book. I paid money for it. I watch his videos. Well, no, I'm not going to agree with everything that comes out the man's mouth, especially when he expressed that the reason why he disagreed with something is because it don't fit his version of history. All right, come on, man. You back on.
All right, so like I was saying, everyone is talking about that hypermutation. That's what he was talking about, hypermutation, which he actually, someone mentions right here. He says, if we exclude the ridiculous STRs, which is the hypermutation, that's what he's talking about, the hypermutation, which everyone who studies on these things, it means the numbers, because they're not actually taking a Y chromosome test. They're not taking a Y chromosome test when they pull up these dead bodies. They're actually looking at the cells, and then they take those numbers and then they put them in a machine like this, and then they calculate them. But when they actually found updated from the A00, when they actually put the whole tree together with all the 20 haplotype groups, not just the 17, they actually found out that the information, the hypermutation, actually did not point to E1B1A, but actually when they put it in the machine, it actually pointed to E1B1B. That's actually what they found out. That's what he was talking about. And he probably didn't want to bring that up, that that's actually E1B1B, because all these people that's doing this agrees that the hypermutations are ridiculous. I agree too, because the numbers don't make sense. It's a hypermutation. That's why he said hypermutation. And it's not because of out of Africa idea, none of that. He's actually saying the hypermutation right there. That's what he's actually, and I'm not covering from, understand. I rebuke him too. Understand that. But I'm actually understanding the hypermutation. And that's why they even talk about it, the highly likely one and whatnot, and talk about the hypermutation is actually too high. Right here, that's why it says, it talks about these values, these number values right here, which they put in the machine. It says is very high values, very unlikely for E1B1A, just like what he said as well. E1B1B haplotype groups, but it says it fits for E1B1B22, B22. And that's what they're talking about. That's what hypermutation is. That's why the A00 doesn't make sense, because if you put that on that machine with the same hypermutation like that, it's not going to get you E1B1A. It's going to get you E1B1B, is what he's saying.
That's not what he said, brother.
All right, well, I got to go because, shalom, family.
The brother said, I mean, you could leave, but the brother said in the goddamn video why he disagreed, not because he put it in the machine and came with a prediction. Majority of the people in the consensus is that Ramesses is V38. Majority, the consensus is that, because they're just taking the DNA for what they find. Brothers can disagree with that all day, but goddamn. Let me go up and see some of these comments. No, it's not even about him admitting when he's wrong. He can clearly say anything he wants and articulate himself the way he wants. I let this brother articulate himself all the time. I let him do a show on my channel. I don't mind that. My point is, Nathaniel Jensen told exactly why he disagreed with it. He said because it did not conform with the history. That's what he said. And then he followed up with that saying that he would rather go off of surviving examples to depict who Egyptians were, which is a no. Just because, if okay, you want to go off surviving examples, then none of us are Jews because the surviving examples of Jews don't have our DNA, by and large, because he's going off of frequency. That doesn't tell you about the past and history. Yeah, we are all through that region. We're all over that region. And we find genetic profiles that fit our DNA in these different regions. And D-Mac says he doesn't want to contrast history with the truth. Exactly. Brother, go to your channel, man. Just because I disagree with you, I'm not going to allow you to BS everybody. Go to your channel. But you're not going to BS everybody on here, man. We heard what Nathaniel T. Jensen said. Now you offended. Brother, you all day, I let you do this for 4 or 5 hours. Brother, I know what this brother, learn what hypermutation is. That ain't peace. You ain't leaving me in peace. What the hell are you talking about? Oh, it's shalom, peace. You're not leaving me in peace. What the hell wrong with this brother, man? I'm not finna sit here and conform to everything you say just because you say it. That's not what Nathaniel Jensen said. Everybody heard the man. A hybrid phrase said, "Lion form, you are on your own with that. Ramses III, Y DNA was released by the Egyptian Antiquities Institute and was verified as E1B1A M2, not E1B1B." Exactly, and that's the consensus. The only reason people try to find ways around it is because they don't want to accept E1B1A was in that region. The reason why Lion Farm doesn't want to accept it because he doesn't want to say, oh, well, maybe there was a chance that E1B1A lineage ruled in Egypt. Ahia repraised his son, Prince Pentawa, DNA tested also afterwards and was also verified E1B1A M2 to show no mistake was made. And that's why we're trying to tell him it wasn't just him. It wasn't just him that had E1B1A. It was his son or his relative that also had E1B1A as well. That was 2 mommies that they did the DNA the analyzing on. All right, man. Y'all got busy in the chats. Let me see what else we got here. Then, brother, then you can't take no scrutiny for your information. You're like, oh, I'm gonna just leave and go to my own. All right, man. I let you sit up here and go on my channel, cut brothers off and everything. Been patient with you. Real childish. That's childish of you, man. Let me go up. Brothers bringing out the Prague information. Can you provide a source on the German Jews? Sharon says E1B1B in Kosovo, Albania, Montenegro, Macedonia, in Greece, Cyprus, Sicily, South Italy, Serbia, and Romania, Ashkenazi, in Morocco, Somalia, Ethiopia, and North Africa, and Levant. Yeah, that's correct. You see it all over Europe and Eurasia. Luminous mind games, exactly. You don't get an entirely different haplogroup, in this word subhaplogroup from one generation to the next that fast. Like I just don't see that. You know what I'm saying? Brother gonna have a nerve to get upset because I'm not sitting up eating everything you say. Man, stop. I let you do a whole show on here. I didn't cut in at any point to tell you nothing. And I don't agree with everything you say, and I let you do that because that's how my platform is. It's an open platform. I let brothers come in. You had a disagreement with what was said. I let you on here. And you was on here for 4 or 5 hours, and now you crying foul. That's weak, man. Look, even the people seeing it. True Judah said, you brothers have great patience. Yeah, I do have patience. I let brothers come in and say what they want to say. But you're not finna sit here and just be completely disingenuous, man. Nathaniel Jesus is a great geneticist, but he wrong on that point. Just like he's wrong about the haplogroup T point. Ramal Yahoo, the Natsarim says, I'm definitely rocking with him on this. We are the direct descendants of the Black Spain, Portuguese Jews. Not even a debate, and this was before the slave trade. I agree that some African Americans are descendants of Sephardim. I believe the EM2 marker was amongst them, just as the E1B1B marker was amongst them. You see how that worked? Hybrid Praise said they was beating our people with clubs in Portugal. Those are the ones who died from the beatings. That could be. That's very well possible. He's referring to the Portuguese body dump that Lion Forum had shared. Muck the General said, now this is a good info we can use. Drea Gilbert, who wrote in Hebrew on the pews at the First African Church in Savannah, GA. Some slaves spoke and wrote in Hebrew. That could be true. That's possible. I know a lot of people are disputing that. Ramal Yahoo says it can be debated. Happy Praise Khan setting us on fire like they did us in America. Yep. Yeah, the Inquisition was did horrific things to Jews. We also want to make a note that, a lot of what you would call white people got caught up in that as well. White Jews or whatnot had got caught up in that as well. Yeshurun said Sephardim in Spain, Ashkenazim, Germany, East Europe. Muck says you can't just say they were there. You got to prove it. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain. Try to be evidentiary here on the channel. If anybody's familiar with New England, yeah, we covered this about the Cape Verdeans and also that those having Jewish lineages. They had E3B, they got E3A, they also got IJ, I think K as well. Yeshurun also says Sephardic Jews, Spain, Portugal, North Africa, Ashkenazi Jews, Germany, Eastern groups, Eastern Europe, Mizrahi Jews, Egypt, Middle East, Yemeni, and Ethiopian Jews. The Sephardic Jews was in Spain or the so-called Sephardic Jews. Yes, facts. Let's see. I lost my place in the queue, y'all. Bear with me. There's a lot of comments in the back chat while we was having our conversation. Let's see. Ramal, where was I at? Ramal Yahoo said there were fair-skinned Jews in Spain and Portugal. I read it and seen it, and Benai Israel read it as well as other Israelites. Yep, that's actually true. Lion Forum, you responded and said, find it, quote it. Richard, what is it? What is his name? Is it Pritchard? James Pritchard? Natural History of Man talks about that. Keep going down. Where was I? He talks about the German Jews. He was going back and forth. He mentioned Germany. D-Max said, are some of the bond women children heirs? Are you talking about Hagar and the children of Ishmaelites? I don't say that. I don't say those children would be heirs. Then that would be saying that some of the bonds. No, I don't know where you're getting that from. That was never implied. Muck the General says you have to also factor in the Most High and that Esau was cursed. You're leaving out the spiritual part. Well, okay, so spiritual part is completely up to a subject to I guess speculation, because we can't really show you no spiritual part. I like to demonstrate here on this channel, so I try to demonstrate. If you look at the presentation, it was all about demonstration, what I can show and prove from migrations, and where people were, the certain dispensations of time. We can argue about what was cursed. People say that the curse is on Cain. I mean, how do I prove that? I can't. At least with a more scientific model, I can show you certain things and consistencies. Try to be as logically consistent as possible here. D-Max says spirit transfer is physical. You're saying Sarah crept out. I remember that. So when we was talking about a twin having 2 Y chromosomes. Luminous Mind says DNA is not based on geographical location. That is a fact. And also you have to understand this. A lot of DNA, like the fatal mistake Nathaniel T. Jensen made was he's trying to use modern population density, meaning where people are today, where the bulk of the people are today, to infer that on the past. So the problem with that is migration happens, famines happen, dearths happen, people move, people get up, wars happen, slavery happens, war captives get taken from one locale to another. So judging people based on where they are today and trying to throw that in dict that into the past, you're going to have issues, because where people are today is not necessarily where they were 1,000 years ago, 100 years ago. Hell, look at us. Majority of us are in America right now having a discussion about genetics. Peel back the time a couple 100 years, we'll be somewhere in Africa. Some of us will be in Spain. Some of us will be in Portugal. This is depending on the different routes or different people that we come from. So you can't really base it off of geographical locations. Stray Mail says all of that is based on a company algorithm, right? Would that apply to white haplogroups? DNA, D-Max says in the blood. D-Mac also said, I bet that if tested E1B1A will have a more VMAT2 gene receptors pre-jab. Yesharon, haplogroup J in Western Asia, North Africa, East Africa, Arabia, the Caucasus, Europe, West Asia, Central Asia, South Asia, and Southeast Asia. That is a fact. And you do see J in the African populations, like the Rimba have J. Some of the Fulani and some of the West African tribes actually have J. So the 5 major haplogroups of Africa consist of A, B, E, and I believe it's J and R. Yeah. Those are the 5 major groups in today's Africa's matrices. Bernie says Esau seed is spoiled. It's talk about the Ashkenazi Jews. Going to that. See what else. Anything else I missed? Well, we've been on for about 6 hours and 30 minutes. That brother Lionfall got to understand. Everybody not going to agree with you. You got to be battle tested, brother. We ran this on high and said you're on your own with that about E1B1A. Yeah, Ramesses is a mistake, so I guess the other relative is a mistake as well. Just because it does not conform with what you've been told in history. See, right here, brothers are saying Lion Farm is being biased. Man, look, it's just clear. Like the dude was saying something totally different than what you were saying. Nathaniel T. Jensen was saying something completely different. He says, out of African theory, exactly. That is what he's saying exactly, because I recapitulated what he actually stated in the video. I be praised. If they had made a mistake with Ramesses III, that would have been corrected with his son, Prince Pentaway. Right. That's the history they don't want us to know. Yeah, they don't want us to know that E1B1A didn't just get bound to sub-Saharan Africa. I be praised. Line form, you have to admit when you're wrong. D-Max says, we were all through the region all the way to the Athens. That's a fact. We know that because we found our DNA in Corsica. which was V38 chromosomes, by the way. D-Max says all around Anatolia. Yeshurun says E1B1 did back migrate and expansion between the Middle East and Africa. That is true. D-Mac, he doesn't want the contrast history with the truth. We read that, implications. Yeah, he did say implications a lot. He wants to like Neanderthal DNA. Y'all funny. Lion form be guessing and filling in the blanks. I mean, ain't nothing wrong with trying to guess, but my thing is, let's just be honest with it though. Like, we heard what the man said. Muck said it's hard to believe he was E1B1A. The Bible doesn't speak of an Israelite reigning over Egypt. I mean, just because the Bible doesn't speak of something or bring it up doesn't mean it didn't happen. The Bible don't really speak about the what's that 5th century population of Jews. It don't directly talk about Elephantine Jews. It don't talk about that at all. But that happened. We have the records to attest to that. The Bible don't really talk about in detail about going into sub-Saharan Africa, but you believe that too, don't you? Because he wants to link it up to other nations, to that land. High Be Praised says, if Ramses III was E1B1B, his son Prince Pentewa would have been shown. He has also showed E1B1AM too. Right. Let me see if I can find that article about Ramses III. Find his genetics. Let's see if I can find it for y'all. Genetic. Let me see. Ramses III. Y-DNA. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's the same shock factor when we went over that you had the 18th dynasty pharaohs having haplogroup. People like, I don't know about that. I mean, bro, like it is what it is. It's in the DNA. I mean, and then he was like, oh, they pulled it from the cells. All your cells have a copy of your DNA. Every single cell has a copy of your DNA. List of DNA tested mummies. What the actual article. So Ramses III throat was slit. The Y chromosomal haplogroup was Ramses III, and the unknown man E was streamed. Ramses III belonged to YT and Y DNA E1B1A. Let's see where we at. Which one should we get right here? BMJ. Here we go. And then I guess we'll end it on this note right here. Oh, this article doesn't have it. Hold on. Let me go to the full text. You gotta log into that one. Let me find y'all article. D-Max says, we multiplied in Egypt. Of course, one of us rose as an ancestor. That could have very well happened. And, Egypt had this dark age period. Conventionally, I mean, it was a coincidence that it happened right after the 15th century. So anything could have happened. And there was a change of guard of a king that came in that wasn't of the royal line. And that was the Ramesses. The Ramesside Empire started. This is when brothers were reacting to the video. Cyrus is part of Israel. We're all over. Ramal Yahu, the Nasserim. We need him to debate this with judges. Mapping E1. We have to consider that people all through the region. They were The brother says source gang. Hey, man, shout out to D-Mac, man. Now the brother trying to red herring me in the comments. It had nothing to do with me cursing, brother. It had everything to do with me disagreeing with the point you was making. That's what it had, and that's why you're trying to establish that in the comments. D-Mac says source gang. We heard it from the source. Why he disagreed. Yeah, brother, you being very dogmatic. Yeshurun said in Africa, E1B1B, EM215 in the Horn of Africa, in North Africa, Middle East, and Europe. That's a fact. This brother, Yahshua Born 91 says, mapping E1B1B to Ishmael instead of Edom. It's probably wrong because E1B1B is literally the brother DNA of E1B1A. Ishmael isn't a brother to Jacob. Well, he's saying that Abraham is EP2, if I remember correctly. And then he's saying that Isaac is E1B1A. And he's saying Ishmael is E1B1B. So he's saying the split happened between those two brothers. That's what he's teaching. But that's very problematic and it's full of holes. High be praised that Egyptian males intermarried with us. It is so difficult to believe we had children with Egyptian women. Joseph intermarried. I mean, how he's basically questioning how is it so difficult to believe we had children with Egyptian women when Joseph intermarried with the Egyptian high priest. That's a fact. And that would have been a ruling lineage, an Israelite lineage in Egypt. Because he was right next to Pharaoh in rulership. And according to you, that would have been E1B1A ruling in Egypt. Ramal Yahoo, the Netzarim, says, come on, Lion Form. We like you, bro. Real talk. But come on, too much opinion over fact. I ain't got a problem with him, but, you know, for him to go to this stance to you know, pretty much basically lie, and the man is saying exactly what he meant in the video. Ariel says, we all agree that he should learn to. Man, I don't agree with that. That is a red herring. That has nothing to do with nothing. The brother got upset because I didn't agree with him. Royal Princess, peace to Genesis 49, shalom, brother. A high be praised says, when was in Egypt we didn't exist in a bubble? We was with Egyptian women and had children with them. Yeah, for 400 years. We came in 70 souls and we multiplied greatly over 400 years. Let's see. I don't know what Byron Israel is trying to get at. It's just Sephardic Jews are not rocking no Christ, brother. If they weren't, it has nothing to do with discussions. We're just talking about DNA and ancestry, not what particular version of Judaism they follow. High praise says many of our women had children with Egyptian men. That's true as well. That's actually recorded and documented in the Bible. He had the Israelitish son, as it's put in English. His father was Egyptian. Genesis 49 is my biggest problem was him saying there wasn't no fair-skinned Jews in Spain and Portugal when we got there, when there are so many sources saying they were and they were being chastised. Yeah, that is true. That is true. I don't have a problem. I don't have a color barrier. Come on, brother. I be praised that there is a 12th dynasty Egyptian portrait of a Hebrew sitting drinking beer with his son, which proves he was intermarried and had children with Egyptians. Byron Smith, the Arabs are in Egypt. They ain't the original Egyptians. I have no problem with them. A lot of them are E1B1B. I have no problem with that. Well, I'm not going to sit here and distort genetic findings and bend genetic findings and say they're not showing what we're seeing. Do you think that certain Ashkenazi Jews are real Jews, bearing in mind they got the customs? Yes, I do. I do believe some Ashkenazi Jews, those that have E markers, are real Jews. I be praised says Lion Form. If you're saying we never had children with Egyptians, you are contradicting the scriptures. Yeah, that's obviously true. Uh, Stray Mail says a question I asked you a while ago theoretically: how far back do you think a recent haplogroup can produce an ancient strand, given the mixture with the right female? The only way they could do that is the females would have to marry those ancient strands and have children with them to produce more of those strands. For example, if EM96, we know that exists today, a female would have to mate or reproduce with a man that's EM96 and have his children. So that can even happen today. Ramal Yahoo the Nasreen, we definitely mixed with Egyptians. Yep, that's not even up to debate. A high be praised is called the Palace of Conspiracy. I think he's talking about what happened to Ramses. They think he got set up because his throat was slit. D-Max says, why you think we thought we could trust in Egypt? Yeah, man, our people were there. Neri Yahoo Hadan. I'm not going to even try to say that. Hadani. The Israelites weren't the only Hebrews, Habaru people in Egypt. I also agree with that as well. Ramal Yahoo, the Nasrim, and line from the book I was talking about confirms first skin Jews in Spain and Portugal. It's called A New Voice to Italy, Volume 11, Part 1. I don't know why you arguing in the comments. You just said, I don't do cursing. Why are you still here? How you be praying? That lets you know that's a red herring. Has nothing to do with anything. You're just upset. I didn't agree with you. And I didn't agree with your interpretation of a video of a man saying verbatim what he means. How you be praised? That's like saying we've been in America 400 years and never had children with European women. Yeah, come on, man. Plumantis 2069 says, Shalom, shalom, bro. Even though I'm late, thank you for another edifying show. Get those like buttons up to support our brother. Appreciate it. Yeah, hit that like button. Chemo is just rolling in the back chat. Ramsey wasn't an Israelite, but he was of Semitic Afro-Asiatic descent. I can rock with that too. I don't say necessarily because you E1B1A, you're an Israelite. That's what that brother teaches. But it is also plausible that he was. E1B1A ruling in Egypt? Yeah, Joseph. I be praised. You know we was the same then, just like we are now. Wherever we went, we planted our seed. Yep. Who were the Hyksos, the shepherd kings? I think they were a group of diversity. I do think Shem was a part of that group. Do we have any DNA from them? I don't think we do, but if that happens, if anybody knows of any DNA samples from the Hyksos, send them to me so I can analyze it because I haven't seen one. How you be praised, facts, Muck the General says, nope, the Hyksos were the Hittites. I would like to see evidence on that. Exactly. If me cursing is that wasn't it at all, brother. That's just an excuse to go on a rant. Hyksos were a mixture of nations from the Levant and Fertile Crescent. That's what I'm thinking. I think it was a diverse group. I don't think it was homogenous or uniform. I think the Shemites were a part of that group. Yeah, high be praised. He be dropping on facts, man. He really is six man here, man. He be scoring points off the bench, man. Muck says the Hyksos and the Hittite cultures are almost identical. Line form a new voyage to Italy. This brother straight mail, when he brought the source that says that's why haplogroup has froze, how many academics agree with that? I think he's referencing Nathaniel G. Jensen. I don't even agree with the 6,000 year thing either. I know a lot of people rock with that. I don't agree with 6,000 year thing. I believe that we had a time gap in Genesis 10, and that could explain a couple thousand years. I think that last glacial maximum did go a little further back than 6,000 years. That's why I don't place the flood 2,400 years ago either. Straightwell says the Y haplogroup E1 could very well be Abraham. Someone says it's interesting. D-Mac says all Israel is not Israel. That's true. Brother said, I am a Monday descent and will still carry 6.3% EM2. And we still carry 6.3 EM215 among. Yep, it is in West Africa. It's there. Brother, if you tired of it, why are you still here? E1B1A is as Ishmael's a weak argument. E1B1B literally the brother group of E1B1A. Ishmael is not our brother. So how I would look at that is, like I said, I believe EP2 created all these groups, so it's not a big deal for me to see E1B1B as Ishmael or E1B1B Clay as Edom, because they all come from EP2 and later divulge into these different haplogroups. That's how I answer that, man. All right. Okay, this brother also asks, he said, why do you think Jewish people with E haplogroups are Israel instead of Ishmael or Esau? That is also possible as well. I'm not going to be concrete on this and say it's got to be one or the other. They could also be those other groups as well. They can also represent Esau, because we know Edomites converted into our traditions from John Hyrcanus during the time of the Hasmoneans, right? This is in the BC periods, right? Then after that, the Pharisees came into power under Queen Salome, and Queen Salome came into power, and the rest is history. But John Hyrcanus forced the Edomites to adopt the traditions and the customs of the Jews, and from there, you had a history of Edomites practicing as Israelites would, the customs and stuff like that, or Judaism, if you will. So they very well could have been descendants of Esau as well, and also Ishmael. I'm open to that. You understand? I am not omniscient. I can't go back in time and say, okay, this person. I can't. But what I can do, according to our model, we got DE being Shem and producing these different groups, known as the Ishmaelites, known as the Edomites, known as the Israelites. So yeah, that can also be the case. But I do think there are actual Jews within that as well. D-Max says, it takes time to form a family group. Many people reproduce in a distinct population. That is true. I'm wondering if from Yahushua are born 91. Can you expound what you mean? You just put every here. You put every there. What does that mean? It's like an incomplete thought right there. Hey, but D-Mac, not D-Mac. What was that brother I just answered about? Stray mail. Yeah, I mean that's completely possible. I'm still open to them. Some of them being Jews anyway. And like I brought an article before, I mean, was it what was the article? It pointed out that they even have E1B1A, EM2 strands as well, and Y-DNA as well within them as well. Let's see what's going on. All right, let me continue. I wanted to read that. I got caught up on the comments. I want to find that Ramesses the third article and his brother. It's the DNA test in mommies. Oh, they got Cheddar Man on here. Cheddar Man is I2L38. I'd see the Iceman is G2A, Austria and Italy. They got some pharaohs in Egypt. Wow. 2,000 years ago, E1B1B. They got some J in there. I don't know. These pharaohs are just mommies. These are mommies. So we don't know if they're pharaohs or not here. Some J1s, M1. No, they have two J's and one E1B1B. Canaanite Israel. J, R1B. Ramesses III and Pentawar, both E1B1A groups. Both of them. Because they were related to each other. Right? Let me see. Can y'all see my screen? No. DMAC, he's proposing that the family group of E1B1A was formed at one child. Yeah, and that's what he's proposing. But not just E1B1A, all of them. The Levites still carry EM35 among the Samaritan. It is subclade EM215. And we know the other families replaced the authentic Israelites. Yeah, they do carry that. The Samaritan Levites do carry that clade. Stray Mail said, y'all hammered the brother on the 12 splits into the tribes of Israel. Do you see that as any significance? And what is your take on the four mothers? I believe you said they were different generations. I just didn't agree with his stance that those four major subgroups are results of four different mothers. I don't see genetics in that way. I don't see those mutations arising in that. Many times, many occasions, those mutations will take more time to arise. And separate from each other. So I don't see it as fast as this brother is putting it. And then he said 12 groups, but if you look at the different E1B1 and clades, it was at least 19. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't understand the methodology. That's all. And I wanted him to explain it. The rest say, get back up there, Ak, and finish the dialogue. Stop throwing stones. We all grown men and love the Most High. Man, that's the truth, man. That's the truth. From Yahushua Reborn 91, everyone has their own opinion, but it wouldn't seem to make sense to have Edom being a subclade of Ishmael. Ishmael never fathered Edom. Isaac did. So E1A equal Ishmael and E1B1B equal. Makes more sense. I mean, that's what you came to your conclusion. That's your conclusion, brother. In my opinion, who knows? And that's, like I said, I'm not omniscient. I just try to make the best scientific argument, the best model that I can that fits and can be compatible with reality and what we find. You understand? I used to think that all of Egypt and all of Africa was all Ham at one point, but that's not what I found in my genetic research. I didn't find that. I found a mixture of people, diverse people. I see Japhetic lineages. I see Shemitic lineages. I see Hamitic lineages in different times and different epochs. So I had to change my model. I had to change my mode of thinking. That's all. Same thing with the Jews. I used to think, oh, well, only E1B1A, but then I saw how DNA actually works and how EP2 can divulge into either one. I was like, wait a minute, there's got to be something here. Yes, Hitler was E1B1B. Hitler was definitely E1B1B. All right, let me. What was I reading? So yeah, Ramses III is this dated 3,200 years ago. Study reveals that the pharaoh's throat was cut during the royal coup. Um, then it goes into harem conspiracy. We're visiting the harem conspiracy. Yeah, here it is. Here's the article. Finally got it. All right. Let's see. Revisiting the harem conspiracy and death of Ramses III, anthropological, forensic, and radiological genetic study. The abstract. Oh man, they killing me. You got to subscribe to see the whole article. Access the article for 1 day, 30 euros. Why is this not in in English? I mean, in American Standard. The unknown man E also had unusual mummification procedure according to genetic analysis. Both mummies had identical haplotypes of Y chromosome and a common male lineage. You understand? So it's not just one specimen here. Both of these people had their Y chromosomes examined. I need to get the full article on this so you can see the supplementary on it. But you can clearly see the wiki has them assigned to E1B1A. Let's see. DMAX says the wheat and tear still grow up together. Yeah, that's true. Stray Mail says you also mentioned AOO as proof of contemporary ancient strand. He said this is an inexplicable strand that has no ancestors or descendants. Are you going to do a breakdown on this strand? Might not do a breakdown on that strand, but A00 is an ancient strand. We find this haplogroup in some of the earliest sub-Saharan Africans ever. Earliest. You find A00 in, I believe, Cameroon, and you find it with the B haplogroups. I actually have A0 as being a Hamitic haplogroup, not a Semitic haplogroup, which I allow that brother to come on here and say, hey, you got an opinion, but A and B, all those haplogroups share a paternal ancestor. Just because you see an African American with that haplogroup doesn't mean automatically that you can retroactively throw that onto the E1B1A clade. That's not how genetics work at all, actually. He says, still learning. A00 was found in late Mr. Albert Perry. Yep. That just means he has an old Hamitic lineage. Matter of fact, you got a lot. I ain't gonna say a lot, but there's a considerable amount of African Americans with haplogroup A. Let me see if I can get the Alabama project. Alabama project. They pulled it up on Family Tree DNA. What I like about Family Tree DNA is they have all of these different groups that collect a lot of Y chromosome DNA and compare them with each other. So they did that with the African Americans around the Alabama area. All of these people identify as African American. Here's the black belt of Alabama black belt. Let me pull it up and share my screen with you guys. Family Tree DNA. Let's pull this up real quick. DNA results. First, before we get into the DNA result, wait, is it going to open up another screen? Yeah, it's going to open up. classic chart. So let's do it like this. Can y'all see my screen? Oh damn, I got it right here. Stop this, share another one. Watch this, y'all. Chrome tile, the black belt. All right, you can see that, right? So when we go to about, this is Family Tree DNA, the black belt of Alabama. Almost 1,300 members collected their Y chromosome DNA to get analyzed. This is the black belt of Alabama DNA project is intended to use DNA as a tool for African Americans researching their Central Alabama roots. Anyone who can trace their male Y DNA or female mtDNA ancestors to Dallas, Marengo, Perry, or Wilcox counties, or to areas that border these counties in the period from about 1840 to 1880 is welcome to participate. Now, we're going to analyze these DNA results. Watch this. Watch this. Hold on. Let me move this so y'all can actually see. Let's look into the actual DNA results. Let me show you something about it. Very intriguing. I went to the same one. Hold on, y'all. Very intriguing what we find, especially for anyone saying that African Americans are all the same. You're not going to like the results of what they did here. All right, so these are the Y DNA of these African Americans. All of these people are African Americans that came and got their DNA tested. AM32, point of origins unknown. This will be a Hamitic lineage, according to our model. Rayov William, born around 1750 in the Greensville district. I guess that's South Carolina. Hugh Taylor, 1834, is the paternal ancestor. They're saying he actually came from Scotland. Haplogroup A. That's the haplogroup he belongs to. Leon Sturdivant, A, haplogroup A as well. Taylor Boone, haplogroup A. I think this is his paternal ancestors from Georgia. The other one's from North Carolina. So you got some haplogroup A and B haplogroups amongst African Americans. Look, BM181, paternal ancestor is Mose Henderson, 1851, Alabama. B. Imp Green, 1839, 1909. B. This also shows everybody that came over here on slave ships wasn't the same. They have different paternal markers. You even have a C M216 haplogroup amongst these people, man. Two of these people are EM96. Alex Smith, 1800, Green Cook. EM85, that's E1B1B. Alan Sims, 1820, Alabama. Charles Arnold Johnson, EM75. Another EM96 variant, EBY208544. Unknown origin of the country, because a lot of these people would have been what they would call descendants of slaves, right? Not everyone knows exactly where they come from in that situation. Yanked out of your original society. EM96, unknown origin. Central African Republic, EBY. Jamaica, EBY. EP16. EP116. John Wilkerson from Coweta, Georgia, 1976. Isaac Gordon, EM2. E1B1A. So a lot of them are EM2. Of course, that's what we expect to find amongst African Americans. William Paulton. But watch this. What's this? What's this down here? Haplogroup I. Amongst African Americans, you got African Americans with haplogroup I. This is a European marker. This also goes back to why you shouldn't just look at people and judge their ancestry solely on how they look. I reiterate this all the time when I'm on the channel. If you guys have been watching me, you know I recapitulate that over and over again. All of these, look at these. These are up to how many specimens? 5, 10 specimens had this paternal ancestor. One of them was Roloff Lohman around 1670. Origins is the Netherlands, England, Iceland. Look, it gets even more interesting. Russian Federation, QM378. So you got some African Americans with Q. Owen Daly, ancestor here. Ireland, QBY 66900. You got some haplogroup R in here. Noah Genesis, haplogroup R. Remember, these are African Americans getting their DNA tested. They got European clades in them. I know this might make some of y'all sweat. Because y'all be like, oh, do I got the European clade? Calm down. Majority of African Americans, I think they say like 60%, is E1B1A. But what about that other 40%? Looks something like this. RM269. More R clades. One in France, one in Ireland, one in England, Scotland, some unknown origins. Again, that could be due to slavery. Of course, we're going to have some EM2 in there. E1B1A, right? Look at all these eyes. Look at that eye. A bunch of R clades. Look at that. Look at all those R clades. Let's keep going. EM2, EP1. African American with EP1, an old lineage. EM2, JM172, African American with haplogroup J. African American with IJR, JM267. These are European clades, again, Eurasian clades. JM267. R again, I again, EM35, that's E1B1B. These are all African Americans, mind you. These are the ones that submitted their Y DNA. And those that had known paternal ancestors, they would list their paternal ancestors. Like right here, Walter Lee C. Trunk, 1879, 1972, death certificate, RM269. EP1, another EP1 individual. Of course, what we expect to see, EM2, E1B1A, right? Look at that. We expect to see that. Look, EP278 in Benin, from Benin. EP278. Keep telling y'all, genetics is not as cut and dry as some may think. Look at all these I lineages. Again, more European lineages. Point of country of origin, United Kingdom, United States, England, Scotland. More I lineages, more R lineages. Even a GM201 lineage from England, John Small. Some more EM96 lineage, another old EM96 lineage right there. 3 more individuals with that. Wilson Allian B, 1795, died 1865, United States, unknown origin, and then one from Barbados. Harrell Hendrick. These are all African Americans here. IP37, R, some more R, EM35, EM96. Some more R. Look at all that. Look at all those R's, man. Look at that. RM269, EP68, Jefferson Underwood, another EM96 lineage, another old EM lineage. Look at it. A T lineage, haplogroup T. Willie Glover, 1880. Of course, EM2, we got a GL14. Point of origin, look, Nigeria. This is the country of origin. John Maiden. He carried a G haplogroup, which is a Japhetic line, right? and an African American from Nigeria. EM2EL 515, more EM2 lineages. So it's just something to think about, man. Look at that. Look at all these G's. I, Q, another Q. Look, what does that say? Native American. So some of y'all, the Abos would be happy to see this. You do have some African males with haplogroup Q. You see it right here? QM242. And they're specifically listing this as Native American. The descendant is Bill Allen, born 1851, died 1917. That's the paternal ancestor that has this. Native American haplogroup amongst African Americans. GL91. Some more EM2, right? More what we expect to see. EP147. Some I's and an N with an R. So you can see the great variance among African Americans. We clearly can see that. All right, man. We've been going for about 7 hours, 7.5 hours. Hope some of this information was insightful. And y'all got something out of it. You know how we do. You know how we rocking, man. 7 games, source game, over everything. Let me read some of these comments. Seem like there's some more comments that came in. What? Chris Rock is A0? Nah, bro. Before I leave, I gotta see this. Hold on. Let me look this up, man. I told you a higher be praised be scoring 100 points a game, man. It's about to get a triple double every time we get on the stream. Hold on, let me check this out. Chris Rock is A0. Chris Rock. YDNA. Hey, a high be praised, man. I need the source on that one. You're going to have to source up on that one. I'm trying to find it right now. I'm trying to find that DNA right now, man. Where is this at? Chris Rock released results of DNA tests despite Boyer's. Let me click. Hold on. Let me see this. Despite Boyer's claim of a gag order. What's this talking about? Determine if he's the father. These are the results of DNA tests conducted earlier this year. No one's supposed to be talking about it. Callie Boiler, 35. Go down. This is not what I want, man. A high be praised, man. Drop that link, man. I need that. Let's see. Two of the 12 tribes from the wife of Joseph, in addition to the woman of Jacob, that make 5 mothers of Israel. Biblical fact. Ahia be praised 60 to 7% on EB1, M2, 25% R1B, 10%. Yep, that's true. I need that link for that Chris Rock A0, man. You dropped the bomb in here, man. You are what your father is. I agree. Muck says that. The same thing happened to us in ancient Egypt. That's a fact. I've heard that some R1B African Americans are descendants of the black Native Americans who mixed with Bantus for slave ships. It's possible. When we came out, we was a mixed multitude. We had that. It's true, according to the biblical record. Hey, man. A higher be praised, brother. If you still listening, man, let me get that Chris Rock article, man. You holding back, man. You holding out on me, man. I gotta see that. That's crazy. He A0. Man, this brother a Hamite the whole time. Oh man. Yeah, A00 was found in Mr. Albert Perry, and he would be a Hamite according to my model. Be an A and B lineage. Just like the old A00 they found in Africa. Didn't we cover that? What video was that? Was that last week we covered that? Let me see if I find that article for you guys before we leave. Let Let me play this in the interim real quick, until I get back. I'll be right back. Give me a second, y'all. Let me play LV Europa in the interim. Going 7 hours. I gotta use the restroom. Hold on, y'all. Got a visa. Come back and start talking about this. It's getting interesting. I know it's 7 hours, man. I wanna wrap it up, but that brother, he threw a bombshell in the chat, man. Oh, now the internet don't want to respond. Don't want to play the video. I'll be right back, y'all. Hold on, give me a second.
Yeah. Up in Europa. I got a visa, that's one swipe. The change of demeanor, I got that almighty baby. That bitch came with a beeper, cold as a freezer. I heat up in my leisure, I feel like a feel, baby. You know I'm a keeper, I got a visa, that's one swipe. The change of demeanor, I got that almighty baby. That bitch came with a beeper, cold as a freezer. I heat up in my leisure, I feel like a fever, baby. You should know that I'm a keeper. This is a keepsake, hey. And you can keep that tucked away. Some gon' come with the lies. Remember them when you pray. Some gon' cry when they die. You don't worry about the decay. Look, I done whipped away my time and show, so I'm living today. That shit was real. I had to turn on slaves. But you gotta be brave. It's a land of the free. Gotta move like ways. Hey, put the ring to the pad. I give them pad for the rage. Then I put them on a tab. To take them all on the stage. I got a beat, that's one swipe. The change of demeanor, I got that almighty baby. That bitch came with a beeper, cold as a freezer. I heat up in my leisure, I feel like a fever, baby. You know I'm a keeper, I got a visa, that's one swipe. The change of demeanor, I got that almighty baby. That bitch came with a beeper, cold as a freezer. I heat up in my leisure, I feel like a fever, baby. You should know that I'm a keeper. This is a keepsake, hey. You can use this right away.
I'm right back, y'all.
Some gonna come with the truth.
I had to take a quick break. Oh, you said why DNAB? That's still even groundbreaking. Ramal Yahoo says, just 49ers, did y'all come across any awakened Israelites in Brazil, BR yet? I'm very interested in visiting there someday. Plus, it means awakening happening down there by the millions. I haven't met any, but I know our DNA is replete in those areas. Correction, why DNA B? My bad. Okay, yeah, I mean, still, why DNA B? The damn dude's a Hamite, man. I've heard Chris Rock had YDNAB as well. Guess that means we hate him? No, it don't mean nothing at all. It just mean that we don't share the same paternal ancestors as him. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty much what we're saying. Take the religion away from it, take the Bible out of it, and that still reigns true. From Yahushua are born 91. Hebrews in Brazil were mixed out. Too much IR dating. There may be a few strong-blooded ones left, but a lot are like 30 to 40% of the rest of Gentiles. But I mean, it's still a lot of. Am I not mistaken? A lot of Brazilians are E1, B1A. A lot of them. I think they got the biggest Negro population, quote unquote, right? In the Western Hemisphere. I think there's more Negroes in Brazil than there are in America. Anybody know if that's true or not? Hit me up in the comments. Let me know. And let me find this this article about, where's it at? Haplogroup. They found haplogroup A00 in ancient Cameroon. Let me find it. See if I can find it. Yeah, 11. 11. How do you say it? The Imbo people at 800. But I want the ancient one. That's actually one where they did a dig in Cameroon, and they found these bones of children, and they tested the DNA of the children. Yeah, here it is. The Shumlaka, a rock shelter in Cameroon. Here he is. DNA of ghost populations add to African lineage picture. Let me share my screen so y'all can see that. Hey, Shalom, D Red. Byron said there was a lot of mixing in Brazil. Yeah, that is true. Man, I wish I could just go around like the Amish, but with DNA kits, man, and really map out the DNA with a lot of these groups we have questions for. But of course, I'm not a billionaire, so maybe I could do something on a local level. All right, I typed it in. A high be praised. Muck says, is it too much emphasis being placed on DNA, if not overly reliable science, and the Most High warns us against it? No, I don't agree that it be too much emphasis on DNA, because again, if there's a chosen seed and we're trying to figure out who's Jacob, that's a male line. We got to figure that out through DNA. We're not gonna figure that out through magic. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how else you would figure that out. How would you find it? A lineage without tracing a lineage. You understand? We don't want to get magical here.
Ho, 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 it's magic. You know, never believe it's not so. It's magic. You know, never believe it's not so.
Yeah, we don't get magical here, man. We need science. Shout out to Doorbell. I haven't seen you in a while, brother. Yeah, man, we want to be able to make strong arguments through observable science and empirical science. Man. We don't want to just be a fringe religious group, man. We're going to have to be able to, if we're saying this is true, we should be able to observe it. Yeah, it's just that simple. All right. And, from my studies, I think we got a strong argument. Let me share this article real quick. Let me share this article on the AOO individual they found in Cameroon. All right, so this is from laboratoryequipment.com. DNA of ghost population adds to African lineage picture by Michelle Taylor, January 24th, 2020. Shamlaka, a rock shelter in Cameroon in the location. Let me blow this up a little bit so y'all can see it. Shamlaka, a rock shelter in Cameroon in a location pinpointed by linguists as the probable cradle of Bantu languages, has yielded the DNA of a previously unheard of population of hunter-gatherers. Although the rock shelter was originally excavated in the 1980s and 1990s, a truly collaborative new study published in Nature upends our understanding of African lineages. Bantu language is a widespread and diverse group of languages spoken by more than a third of Africans today. Was thought to have originated in West Central Africa before spreading across the southern half of the continent in conjunction with the switch from hunting, gathering to farming. This expansion is thought to be the reason why most people from Central, Eastern, and Southern Africa are genetically closely related to each other in West Africans. However, the DNA of 4 children have buried 8,000 and 3,000 years ago that was sequenced in this study tells a different story. According to a whole genome analysis, the children ancestry is closer to the Central African hunter-gatherers. This result suggests that the Bantu-speaking living in Cameroon and across Africa today do not descend from the population which the Shumlaka children belong. And we've been saying that. All Africans are not the same. Those Hamitic, what we call Hamitic groups, the A and B groups, those hunter-gatherer groups, that's a different lineage. So Chris Rock, if he's from haplogroup B, he is related to this original group in Cameroon. We're not. It said Mark Lipson, a professor at Harvard Medical School and lead author of the study. This underscores the ancient genetic diversity in this region and points to the previously unknown population that contributed only a small proportion of the DNA of present-day African groups. The unknown population referred to as the ghost population indicates the four, not there, major deep human lineages that contributed to people living today. Then it goes into the 200,000 years or whatnot. Let's see the additional analysis. Here we go. In addition to the DNA of the Shumlaka children, researchers examined previously published DNA from ancient hunter-gatherers from Eastern and Southern Africa, as well as DNA from many present-day African groups. Combining these data sets revealed yet another set of four human lineages, branching between 80 to 60,000 years ago, including the lineages contributing to most present-day Eastern and Western Africans and all non-Africans. Thus, the authors concluded that about 1/3 of the ancestry of the Shumlaka children derived from a lineage closely related to Central African hunter-gatherers, while 2/3 of their ancestry came from a distinctive lineage distantly related to a majority of present-day Western Africans. Lastly, researchers discovered that one of the male Shumlaka children carried a rare Y chromosome haplogroup, A00. This has nothing to do with Shem. This has everything to do with these early Africans living in Cameroon, which would fall in, according to our model, the A and B haplogroup. Found almost nowhere outside of today's Western Cameroon. A00 is the best documented among the Imbo people and the Bangwa ethnic groups living not far from Shumlaka, but this is the first time it has been seen in ancient DNA. A00 is deeply divergent haplogroup, having split from all other known human lineages around 300 to 200,000 years ago. According to one study, this indicates that the oldest known what are we doing here? The oldest known lineage of modern human males has been present in West Central Africa for more than 8,000 years, perhaps longer. So this DNA, A00, was in West Sub-Saharan Africa 8,000 years ago. We have the evidence. We find the body with the A, and I believe the other three. The other one was like a different A lineage, and the other one was B, and then the fourth one was a female, so she didn't have Y DNA, if I remember this study. If I remember it correctly. Hey, D-Red, we are talking population replacement, because if they was there in the past and we there now, we displaced those groups. Let's see. What's going on? Exactly. Observe it, create a model, then be able to demonstrate it. Exactly. And that's what we do here on the source. From Yahushua R. Born 91. Hey, if they are E1B1A, but like 70% of Europeans, they are more like Mamzers, to be honest. More real blacks in America than Brazil. Only 8% of modern Brazilians call themselves black. The rest are white or Pardo browns. So what? That doesn't affect their Y DNA, their ancestry. Prophecies are spiritual, not magic. Gotta stop being so cornal. Respectfully, that wasn't respectfully. You put respectfully at the end of it. It wasn't respectfully. You're saying that we don't deal with science. Just don't deal with science. Then don't deal with it. But then you're not dealing with empirical evidence. You're just dealing with spiritual, which can be hotly contested because you don't have nothing to base it off of. Dorvell says, "Shalom, shalom, brother." D. Red talks about the models. Shalom. What? We must be talking to somebody else. Ramal Yahoo, the Nazarim, says, no, they are not mostly mixed. That's false. They are very dark brothers and sisters down there living in the ghettos, just like us. We have to stop getting cocky like only we are the remnant of Yahudim. Yeah. I don't know why he said that, oh, we the real ones. They not. I don't know where that came from. Maybe we should look at the genetic table and the matrices dealing with the Brazilians. And people acting like we was mixing. Ramayahu says people acting like we was mixing either in America. Ancestors been raped and all. Like, come on, exactly, yeah. And I just showed you the genetic group that got together with the Black Belt of Alabama. It was all African Americans that took the test, had I, G, J, and so forth. These were African Americans. These people consider themselves African Americans. Come on, man. Kibo says, Ramal, facts. Most slaves, 10 times as much who went to America went to Brazil. Yeah, it was so many more Negro slaves going to Brazil. Look what Lion Farm says. A00 isn't A nor B haplogroup. You have no proof for that. Demonstrate that. I just showed you that they found A00 8,000 years ago in Cameroon, and they had the Imbo people with it today. Has nothing to do with E. Deeply rooted. I am of Cape Verde descent, third generation on the Y side. I would like for you to break that down a little bit more about the 50% being from Europe. Unclear if it was the Black, Portuguese, or Esau. The 53% from Europe we would consider to be of Japhet. I believe it was I, J, and K. Those were all Japhetic lineages, so they wouldn't be from Esau. Maybe the E3B might be for Esau. And they also had like 10% E3A, which is E1B1A. So hopefully that answers your question. No, those European clades are not from Esau. There will be Japhetic. Muck says, where are they getting these 200, 300,000 years from? They're getting it from the evolutionary theory that we all come from Australopithecus, which is southern apes, which they said what was ape to human, what took 6 million years. So they have these large, long astronomical dates to conform with that model. Now look at this. This is why I'm trying to show you line form. This is really from a labor of love. You said A00 is 338,000 years old, but only found in E1B1A Shemites. That makes no sense at all. But you just see it. If a male has E1B1A, he cannot have A000. Either or, brother. Come on. I would think there's a certain amount of mixed blood that's allowed. God talks about third generation mixes being allowed back in. That's about 87.5%, with gene 1 being 50 and gene 2 being 75%. Hold on, brother. Wait, you going back into the law of the quote unquote mams? You got to understand. First of all, that was saying they couldn't come into the congregation. That was more of a religious affiliation. They didn't kick them out the country, or they kicked them out. They didn't excommunicate them. Also, even if they did, that would not affect their genealogy and who they are attached to ancestral wise. A higher be praised says 8000 has no ancestors, it's purely academic. Ramal Yahoo, the Natsarim says Chemo Ben Yisrael, exactly. They killing me low key, be trying to disown Brazilians and Caribbeans. African Americans do not have the largest population of Israelites from the slave trade. That is true. There's no way around it. There was more Negroes sent to Brazil than any other thing else. Chemo said, Chemo Ben Yisrael said, "Oh, brothers have to stop it." I mean, I don't know how. Come on, man. What's going on? That's a fact. Judah was scattered more than just America. That's a fact. For clarification, I'm far from American centric. I know that there are plenty of Hebrews in Africa and the Caribbean, but the blood can only be so thin. Um, I don't know what line form you bugging out, man. I don't know why. A00 is not E1B1A. It does not come from any other DE lineages. I don't know why you insist that the A lineage, any A lineage, does not come from E. It's a separate lineage, brother. Chris Rock, he comes from B. He shares the same fathers as A and B. He's not related to us genetically. Oh, well, he's black. Okay, a lot of people are black. That doesn't mean we share the same ancestry. That's why I want to show y'all that black black belt of Alabama and those African Americans submitting their DNA, because that even brings that and drives that point home even further. Because you guys all say a lot of you guys will state that, well, they black, they Negro, then they one of ours. That's not necessarily the case. And I'm glad Ahia B. Praise brought up Chris Rock, man. That was a beautiful point to exemplify that. Not just because it was a sign A, the location it was in, but also there was a sign A because they found the SNPs. They sequenced the SNPs. Chemo says y'all doing a disservice to our people worldwide. I think it is an American black superiority, but I don't know why it's like that. I don't know why it's like that. I dropped the link line for him, but I'm not going to go through that, what I went through with you earlier, brother. You understand? let me let my brother line form back in. Most Caribbeans have strong blood. I wasn't really talking about them. What do you mean by strong blood, brother? Can you qualify that statement, brother? He said that's why we judge the spirit by the spirit. Well, I came from an organization that said that same thing, judge the spirit by the spirit. And they will say, that, I'm not going to throw them under the bus like that, but that's just say they would say groups would be certain people based off, I judge the spirit. And actually, they were completely wrong. Those people, genetic Y chromosomes, were not the people they said they were. Yeah, Ramal Yahoo, I need him to clarify that statement. He said, right, it doesn't make sense. So millions of Israelites' blood is just not good enough to be Israel. I don't understand that statement, man. What does he mean by that? Can someone explain? What was that? Who was that brother who said that? Ramal Yahoo, who was that brother who said, was that Muck? No, it wasn't Muck. Excuse me, brother. It was this brother from Yahushua R. Born 91. Most Caribbeans have strong blood. I wasn't really talking. What do you mean by strong blood? If a brother got our DNA, he got our DNA. If he Y DNA, E1B1A, then we share the same ancestors. Strong blood. Now the brother, what that mean? Your blood can hit the weights? You got to hit the weights to get strong? I don't understand it, man. I'm really trying to wrap my head around that concept, brother. Man, man. All right, let's welcome my brother Lion Form back. Lion Form, you got the floor.
Shalom. So let me just show this real fast. I want to show you. So I was doing some debunking against Nathan's idea, but this is what I noted. I found out that the out of Africa idea, the concept to that is linking A00 to BT and CT. That's actually what that concept is that what they do is they try to link A00 to BT and CT, and that's how they get the out of Africa idea. That's actually how they get it. And they know that it's true that they link these two together. And I'm going to show you what they say there, that they know that this is true. This design is false. They know that this design is false because it shows A descending into BT, right? But notice what they said here. They're going to actually tell you right here. It says right here that non-African haplogroup BT and CT do not descend from African ones, because what they try to do is they design this African descending into BT and then CT, and then after CT is A and D and E. After these ones is D and E, and that's how they link those together with the group. What you see up here, they link it to the root right here, and they link A to A00, but I'm going to show you A00. I'm going to show you that they know that A00, when they even link it, it doesn't link to any other people but E1B1A. That's the only people that they found it in, and they admit it. They admitted themselves, because I got multiple witnesses that say the same thing, that they only find it in the African haplogroup and not in the A lineage. They don't find it in anyone with the A lineage because they actually say it themselves. And we can even look what it looks like on the novel find. This is what it says right here. It talks about how they found this lineage A00. They named it A00. They could have easily named it E1B1A or E1B10 or something like that. But it says, we then estimate the time to the most recent comment. Now they're going to obviously put like this. The reason why is because it has every snap. It's impossible for it to have every snap. It's one of those things that if you really think about it, it must have been put there in these people. And it's going to show you who is in. It tells you right here, remarkable. This exceeds current estimates of ntDNA, basically saying it's older than the female, as well as those of the age of the oldest, basically human fossil. It's saying it's older than the oldest fossil they found. It says the extremely ancient age combined with the rarity of A00, which we also find a low frequency in Central Africa, point to the importance of considering a more complex design. And if you see what part of Central Africa they're actually talking about, we actually know the area because I got a note where they pinpoint the area of where they actually pull out A00. It is only in those who have the E1B1A. It is 100% fact, because I'm going to show you that they know it. They know that it's true. And they know that the false out of Africa idea is a false narrative. And this is actually how they get this is how they get the out of Africa idea, because they actually merge these two together, and they know it, and they know it doesn't descend into BT. They know it doesn't descend into BT, but they actually have it descend into BT. Let me see, where is it? Right here. And they put it, they mention it right here. I'm gonna go to another one. So they put right here, they say CT does not come from haplogroup B, and yet they say haplogroup B is connected with haplogroup A. And then they even mention sometimes that BT is younger than CT, and then they added A right here. So you see right here, they added A right here. And notice A isn't down here because you can't graph A like this. Because if you look at how A actually is graphed, if you look at the novel find on what they actually found right here, this is what they published, that the A00 is not connected to the normal lines, not connected to anyone, yet it has every snap. It's like a map. It's like a map you find in E1B1A. It's the only people that they find it in, and they admit it themselves. I'm gonna go down and show you that it's the only people out of all the people in the whole world, it's the only people that they find it in. And right here, you can see right here, it says, we report the discovery of an African-American Y chromosome that carries the ancestral state of all snaps, that defines the basal portion of the Y chromosome haplogroup tree. If you actually look it up, this is how they was able to make the haplogroup. This is how they was able to make the tree that we have today. They didn't do all the tests. 6 years, not even 6 years, 2, 3, a few years ago, they didn't even have the whole tree. But because of A00, because it has all the snaps, they were able to design the whole tree. And let me go down a little bit. Right here, it says the extremely ancient age combined with the rarity of A00, which we also find at a very low frequency in Central Africa. And then watch what it says right here. Watch what they say who they don't find it in. It says the A00 lineage was discovered in a large database of consumer samples of African Americans and has not been identified with traditional hunter-gatherer populations of sub-Saharan Africa. It has not been found in any of the Hamites. in the sense of understanding. But let me show you. You see all these lineages, A0, A0, A1A, all these lineages. I'm gonna show you what the geneticists say about this information. And they know that they was bending information. They actually mention it themselves. I'm gonna show you the quote. This is actually a quote from a genetic site. I'm gonna show you what they actually say on their own site right over here. It says, I'm gonna go back to this. Watch what it says here. So you see all these lineages here, all the A lineages. Watch what they say here. They say, and none of BT or CT lineages descend from them. Yet if you actually go and look up these ones, like for example, A00, you look up this, right, on Wikipedia, automatically you're gonna see that A00 is supposedly connected to all these. That's a false narrative and they know it. But if you look at this, you see this right here? Tell me where's A00 on here. Where's A00 connected to? Nothing. It's not connected to any of these. These are their own. These are actually A. This is not A. This is only found in E1B1A. This is not connected to these. Like this. You see how these are connected? They don't put A over here and bring it forth these because they know it doesn't. They put it like this and say this is A, but it's not A. It's because the out of Africa idea. It's because they want to make the out of Africa idea a true narrative, but it's not. It's a false narrative. And I'm gonna show you real fast. You see how it says right there? It says and none. Because what they're trying to do, let me see if I can find that one direct one that actually has the picture of these all together. Because when you see the tree, you can actually see that they'll put that thing on the tree. I just gotta go. Matter of fact, let me type down. You just look on here real fast, and I'm pretty sure I can find the tree at the bottom, right here. Watch this. Watch what I do when I go over this. You see this right here? You see BT and CT? Let's go back here and hear what they just said there. All these lineages, and we can zoom in and see what it looks like. This is what it looks like, and this is what they say. Apparently, they were too much focusing on bending data to fit out of Africa. And this is on a genetic site. They knew that they were bending data to fit this. They try to put A1A here, right? They try to put them here descending into BT because BT is actually where the split is. They put them over this to make it out of Africa, to make a Hamite become a Japhanite. That's what they actually was doing. But watch what you see here. You see this A1A? Where's this A1A on this? A1A. So how is it? Watch what happens here. It's actually descending into BT on their design. This is a false design because they know it. They say none of these haplotype groups. They say though they were found in low frequencies, they talk about in Africa and everything. They say and none of BT or CT lineages descend from them. So how can they claim an ancestral to non-African lineages? Because he's saying that he's saying E and D. He's saying a lot of these lineages aren't even considered African. That's being grouped together as African, and they know it. And they know it because they actually found A outside of Africa. They found a lot of A's outside of Africa, though they call, when they say African and stuff like that, they're saying they're not technically African, though they are dark skinned. But they found dark skinned Japhanites. They say none of BT or CT lineages descend from them. So how can they claim an ancestral to non-African lineages? None of the actual bearers of haplogroup A0T, A1, AB have been found in Africa or elsewhere. They said that these ones were not found in Africa or elsewhere. They say, so how can they claim as African? How can they be claimed as African? Just because they are assigned a letter in the index? Is basically saying because they put an A on a lot of these haplogroup groups like A00, they assume that the current they assume that the currently African branches A00, A0, A1A, A1B descended from African haplogroup groups. They don't descend from African haplogroup groups because they can't descend from African haplogroup groups because they know it doesn't. They know for a fact that it doesn't because you can look at the novel find. This is actually what it looks like, and they'll paint it, but they'll try to link them together, and they know that there's a false connection. They know there's a false connection because they've been selling the out of Africa idea to the masses. So this one goes straight down. It's not connected to these. This is the novel find. This is the novel find. This is A00. It's not connected to them. And they mention, guess where they find it? They mention it themselves where they find it. I'm gonna show you where they actually say they find it. Let's see, where is it right here? Besides this. You can see who they find it in. They find it in those who went in the slave trade only. They find it in those who went in slave trade, and none of the sub-Saharan Africans and none of the Ishmaelites and no one else. No one else they find it in. It says there appears to be about 500 years between the participant and the samples from Cameroon, an age that speaks to the beginning of the slave trade. Beginning of the slave trade. Now watch what it says right here. I'm gonna go down a little bit and show you something on this one. So that's why it's A00. This is where they find it. This is where they find it at. This is where they find A00 up here, where the A0 where E1B1A is. This is where they find it, because I made a video. I made a video about his false narrative because he did understand. I do know that he tried to do an out of Africa idea. I just want you to hear a little bit what I say here, because I guess I do it a little in Africa for the sake of understanding. So we actually know that obviously you can't trace DNA for location. We know this for a fact. I showed on one of the videos that you cannot trace location based on DNA. That's not how DNA works. You see this design right here? They know this is false because this is A00. They say it themselves. They say it and they know it is, for the sake of understanding. Let me show you something. Go down. I'm gonna show you something real fast. I want to show you what's false. Well, what it looks like when you have a false design. This right here, you see this design right here? They know this is false because this is A00. They're not connected to these, yet they try to make a branch from it. You see how they makes a branch from it? A00 is not connected to it, and they know it. A00 goes its own way. It's not connected to anyone else. That's a false narrative. It doesn't actually, A0 doesn't bring forth you A1A. That's a false narrative. Understand, that's a false narrative. And A1A does not descend into BT. That's a false narrative. They say it themselves. Remember how I told you that? Remember how I showed you how they said what they said, how they said it does not. This one, I want to go to a certain time step. I don't know if I have that time step on here. I don't know.
It's certainly not your time to have God and may God.
That one's okay too, but that's not what I was looking for. I probably didn't put it on here, the timestamp, but I'll just do it myself. So basically, if you see here, they tell you themselves that these don't descend into BT and CT, because that's how you get D and E. That's how you get D and E. Yet they're taking the A00 that they named. They named it A00. It's not that it shows markers of being A00. They say that it's older because it has all snaps, but they know that just because it has all snaps doesn't mean it connects to everyone else, because that means it would be everyone, but rather it's only found in one person. And it's like a map. It's like a map that you find in people. That's technically what it is. It's like a map. It's no other way to explain it. And they know it. They know they can't explain it because the way that they design it on their own chart is it descends straight from the source. And you can see it goes down, and they put African American right there because they know it's found only in those who have E1B1A right here. See, it goes straight down, but they try to link it. They try to give it two links. That's what they try to do. They try to give it one link and two links, because they know they found it in African American. They try to link it to A0 and then connect A and then connect B and then connect everyone together, because they want to make the out of Africa idea and make everyone a Hamite. Everyone be, and that's their idea, that everyone supposedly 300,000 years ago was haplogroup A and B. That's what they're trying to say. They're trying to say that everyone 10,000 or 300,000 years ago, 338,000 years ago, they try to say that they were all haplogroup A. But this is haplogroup A, and this is haplogroup A00. And you can see that on their own design. Their own design, when they try to design this, like here, they try to say this is A00, yet it's going down like this. And that's why you have an A down there, because they try to make this A actually be this A's A. They try to make this B and A, they try to link them together so that you can have an out of Africa idea. Because what you're really seeing, that's not the design, because this is the real design. This is the real design of what the people see on when they are doing genetics. We'll go to the actual real design they see, because they don't want it to be 3 splits, and they know that it's 3 splits. They want it to be a tree that goes into each other. That's why they designed it that way. You can see right here, this is the real design. I just did a little updating on this one just to show that split, just to put the arrows on the same place where it's split. And I looked closely because you can zoom in on this, and I made sure that this was Shem. This is the E1B1A line. This is going to be Japheth. This is going to be the Japhetic line, and this is actually him. And what they want to do is try to get people to believe that they descend, because what I'm gonna zoom in and show you what those B and T is, what exactly B and T is. B, T, and CT actually is a split. They know it is because that's how they design it. They design it as a split. See, this is the real design. This is the real design, but they want you to believe this is the design. Well, this is later. This one's designed right here. This is what they want you to believe. This is how they design it.
All right, go back to the starburst. Go to the left.
Right here. Wait, no, right here.
All right, you see that one branch that goes all the way to A?
Right there.
B?
Yep.
That means they descend from a common ancestor, according to what we're looking at.
Right.
That common ancestor would be that. You see the V right there? Move the mouse down. Move the mouse down. Up, 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 up.
Right here?
Yeah, that's the node that it breaks off, and then go to the right. Go to the right. No, to the right. No. You see where it splits into two lines. One's A.
I see that. I see the B split and the A split, but that's A1, not A00. A00 is not the same as A1. They call it A00, and they know it too. Look what they actually say about it. They know that they're taking the names and they're naming them themselves, and they're forcing the data to fit the way they want to fit. And they know it. They say it right here. They say right here that they even talk about A00, and they say they assume. It says right here, you can see they assume that they actually descend from them, and it never shows. It says in reality, this has never been shown. They actually mention A00, A0, A1A, AB1. It says descended from. It says they assume that the current African branches A00, A0, A1A, A1B descended from African haplogroups, but those were A0T. A1, now he's going to talk about A1, A1B. In reality, this has never been shown. This has never been shown for them to actually descend from right here, BT, because none of them, that's what they're designing here. That's what you're actually seeing when you see this. When you see this design, you see BT right there, BT and CT. That's what they're designing. And they know that it's not true. This is from a geneticist. Watch what they say. He says, none of BT or CT lineages descend from them, yet they designed them, as you can see, descending into them. This is going to be A, so you can see A down there, trying to descend into BT, and then BT into CT, and then CT to DE, and then CT to also CF. And that's why they put these ones out of Africa. They put these, which we already proved that there's R inside Africa. They put these out of Africa, and then they put these ones as in Africa. They put all of these began in Africa. That's what they put here, because they put A00 there and said they all began from A00, and therefore all of them are actually going to be that out of Africa concept. And that's false. And they know it. They put it right here. None of BT or CT lineages descend from them. So they say, how can they do that? Because they say, just because they were assigned because they got A00, because they were assigned a letter in their index, they know it. And they say, even on the concept of trying to do it, A00 does not descend the way that they want it to descend. And they know it. They put it here and say it does not work the way that they put it. I'm gonna show you on the thing right here. They put it, this is CT, and it's in this is in this thing too. I got a PDF of this. And you can see it. You can see yourself that they admit it. BT is over here, and notice that this one's descending here, this one's descending here, and you can see that A1A is different, and it's going to be different than what you see. Let me see over here. They say A is here. Yet notice what they're doing. They're showing A00 descending into BT and then CT. This is BT and CT, and they know it's on here. It's noted on here. And they actually put the addition on there, and they know that A00 doesn't descend into these. They don't. A00 doesn't descend. No African haplogroup, they said, not one African haplogroup descends into BT. That's what they said. None of the BT or CT lineages descend from them. And that's what they put. They put that they don't descend from them. As it even says right here, it talks about BT. It says right here, it is obvious that haplogroup BT does not descend from the African haplogroup group having index A. But they put them right here. They put it right here that they descended from index A. That's what they do, because this is the zoom in. I'll show you the zoom in of it. What they actually are designing there, because you probably can't see it there. That's why they put it there like that, because you can't really see it. You can't really see what they're actually doing here. You don't see that it's put there, but it's actually there. And I'm gonna show you what it looks like when you zoom in on it. This is the zoom in design. I'll show you what it looks like on the zoom. That's why they put this. It says apparently they were too focusing on bending data to fit out of Africa, because they're bending data. This is bit data. That's what this is. They know that A doesn't descend into BT. This is A. It does not descend into BT. It's a false narrative. Watch what it says right here. It says, it is obvious that haplogroup BT does not descend from the African haplogroup having index A, since all of them are positioned in the upper part of the tree in figure 2, which BT is in the lower part. And the reason why is because if you look at the tree at the lower part, these are the higher numbers. These are the higher numbers. Whoever's above this is going to descend into this. And they know that this is actually what they see on the design, that the lower numbers, like these ones, don't descend into BT. Yet they actually design it to descend into BT. You see, they design haplogroup A to descend into BT. Yet they themselves know that's not true. And they mention it themselves. They mention themselves that that's not even true. They know that it's not true because they put it right there. It's obvious that haplogroup BT does not descend from the African haplogroups having index A, since all of them were positioned in the upper and obviously descending from it. And it even talks about the word African. It talks about African actually is bringing confusion, because the word African, they just throw in the word African on them. That's what they're saying. And they know that it's not true. They know that A doesn't descend into BT. And yet, that's what they're designing. A descending into BT, and they putting A00 connected to it, yet it's not connected to it because they know it's not. It's a novel find that's separate from these. And they know it. They know for a fact. And that's why they had the star map that they know is actually shooting out. They're not, and that's the sign of Ham, Shem, and Japheth. But they don't want to show people that because they know that's going to be bringing facts to the Bible. They know that if they bring facts to the Bible, their millions and billions of years will be gone in a second. Everyone would completely annihilate them in their lives because they know for a fact they can't bring A into here. Yet they did it. They did it, family. And these people still do this stuff to us. I'm telling you that these people haven't changed. They have not changed. They're still liars as they were before. A does not descend into BT, and they know it. They know it for a fact. That's why they put it there. It's obvious that haplogroup BT does not descend from the African haplogroup having index A. They were bending data. That's what they were doing. They were bending data, and they know it. They know it for a fact. They were bending data. The tree does not show African lineages A00 and A0. And because they know, because it doesn't, it know where it splits. It says, in fact, they call, you know what they call E and D? They call E Middle Eastern. They call D and E Middle Eastern. They knew it was Middle Eastern for a long time, and they didn't admit it. They say right here, the Middle Eastern haplogroup D and E split. They just basically called E Middle Eastern because they know that it's found in the Middle East. There's a lot of it that's found in the Middle East, and they know it. They know for a fact that it's found in the Middle East, and they know that haplogroup A00 is connected with it. They know for a fact, and they call it A00 and they call it A0, and because they want to make it all fit. They want to assume that it all fits, but it doesn't. It's a false narrative that they're doing. So now you see that all these A's none of them descend into BT or CT. None of them, not one of them. And the A's, all these names, these are names. A00, all these are names that they give these things, and they're not even in that same haplogroup group. These are different haplogroup groups. They're not A and B. They're actually going to be E. So that's what you see right there. From BT, it does not no A descends into it. So let's see what they designed. You can see right here, BT, CT. Let's see a zoom in on it. Here's a zoom in on it. You can see right here, this will be A00, and supposedly it goes into this, but it doesn't. And then you see it go into BT. That's a false narrative, and they know it. They know none of the so-called African haplogroup groups descend into BT. nor does it descend into CT to get E and D. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to connect all of these so they can get E and D. And that's why I was debunking what's his name, because I do know that he says the out of Africa idea, but he didn't say in that one video. But he did say that he did try to do the out of Africa idea, because look what he did. He bunched us all with Hamites. That's what he did. He bunched us all with Hamites, and all these were Greeks, and these were Jews. These were all Shemites. R is a Shemite to him. R is a Shemite to him. That's what he did. That's what he did. That's what I was rebuking.
He was very incorrect on that. But you're doing the same thing with grouping A00 with E. They don't belong together.
It does belong together because it doesn't start at the top, and they know it.
Got you, and I agree. It doesn't start at the top. I believe they were three separate, distinct groups, like the Bible says, Shem, Ham, and Japheth.
Right, but remember, we don't.
Hold on, brother. I told you I'm not going to do this with you. I'll let you talk for like 15 minutes unabated. Come on, brother.
Go ahead.
Share stream. Let me share my screen.
Yes, show me A going into any other line. Show me A00 going into any other line.
I'm going to show you A00 because that article you read said that it wasn't found in any ancient samples. All right. So I'm going to read this. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Going to read this. Ancient West African Forages in the Context of African Population History by Mark Lipson and et al. That's why we say et al. You see how many people working on this paper? You're going to sit here and list all of them. Of course, the most famous is David Reich. Our knowledge of ancient human population structure in sub-Saharan Africa, particularly prior to the advent of food production, remains limited. Here we report genome-wide DNA data from 4 children, 2 of whom were buried approximately 8,000 and 3,000 years ago. From Shumlaka, which is Cameroon, one of the earliest known archaeological sites within the probable homeland of the Bantu language group. One individual carried the deeply divergent Y chromosome haplogroup A00, which today is found almost exclusively in the same region by the Imbo people, right?
That's the West Africa.
Got you. Yes, in Cameroon. However, the genome-wide ancestry profiles of all 4 individuals are most similar to those of present-day hunter-gatherers from Western Central Africa, which implies that population in Western Cameroon today, as well as speakers of Bantu languages from across the continent, are not descended substantially from the population represented by these 4 people. Why is this huge? Because it's telling you the speakers and the populations in modern Western Africa today, which majority of them are E1B1A, do not descend from these ancient individuals, including A00. They're not descended from each other.
Because A00 is actually just it's not even, it doesn't descend into anyone.
Bro, I got you. It was there 8,000 years ago in Cameroon before we even got there.
8,000. Wait, 8,000. The world's not even 8,000 years. That's ridiculous.
Got you. Well, you show me E1B1A in ancient sub-Saharan Africa. You don't have E1B1A in ancient sub-Saharan Africa. What you do is
I have the digs where they found it at. They say right here that they found it in Cameroon. In Cameroon, those are Israelites. In Cameroon are Israelites.
So these are Israelites right here that they dug up.
These are the A00 is a lineage that's found in Israelites. That lineage, that A00, is going to have every single snap. It's impossible. It's impossible for it to have every single snap.
All right. So these hold on, brother. You're saying these are Israelites. Let me read that. Hold on, bro. Hold on. You see, this is where we get into a train wreck. I let you speak for 15 minutes. I didn't say nothing. All right, here's the Y DNA right here. Of the 4 individuals, one was a female, so of course she's not going to have Y DNA. B2B was the one that was 3,000 years old, right? A00 goes back 8,000 years ago, and another example was B. These are Hamitic people. We
R
didn't.
is not Hamite. R is not a Hamite.
What are you? This is not R. What are you talking about? That's B.
Where's it? Where you, I can't see I can see the screen too well.
All right. Let me blow it up.
Okay, so look, A00, just because the A00 there is right there, that doesn't mean A00 is also linked with B.
It is. Well, it's always found with B.
It's not always found. It's not always found with B.
Hold on. It's found in sub-Saharan Africa. You want to argue every point I say? Again, I let you have the floor, brother. I'm just contesting where I don't agree with you at. You have to learn how to accept people that don't agree with you.
I accept it. I'm not saying.
All right. I'm giving you my reasoning, and my audience will like to hear the reasoning. You understand? So the reasoning behind this is you find A00 in this land, in this stone to metal age in sub-Saharan Africa. There were no E lineages here during that time. The E lineages didn't start coming here until about 4,500 years ago. We covered it in our channel. You don't start seeing E lineages until then. They brought in agriculture. Then you don't really start seeing them forming metal populations until about 3,000 years ago with what we call the Bantu expansion, bringing in steel, iron metallurgy.
Right.
Many people that have followed my channel know that. They wasn't there prior. The first groups to go deep into sub-Saharan Africa.
Think about those years. Think about those years. That's you can't be those years. Think about it. Ham's younger than Shem. Ham's younger than Shem. How can you have a Hamite older than Shem and Japheth?
What are you talking about? According to my model, first of all, I don't constrict myself to 6,000 years. Let's just point that out there.
How can you not get 6,000 years from the lineage? How can you? How long was day? How long was day 6?
How long was day 6? I don't say that. I believe those are ordinary days. I don't say that they were long periods of time.
Then it's only 6,000 years.
No, it's not. I mean, if you get to, so if you're saying it's only 6,000 years ago, you're saying the flood happened in 2400 BCE. There's no evidence of that at all.
Why would it not be evidence of a flood, a global flood?
There is evidence of a global flood. Hold on.
Answers in Genesis.
There is evidence of a global flood, but there's no evidence that it happened 2400 BCE either.
There is a lot of evidence for the global flood, but they'll change the date for it. They want to set their date for whatever they want to set it for.
Gotcha. We got evidence of that global flood happening prior to that date. From my research, it'd be the last glacial maximum. So these dates, 8,000, 10,000 years, they don't bother me at all. And I know there was a gap in the repopulation of the Earth. The Earth didn't get repopulated within 100 years.
How can you have a lineage of anyone filling that gap?
You do have a lineage of people that felt that gap.
Like who?
The Shem, Ham, and Japheth. When you
can calculate their
explain myself, brother, or every time I say something, you're gonna cut me off.
I'm just saying, if you calculate their genealogy,
you know, this is everyone said this. Let me explain myself, man. You keep cutting me out. Hey, listen.
Look, you can see even people in the comments saying no way the flood happened. This is how you know the generations are falling away.
That's them. I believe the flood happened. I don't believe it happened in 2400 BCE. That's all. What I'm saying is this. So these populations came in. When you read Genesis 10, right? Genesis 10 is covering a lot of ground and a lot of history. That didn't happen in 50 years. That didn't happen in 25 years.
You think God can't do that?
That's obviously, ain't no think God nothing. It's just mathematically it don't work. To have a city broken to, brother, you doing it again. I can't finish one word.
I don't understand the concept.
You gotta stay off the cat. I understand, brother, but in order for you, matter of fact, let me read this scripture to you. Let me just read the scripture. Hold on. I don't know how you gonna understand my point. You don't gotta agree with me, but golly. Sirach 11.
I just don't understand how we Israel we're trying to bend the scriptures to fit our own narrative. We got to stop doing that. That's the same thing that they're doing.
That's your opinion, brother. But you're gonna allow me to speak on my platform. I allowed you to speak 15 minutes. You can't allow me to speak for 2 seconds.
I'm letting you speak as a conversation.
No, you're not. Once I say one thing, you got a comment. Let me finish my speech. Why is that hard for you to do? You've been struggling with that all day.
I thought you was gonna you said you was gonna go to scripture, so I just said some things because you was going to scripture.
Brother, you got to get a disciplined tongue, brother.
You telling me disciplined tongue?
Yes, because you
gotta
keep
stop
cutting me
cussing.
off.
You gotta stop cussing, brother.
Brother, stop with that cussing stuff. You are not a child. You are a grown man.
I have children, and I don't need to hear your cussing.
Well, you don't have to be here, brother. But you're not going to.
Is that a good excuse to so
No,
you
it's
don't
not.
cuss?
Listen, you're not
Yeah,
going
you
to
tell me to correct my
You're
tongue.
going to keep doing it. You're going to keep doing it, man.
I'm just saying, brother.
I can't have a conversation with this brother, man. I can't have a conversation with him. Come on, man. I'll let you come back home. I'll let you rock. I'll let you say everything you need to say. When I want to respond, everything I say has to be cut off. Why don't you want me to teach? Why don't you want me to say anything? You dogmatic, man. You dogmatic. You're not about education. You're just about, let me push my theory, let me throw it out there and indoctrinate you and don't say anything. That's the vibe I get from you. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. I heard your explanation. I'm telling you why I disagree with it. Why is that so hard for you to understand? And then Ariel saying, keep the peace. How am I going to keep the peace? This brother don't even know how to have a conversation. He's been struggling with this all day. That's why people in the comments were like, oh, you got a lot of patience. You got a lot of patience. I let brothers come on here and say what they got to say. You don't got to agree with me. I had a brother go here and say, we actually all Edomites. If you go back and watch that footage, he was able to get his points out and the points across. We gave our points of contention. Do we agree with that, brother? No, we do not. We had a brother that don't believe we Israelites that all came on my channel. I allow him to speak and say his points. You come on my channel, I give you 15 minutes to just go over your information. I try to tell you why I disagree with it. Every 5 seconds within my speech, you cut me off. And you think you're right about it. You dogmatic, man. You think you in the right now. That is dogmatic, bro. Ain't nobody trying to get indoctrinated here. We want to have a free-flowing conversation. Let's have a free-flowing conversation. If not, you don't have to be here. Come on, man. Say it again, Chemo. Come on, man. Why is this so hard for this brother to understand? Let people speak. Showing them all the patience in the world. Golly. Even the brothers that support you saying, I agree with your points, but we all have to learn to bridle our tongue. Let's let Brother Yashu rock, man. Let's come on here and say what you got to say. Anybody, an atheist, come on here and say what he got to say. But when it comes time for me to say, listen, this is what I disagree with, this X, Y, and Z, come on, bro. Give me that courtesy. You're not going to find you ain't going on Garfield's show and doing this. Garfield going to shut you down, humiliate you in the first 5 seconds. On my platform, I allow people with opposing views to come on my channel and express themselves. You don't got to agree with me. But you're going to have to respect me, man, and allow me to speak. You understand? Come on, bro. You stop sharing my stream. Read this real quick. Sheesh. Sirach chapter 11. Of course, it's not going to be in the King James regular because it doesn't have the Apocrypha in it. Let me get Sirach 11 real quick and read this. My one thing I don't welcome in my channel is just pure dogmatism. I want you to get your points out, but don't come with this dogmatism. Well, I don't want to hear nothing from nobody else. You're in the wrong channel, bro. It's not an echo chamber. All right. Find a KJV because most people had that. Ecclesiastes right here. All right. Chapter 11. Right here, verse 8. Answer not before thou hast heard the cause, neither interrupt men in the midst of their talk, bruh. And that's what you've been struggling with all day. How are we gonna have a conversation if I can't get 2 words out without you saying something? How? You come on, man. We the same age, bro. Get it together. Ariel, first of all, just 49's platform. If he wants us, if he wants to cuss the words he can, this is his channel, period. No one is begging anyone. Exactly. I'm not begging nobody to be here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. I mean, it shows a lack of respect. Thank you, Orthodox Moore. When everyone is saying you aren't letting them talk, they aren't the ones with the issues. You got to pick up the social. I mean, exactly. The social, I guess you're saying Q there. Come on, man. Look, the brother you think you right. He think y'all gonna judge you for cursing, man. This ain't about judgment. It's just about respect of other people when they having conversations, bro. You got to keep cutting me off because you don't agree with me. I didn't agree with you. Anything you said for the past 15 minutes and I let you go. I let you rock. I don't have to do that. It's crazy, man. Yeah. You too dogmatic, brother. Too damn dogmatic. Can't even focus on information or even scrutinizing the information, bro. All right, what my brother Dorv L say? Can we get your rebuttal? I was trying to get the rebuttal. I was trying to get the rebuttal out, brother. yeah, we gonna finish, man. I just had to deal with that, man, because it seemed like this brother don't care. Because after you tell somebody 2 or 3 times, 4 or 5 times, you get to the point where you're like, okay, this brother just don't care. He don't give a damn. He gonna do what he want to do. That's the impression you leaving on a lot of brothers, man. Let me go to what paper was that? I lost track of time, man. I forgot what I was looking into. What was that article at? Oh, right here. There he is. Ancient West Africans. All right. There it is. Again, ancient West Africans in the context of African population history. What's in the abstract? What I was trying to bring out, I was getting cut off every 5 seconds. Right here, one individual carried the deeply divergent Y chromosome haplogroup A00, which today is found almost exclusively in the same region. However, the genome-wide ancestry profiles of all 4 individuals are most similar to those of the present-day hunter-gatherers from Western Central Africa. We are not related to the present-day hunter-gatherers of Western Central Africa. By and large, many of them are Bushman, Pygmy, San, and Khoi. We are not those people. We don't descend from these people. We don't. Which implies that populations in Western Cameroon today, as well as speakers of Bantu languages from across the continent, are not descended substantially from the populations represented by these 4 people. That was the point I was trying to make. We're not the same lineage. This includes haplogroup A00. Our brothers trying to shoehorn A00 into E1B1A when they found A00 8,000 years ago, right? In Shumlaka in Cameroon with these other skeletal remains, as we see right here at the bottom. They published the Y-DNAs. You have haplogroup B, haplogroup B2B with A00, right? This has nothing to do with us. We was not in sub-Saharan Africa until about 4,500 years ago. That's when you start seeing E lineages go and penetrate that far. And then we didn't start dominating Africa with our genes until the Bantu expansion about 3,000 years ago. That was my rebuttal. You want to know why the brother said I had to continue my rebuttal, finish my rebuttal? Because he didn't get it because I was being cut off every 2 seconds. All right. Dorv L says, you don't learn by knowing everything. You learn by listening to things you might not know. Exactly. Um, I don't understand what you're saying, Ariel, in the background, the back chat. Maybe that's not the channel for you. You don't have to watch it if you don't like the language. If you think the language is too harsh for you, you don't have to watch it. But hey, you here, you still watching. What's the point? This is some right here. What I'm showing. This is a problem in the holes in the doctrine of saying A00 is American. And what you're doing is you're saying it, and you said this on video that it's found amongst our people. African Americans have this haplogroup. The African Americans also have haplogroup A as well, haplogroup B as well. They have R, they have I, they have G. That does not mean we are the same. Those paternal markers are showing that we have different ancestries, different male ancestors that we descend from. Yeah, y'all. Yeah, man, it's too much dogmatism going on. I don't come on YouTube looking for dogmatism. You're trying to enforce and impose your understanding of biblical laws or whatever. You understand? Yeah. The person must haven't seen the debates yet. Yeah, man, they haven't seen the debates. They don't know how we get down here. You know what I'm saying? I finished my point already. You must have been looking. I finished it already. A00 is not related to the modern Bantu speakers by and large. It's a separate lineage. It has nothing to do with us. It's a different lineage. Ariel, you showing that same spirit. I don't give a damn. I'm gonna do what the hell I want to do. I mean, that's repercussions for that, man. Y'all welcome to come to the channel, but we're not gonna just allow anything to go on here. All right. Look, man, we going 8 hours and 45 minutes. As you can see, we also going to do a breakdown of Ham's lineage genetically, showing the different A and B lineages throughout ancient Africa, Proto-Africans, if you will, as well. And we will bring y'all. Why do you have your son here if you feel that way? Yeah, man, you probably gonna get blocked for that. Still a red herring, bro. So hold on, look what Lion Farm said right here. Look what he said. This is the example you give Israelites. So you gave a great example today by not allowing no one to speak. That was a good example to give Israelites. That's a great example. Huh? That's an example? Not letting people speak? Trying to steamroll everybody, steamrolled over Orthodox more several times. James several times. James was like, you know why James left? Because of you. He left the stream because of you. I'm just gonna say it. Brother text me like, oh my God, this guy been patient with you for 8 hours. Oh, that's why. Because you know what? Y'all in the wrong place. This is not a church. Y'all got me messed up. This is not a church. I'm gonna fix this. I got y'all. I'm gonna fix this. Now, God, look, if I say God damn, that's using God's name in vain. These brothers is church, you guys are churchians. God name is God name is God now. God is a generic word, bro. Oh man, it's getting too magical in here. It's getting too magical.
Ho, 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 it's magic. You know, never believe it's not so. It's magic. You know, never believe it's not so.
All right, I got you. All right, I'm not gonna deal with this. Y'all can go play Southern Baptist Church somewhere else. The brother, you don't have to worry about it no more. Bye. That's how we're gonna deal with that. Yeah, the brother gone now. He out of here. I'm not gonna tolerate it, man. Oh, he's just the zeal. He can be disrespectful to your channel and your platform and cut you off because he's filled with the zeal. Go somewhere else where dogmatism is allowed. I don't do that over here. Yeah, they on some Catholic stuff, man. Stop. Yeah, go to his channel, man. Go to him. You want to hear him be dogmatic? Nobody can't get no points out. Go over there. I don't do that over here, man. I will allow anybody to come over here and speak. Yeah, he more righteous than me. The brother that been cutting people off all day, can't even have a conversation with him. Now we are an assembly. Exactly, religion. They treating this like church, man. I don't do that here. Yeah, man, I try, man. 8 hours strong, man. 8 hours strong. A lot of patience, and I might have to take some Tylenol after this, man. Dorvell, I see why TOTW blocked them. Who is TOTW? Who is TOTW? Right, like, and guess what? The cousin don't got nothing to do with anything. He just mad because I wouldn't allow him to keep cutting me off like he been doing for the last 8 hours. Exactly, man. Like, stop. Yeah, man, that's silly. That's silly. But anyone can see that the A and B lineages were ancestral African populations. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no way around that. You understand? That's it on that. And if you don't like how it's an Israelite ministry he got blocked from. Wow. If you don't like the way that I articulate myself, don't come on my channel. I don't understand it. Like, a lot of brothers is fascists. They want you. No, you do as I say and do what I listen, bro. This is my real estate over here. You can come on here, teach your stuff. When it comes time for me to open my mic, I want to be able to speak. I shouldn't have to beg you for that. Wow, he got kicked off. He got blocked by Sister Edel. Yo, that's crazy. I ain't got nothing against him, man, but you gotta respect like the platform you own. Like these brothers, obviously, like I said, after you tell somebody something 2 or 3 times, and after they stop doing and they don't stop doing it, it's at that point they don't give a damn. I'm gonna do what the hell I want to do. You know what I'm saying? That's how they feel. All right. Exactly. What part of this not being a platform don't you get if you're not going to abide by the rules laid down here? Just if you can go. No one's begging. Exactly. No one begging you. I would love to have more brothers on here, but I'm not gonna take that, man. Orthodox more than look. He said, look, I'm gonna fall back. 2 brothers said they're gonna fall back because the way you behaving yourself. Exactly. You came here. You got to capitalize off of thousands of subs. But now he wants to run. Nah, bro, this not yours. You got a channel. Go run your channel. Come on, man. He's been doing it all day. If he's fair, he would admit he's been cutting everyone off. No, he's not. Hey, brother, he full of the zeal. The Most High, the zeal of the Most High is eating him up so he can be rude as hell to everybody. That's his excuse. Or that's the sister excuse for him. So he should be able to do what the hell he want. They should be able to do what the hell they want. Talk to anybody. When the scripture tell you to respect everybody, be at peace with all men. And then brothers like that want to say shalom. Ain't no peace here. You disrupted the peace. But I'm about I'm solution oriented. This will never happen again. I tried. The brother came back on the show. Tried again. Godly, fool me once. Y'all know how the saying go. Oh, exactly. I showed a lot of patience. Let this brother rock. That wasn't good enough. You know why it wasn't good enough? Because I didn't sit there and say, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir, I agree. No, I was like, listen, this is where I disagree at. I believe this is faulty. This is faulty because of X, Y, and Z. And this is why I don't really subscribe to that. And that's okay. People gonna disagree with you. That's why I said it's getting real dogmatic and churchy, man. When you sit there and it's, well, if he don't agree with everything I'm saying, you know, that's that church stuff, man. I'm not with that. Everybody here now don't gotta agree with everything I say, man. I'm not gonna force you to. All right, man. It's 8 hours, 45 minutes. I'm gonna get off here, man. But that won't happen again. I promise y'all that. That will not happen again. I'm not tolerating it. Exactly. This is not an echo chamber. You gotta cut it out. All right, I'm out of here, man. Let me play. Y'all want to listen to what was that song I opened up on? Paisley the Hebrew. Yeah, let's end with that. Big business.
Let's talk Cash App. Want to save with every swipe of a free custom.
Big business.
RSK, let it play, boy.
When I tell them I'm an Israelite, it's big business, nothing miniature. Serve the same thing as minister. Kill the flesh, how to finish them. These commandments that sustain you. I'm surrounded by these angels. I ain't worried, I'm protected. From seen and unseen dangers. When I tell them I'm an Israelite, it's big business, nothing miniature. Serve the same thing as minister. Kill the flesh, how to finish them. These commandments that sustain you. I'm surrounded by these angels. I ain't worried, I'm protected. Seen and unseen dangers. I wake up and serve me a prayer. Brush my teeth, baby, then I throw on some threads. Wash my face, grab a cup, pour me some yarn. Put on my backpack, then I'm off to the bread. I eat these devils for breakfast. Gotta be careful. Whole lot of blood being shed in the streets. Running so wicked, I weep for the living. I drop a free cheer for the dead. All my white friends in my pocket, or either they loaded onto this black card that I swipe. Say every time that I drop it, the verse be hitting more harder than problems of life. Rich, I collected 2 guineas from every person that willingly gave me advice. Being afraid and existing my spirit, I'm fearing no man but the Father in Christ. I put in work with the brothers, we stood on the cars, pretending like 9 at night, teaching our people the gospel, equipped with a camera, some posters, some speakers, and mic. Every time that I see mama, she telling me, son, you gotta walk in the light. Christ, the bread of heaven, keep feeding my spirit, and I wanna low, not a slide. When I tell them I'm an Israelite, it's big business, nothing miniature. Serve the same thing as minister. Kill the flesh, how to finish them. These commandments that sustain you. I'm surrounded by these angels. I ain't worried, I'm protected. From seen and unseen dangers. When I tell them I'm an Israelite, it's big business, nothing miniature. Serve the same thing as minister. Kill the flesh, how to finish them. These commandments that sustain you. I'm surrounded by these angels. I ain't worried, I'm protected. Seen and unseen dangers.
When I tell you I'm an Israelite, tribe of Judah, don't you take it personal. Bleed the blood on these demons, we purging them. Don't entertain Jezebels, we be curving them. Hey, I got a ribbon, she virtuous. In person, this blue life ain't virtual. I can't forget when I heard the truth. I got cut with that word, it got surgical. Conviction can lead to repentance. I pray these verses encourage you. We repented, now we on the vertical. Judah rising, see Isaiah 32. Big business, nothing minuscule. I picked up that pen back in middle school. Guard your light and take heed who you listen to. Watch your mouth and your ears and your vision too. Hashatan and Shalkani won't finish you. In Mortal Kombat, this war is not physical. Gird your loins up and follow the general. Christ, Messiah is coming, that's scriptural. Yeah. You gotta starve your flesh. The real war ain't even started yet. This look like a setup for a second exodus. I'm trying to be where the water at. Let's get it.
When I tell them I'm an Israelite, it's big business, nothing miniature. Serve the same thing as minister. Kill the flesh, how to finish them. These commandments that sustain you. I'm surrounded by these angels. I ain't worried, I'm protected. From seen and unseen dangers. When I tell them I'm an Israelite, it's big business, nothing miniature. Serve the same thing as minister. Kill the flesh, how to finish them. These commandments that sustain you. I'm surrounded by these angels. I ain't worried, I'm protected. From seen and unseen dangers.
right, man. It's been a long, long day. I want to bid you guys farewell. 7 gang, Source gang. Y'all know how we rocking, man. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be going live tomorrow, giving you that empirical data, that science. Studying, growing, and learning here. The Source gang.